Buenos días, ¿cómo les va? Gracias por estar presentes. Es un honor para nosotros estar aquí presentando la cuarta Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Y bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Cruz Gómez Paz, el gusto de estar con vos esta mañana.
Muchas gracias, ¿cómo les va? Buen día, bienvenidos a todos. Bueno, se van acomodando. Sergio Zuliani, bueno, un placer, la verdad, acompañarnos en esta cuarta Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. Como bien decías, vamos a pasar 2 jornadas en donde, por supuesto, que vamos a aprender, vamos a escuchar a disertantes del ámbito internacional, del ámbito nacional también. Nos encontramos en el Centro de Convenciones, Córdoba, flamante, lindísimo, que ha sido especialmente preparado para esta cumbre. Brigadier General Juan Bautista Bustos, por supuesto.
Así es.
Y vamos a tener una manera simultánea de comunicarnos presencial. Les agradecemos a todos los que se han acercado hasta acá y también vía streaming con la posibilidad de escuchar en distintos idiomas, así sea más fácil para todo el mundo, en castellano, por supuesto, en inglés y en portugués. Van a ser transmisiones simultáneas.
Sí, para toda la gente que nos esté viendo en todo el mundo, porque la experiencia global hoy se ha vuelto cotidiana para todos nosotros. Es importante la presencialidad, por supuesto. Después les vamos a comentar la inmensa cantidad de posibilidades que tienen para disfrutar, incluso en familia, de un evento tan importante. Queremos saludar a autoridades y funcionarios presentes y a los que van a venir dentro de algunos minutos del ámbito internacional, nacional, provincial y municipal, autoridades universitarias nacionales y provinciales, como así también a invitados especiales, disertantes, periodistas y medios de comunicación internacionales, nacionales y provinciales. Reitero, este evento en su cuarta edición ha adquirido una globalidad sin precedentes.
Bueno, y son muchas las personas que hoy nos están acompañando y queremos comentarles que en esta cuarta edición de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular está organizada por el ente municipal BIOCÓRDOBA, por la Secretaría de Ambiente Sustentable y Economía Circular y por la Municipalidad de Córdoba, por supuesto.
Por supuesto. Bueno, y además contamos con el inestimable apoyo de los siguientes main sponsors que hacen posible esta nueva edición. Gobierno de la Provincia de Córdoba, Ministerio de Ambiente de la Provincia de Córdoba, Ministerio de Infraestructura y Servicios Públicos de la Provincia de Córdoba, Agencia Córdoba Turismo, Bancor, Banco de la Provincia de Córdoba, Lotería de Córdoba, EPEC, Empresa Provincial de Energía Córdoba y Banco Santander.
Bueno, como muchos disertantes hablan otro idioma, que no es el español, van a contar permanentemente con receptores que son de transmisión simultánea y traducción simultánea y que los tienen exactamente a la derecha de ustedes.
Así es.
Allá atrás, en esas valijas grises o blancas que se ven a la derecha de ustedes, bueno, van a tener la chance de contar con ellos permanentemente, incluso para esta primera disertación, porque bueno, nos visitan desde afuera.
Tal cual. Es un evento de características internacionales, muchos de los disertantes son de distintos países, lo cual habla a las claras de la importancia y de la llegada que tiene este acontecimiento. En estas 2 jornadas vamos a compartir conferencias, charlas y debates con referentes y especialistas de todo el mundo, con reconocimiento internacional en la materia como principal objetivo de potenciar la economía circular y el desarrollo de ambiente sostenible.
Bueno, traductores simultáneos, entonces a la derecha de ustedes. Vamos a empezar con el primer main speaker que nos visita justamente desde afuera.
Así es. Es la conferencia magistral de el diseño.
We have Lovich Rajea, who is the leader of the Science Committee of the International Network of Young Chemists, and he's going to be speaking about the possibilities of the circular economy in the food sector and the role of youth. Shall we start? Okay, let's receive him. We open this 4th World Circular Economy Summit. Welcome, thank you.
Multi-planetary crisis, which involves talking about pollution, pollution will involve air pollution, which comes from different sources. Now, be it transportation,
E os diferentes setores que temos dentro das indústrias e no setor industrial
now this
contribui para essas emissões de todo tipo. E essa contribuição, o grande problema que temos é que é um problema que temos no começo, no início da humanidade. A gente percebeu que estamos satisfazendo nossas necessidades e tudo que precisamos para sobreviver. A partir desse ponto, falamos como houve uma intensificação desse processo. Isto levou a vários problemas, em particular quando tudo isso, quando temos uma questão de uma demanda que se acelera. Com essa perspectiva, temos muitas crises de biodiversidade, tem espécies que estão extinguindo, e outro problema que também foram causados pela humanidade. Então, temos problemas com a simbiose que há entre essas espécies que também não podem sobreviver. Parte desses processos são parte desses que, que acontecem esses problemas, né? Isso leva às emissões dos gases de efeito estufa, dióxido de carbono e outros gases que surgem pela atividade humana. Estes gases ficam atrapados na atmosfera. Isso é que produz o aquecimento global, né? Todas essas questões são relevantes e quando falamos de segurança alimentar e outras questões, outros problemas que nem nós conhecemos,
why this is happening.
vemos por que acontece isso. Se vemos a imagem por completa sobre a crise a partir de um ponto de vista em geral, generalizado, a solução disso como fazemos para reduzir o que nós consumimos, onde consumimos e outras coisas também relacionadas em relação à indústria. vez de comprar os produtos novos o tempo inteiro,
podemos buscar algo
podemos procurar
reparado, una
algo
alternativa,
consertado
para
ou
que
uma alternativa
podamos utilizar
para que
productos
possamos usar produtos
que no vayan a ser desechados, que
que
no hayan
não
sido
vão
desechados,
ser
que no
vegetados,
generen desecho
que
adicional.
não
Todo esto tiene que ver con la economía circular. La idea
geram
es eliminar el
resíduos
concepto de
adicionais.
desecho y
A
usarlo
ideia
como un
é
recurso.
eliminar o conceito
Esto no
de
solamente es
dejetos,
un
de
punto del
resíduos,
final de vida. Por ejemplo, no es
que não,
terminar de
que
usar algo y después
não é
aplicar esto,
terminar
sino
de usar
pensar
algo,
desde el comienzo
senão que
con uso de la
pensar
impermeabilizante.
desde o início,
Y
desde o começo desse pensamento.
desde un ejemplo, por ejemplo, de los
Um
sistemas
exemplo, por exemplo,
alimentarios,
no sistema
si
alimentar
podemos empezar
alimenticio,
pensando que esto es circular.
pensando
Y
isto é,
tenemos que ver cómo
isto é circular,
podemos
né? Temos que ver como podemos
cerrar este
fechar
sistema.
este sistema,
Básicamente,
basicamente.
otra vez, si volvemos
Outra vez, se nós
a esta
voltamos
transición,
a esta
tenemos que pensar en los
transição, temos
desafíos y
que
los
pensar nos
problemas.
desafios, nos
Y esto no
problemas.
solamente se trata
E isto
de
somente se trata de
observar
observar
un área,
uma área,
sino que tenemos que pensar en todos los sistemas.
senão que temos que pensar em todos
Va a
os
haber
sistemas.
influencias
Vamos ter
de una
influências
punta
a
del
partir de uma
espectro
ponta do
hasta para
espectro
ver todo, digamos, ver todo el ciclo de vida.
para ver todo esse ciclo,
Ahora
olhar
quiero llegar a la parte de
olhar
la
mais
producción
geral, ver
alimentaria.
todo ponto de vista
Voy a
do
dar un
ciclo de
poco más
vida.
de
Eu
antecedentes
vou dar um pouco
sobre
mais de
cómo los
antecedentes como
sistemas
os sistemas
alimentarios
alimentares,
han
alimentícios,
contribuido a la crisis
contribuíram
actual
com a
y podemos
crise atual
pensar
e podemos
sobre
pensar
cómo podemos ayudar a cambiar esto.
como
Si
podemos
hablamos de la
ajudar a
producción
mudar isso. Se
alimentaria
falamos
en
da
particular,
produção alimentar, em particular,
es una parte
é uma
importante
parte
de la
importante
producción
da
de
produção
gases de efecto
dos
invernadero
gases de efeito estufa
y de desechos.
e de resíduos.
Tenemos que el 78%
Temos os
del uso
78% do uso
del
da
agua
água,
dulce
da
viene de la
água
producción de agua, de producción
vem da
alimentaria.
produção
Wow.
alimentar.
Y también hablamos de que
E
está
também
muy responsable de la pérdida de diversidad,
somos muito responsáveis
especialmente hablando de la agricultura
dessa
y de las
perda,
actividades
né?
familiares.
Principalmente falando da agricultura e
El
das atividades
cambio de
familiares.
uso de tierra
A
es un
mudança
aspecto
de uso
importante
de terras
y
é
esto
um
que ha
aspecto
llevado a
importante
una gran
e
pérdida
chega a
de
uma grande
biodiversidad.
perda de
Luego tenemos el
biodiversidade.
sistema de producción.
Nós temos o sistema de
Vamos a hablar un poco
produção.
sobre, pero eso fue la producción, ahora vamos a hablar del
Na
consumo.
produção vamos falar mais do consumo.
Una gran cantidad,
Uma
cerca del
grande quantidade,
60%
aproximadamente
de lo que se
próxima
produce
a
se desecha
60%
o
do que
se
se
pierde.
produz se
Entonces, si
dejeta
creamos
ou se perde.
cerca del 30%, perdón, si producimos 100
Aproximadamente
toneladas,
se
30 se
30,
pierden. Y esto es muy
30%.
importante porque
E isso é muito
desperdiciamos
importante. Desperdiçamos
1.300 toneladas de
1.300
alimentos por
toneladas de
año.
alimento por ano.
Y tenemos que tenemos muchas personas
e
que
temos muitas
están muriendo de
pessoas que
hambre
estão morrendo de fome
y estamos
e
desperdiciando el
estamos
30% de
desperdiçando
los alimentos.
30%
Y esto
dos
no
alimentos.
solamente
Isso
porque,
não somente porque
digamos, esto tiene muchos puntos de vista. Si
isso tem
empezamos desde
muito pontos de
agricultura, empezamos
vista.
por la
Se
agricultura.
começamos pela agricultura,
Si empezamos desde
se
la cosecha que
começamos
se
a
pierde,
partir das colheitas que se perdem,
ahí, porque
That's where the loss begins.
no cosechamos todos
não
los alimentos
coletamos
que
todo
nosotros
o
cultivamos.
alimento
Transports.
que
También perdemos
cultivamos.
durante el
Também
transporte.
perdemos durante o transporte.
Tenemos alimentos
Temos alimentos
que se pierden durante el
que são
proceso de
perdidos
fabricación.
durante o processo de fabricação.
También,
Também,
en algunos casos,
em
si no
alguns
hablamos solamente
casos,
de los alimentos frescos, pero también
não só dos
de alimentos
alimentos frescos,
procesados,
senão também dos industrializados.
los industrializados no es que reciben de peor calidad, sino que simplemente
Não
a
é
veces
que
se pierden en el
recebemos de
camino.
pior qualidade, senão que às vezes são perdidos no caminho
Tenemos problemas que
com relação
surgen
à
desde el
produção
estado actual de
alimentar.
la producción alimentaria. Luego
Não temos
tenemos el segmento de la
temos
venta minorista, donde vence,
o tema
donde
da
pasa a través
venda
del
de
Estado, y
produtos
tenemos aquí
alimentar
también, en este caso, el
varejista. No caso,
13%
neste caso,
del total.
13%
O sea, de ese
se
30%,
perde
el
também.
13% es la pérdida de
13% é a
que llega
perda
desde
que chega
agricultura
da
hasta
agricultura
la
até
venta. Y
a
luego,
venda.
si vamos a,
Depois
podemos ver
disso,
el
se a gente vê o
desperdicio
desperdício desses alimentos, que acontece quando muitas vezes compramos uma quantidade que não é o que precisamos, é uma sobrecompra que leva a que se produzam esses desperdícios. Inclusive, em muitos casos compramos em excesso, isso já é um desperdício, né? E isto é um aspecto que não é ideal. É uma porcentagem muito grande, 30%. Esta é a imagem. Vocês já têm uma ideia sobre como... O exemplo que eu estou dando do setor alimentar, que é onde eu trabalho. E podemos ver sobre diferentes categorias também. Há muitas aplicações no setor da sustentabilidade e de qualquer outro, em muitos setores. Há muitos fatores que influem no sistema de produção que temos, nos tipos de comportamentos que nós temos, todos contribuem a esta crise multifatorial. Um exemplo, nos sistemas alimentar, posso dar um exemplo sobre como podemos pensar nessa circularidade. Vou mostrar uma imagem para dar um exemplo de cada caso e vamos ver...
introducir la circularidad en estas etapas. Antes quiero hablar del contexto
Saindo do contexto que estamos
tenemos
falando,
también iniciativas
na
de
Índia também
circularidad,
temos iniciativa
alimentos que podemos producir y que se desechan, lo que resulta en la pérdida de una gran cantidad tenemos 90 millones de personas que sufren hambre, y esto es parte de lo que nosotros vemos en nuestras prácticas de consumo. Y tenemos que pensar cómo podemos ver cómo podemos incorporar este paradigma en la economía circular. Cuando hablamos desde un punto de vista más amplio, mi país está buscando eficiencia, estamos buscando formas de que a veces tenemos que buscar la forma de resolver estos problemas. Porque también hay varias barreras que incluyen las políticas y las reglamentaciones, la falta de motivación, la falta del diseño circular de políticas en nuestras prácticas diarias. La respuesta del mercado es mala. Tenemos también una falta de inversionistas que no ayudan a la economía circular en el suministro. Y la tecnología puede cumplir muchos roles en este momento. Y nosotros lo hemos ignorado en muchos países. Se han demorado para poder unirse a esta idea. Y estas barreras necesitan ser abordadas, necesitamos crear estrategias. Cuando pensamos en las partes interesadas, entonces cada uno de ellos tiene que trabajar en ello. Quería darles un poco estos antecedentes y ahora vamos a hablar desde la perspectiva del ciclo de vida de los alimentos. Los alimentos se producen y se transporten y cómo se consumen y cómo podemos desempeñar un rol para cambiar estos sistemas. Hay muchas acciones que pueden tener un gran impacto. El porcentaje, perdón, la actuación de los jóvenes es muy importante y creemos que es nuestra responsabilidad. Y el sector alimentario también tiene una gran responsabilidad que no es solamente exclusiva de este sector, sino de muchos otros. Y yo lo voy a presentar desde este punto de vista, pero cada uno puede tomar sus ideas de cómo puede implementar esta circularidad. Yo estoy hablando, por ejemplo, en el caso de que estamos produciendo alimentos, esto comienza con la agricultura. Dado que tenemos problemas del uso de la tierra, tenemos que ver cómo podemos pensar en cambio de uso de tierra y hay cuestiones en que a veces estamos produciendo alimentos que no se corresponden con el clima. En el ejemplo de India, estamos produciendo arroz y en las áreas donde ya hay falta de agua. Y hay lugares donde no hay napas tampoco. Entonces, en los casos de el arroz, estamos produciendo arroz, pero el clima para eso está en el sur. Y a veces en otras secciones uno puede tener éxito o no. Y aquí tenemos una gran vulnerabilidad en estos casos. Y esto lleva a otros impactos, muchas cuestiones con la seguridad de los alimentos. Y la idea es tener una producción más diversificada. Por ejemplo, si alguien tiene, por ejemplo, una producción agrícola, ¿cómo podría pensar en diversificación? Tenemos, por ejemplo, hay una campaña en la que básicamente podemos ver tenemos casos locales donde ahí tienen un monocultivo de arroz o de cualquier otro cultivo y necesita diversificarse. Y tenemos que debemos tener una chance más diversificada de utilizar estos sistemas de producción de alimentos. A medida que tenemos una globalización, tenemos una diversificación limitada y esto lleva a un monocultivo, lo cual crea disrupciones en el uso de la tierra. Tenemos que pensar en el transporte del alimento también. Tenemos casos en los cuales se transportan cuestiones a nivel nacional y otros a 2.000, 3.000 kilómetros. Y tenemos que pensar en que si tenemos una fuente local, podemos confiar en estas o depender de estas fuentes locales. Podemos buscar otros medios de producir localmente y transportarlo localmente para poder reducir estas emisiones relacionadas con el transporte. Después también tenemos que hablar sobre las prácticas agrícolas. Tenemos casos de agricultura natural, o también hay métodos convencionales, hay distintas formas de hacerlo. Y si hablamos sobre la agricultura orgánica, tenemos que ver cómo podemos aplicar prácticas, si existen problemas con el nivel de desperdicio de la agricultura orgánica, tenemos que ver qué podemos producir a nivel local para esto. Y muchas personas están creando más cosas, así que tenemos que buscar una colaboración con nuestras partes interesadas y tenemos que estandarizar qué parte tiene que ser orgánica y qué parte tenemos que seguir con técnicas tradicionales. Entonces, ¿cómo pueden también, vamos a ver cómo los consumidores pueden también aportar? Podemos exigir alimentos de estación, porque en este caso permitimos la diversificación, permitimos que haya una variabilidad, porque si elegimos alimentos no estacionales, entonces quiere decir que necesitamos hacer distintas acciones para compensar los efectos del clima. Y esa es la idea de hablar justamente de pensar en la economía circular en estos casos, de no desperdiciar todo aquello que se produce con tanto riesgo. Luego si vamos a la industria de procesamiento, si ustedes son una parte interesada en la industria, tenemos que pensar en usar energías renovables, pensar en la eficiencia energética, todo lo que hacen, pasando sin pasar por los embalajes, pasando por las distintas operaciones, cómo podemos usar los tiempos óptimos, la producción, de acuerdo con la demanda, ver todas las técnicas que podemos usar para... Tenemos que hablar con las distintas partes interesadas también, y creemos que aquí hay una gran oportunidad de trabajo. También vamos a hablar sobre cómo podemos cambiar los efectos, eh, cómo hacemos para consumir más alimentos estacionales y los distintos problemas. También tenemos que pensar también en los efectos de las dietas veganas, de las dietas amigables con el cambio con el clima también. Y todas estas industrias particulares que se concentran en subdivisiones particulares de producción sostenible, pueden tener el efecto de las relaciones generales, porque cuando hablamos de estas cuestiones de las dietas basadas en plantas, muchas veces también utilizan muchos productos regionales, y esto es muy importante. Y hay formas de apoyar esto con certificaciones ambientales, y tenemos que valorar estas certificaciones. Entiendo que hay muchas organizaciones, hay distintas formas de certificar, y tenemos que pensar en cómo estas certificaciones, tenemos que empezar de cambiar la forma de pensar sobre estas certificaciones, empezar a exigirlas como comunidad, como comunidad de jóvenes, especialmente en el área de la producción de alimentos. Y estas son las cosas que podemos hacer, que podemos pensar. Si pensamos en los paquetes, los envases, tenemos que pensar en envases sostenibles, buscar usar que tengan recursos. Tenemos que pedir en general que tenemos que decidir también de acuerdo con las opciones de envases y ver los recursos que consumen. Y hablando sobre la logística, cuando hablábamos de logística tenemos el tema del transporte, tenemos las operaciones de almacenamiento, y básicamente tenemos que pensar en la distancia de los servicios, tenemos los modos de transporte, todas estas cuestiones eh, están involucradas en la logística. Si hablamos también sobre el almacenamiento, también es algo que podemos mejorar. Los envases desde el punto de vista de, de la producción, tenemos que ver, digamos, que hay empaques sostenibles que se pueden utilizar. Y también, por ejemplo, hay varias empresas que están intentando hacer una diferencia en esta área. Y tenemos que pensar si podemos realmente apreciar el trabajo de estas empresas que hacen estos envases sostenibles. Y esto también tiene un impacto con comunidad, porque tenemos que empezar a hablar de esto, tenemos que empezar a hablar sobre caminar, sobre ir en un camino en la dirección correcta. Tenemos que iniciar el debate, tenemos que hacerlo en los espacios correctos, y creo que eso va a cambiar también los puntos de vista. Y no tenemos, por ejemplo, si vamos a comprar algo, cómo podemos elegir el mejor. Y creo que bueno, tenemos que ver el tema del tiempo también, pero si tenemos distintas prácticas para tenemos que elegir sistemas eficientes en energía, que podemos lanzar programas.
Podemos lançar programas para isso, para
Tenemos justamente una responsabilidad
justamente uma responsabilidade
como consumidores. Debemos apreciar todos estos productos, las cosas de segunda mano. Los productos de segunda mano no deben rechazar si podemos usarlos, si siguen en buenas condiciones, aunque sea por... O sea, no necesitamos solamente tener algo nuevo porque sea nuevo. Y cuanto más podamos pensar en cerrar estos ciclos, cuanto más podamos pensar en achicar el desecho, esto es más importante. Es muy importante. Y finalmente, tenemos que pensar en cómo como consumidores, en el consumo, en la compra, tenemos que ver cómo podemos hacer que nuestras compras dependan de esto. Deberíamos saber también qué significan las etiquetas, qué significa comprar antes de, consumir antes de, fecha de vencimiento, que hay distintas etiquetas. Tal vez eso deberían chequearlo en sus recursos locales, pero en ciertos lugares estos mensajes de vencimiento significan cosas distintas. Y esto tenemos que usarlo para manejar nuestros recursos. Y la idea de, también tenemos que pensar en compost, en el reciclaje. Son todas cuestiones que están en la visión más amplia de hacer que los sistemas de alimentos, de producción de alimentos sean
de alimentos seja sustentável. Isso é a parte da perspectiva, a parte da
manejar toda la cuestión alimentaria de manera circular. Podemos aplicar todas estas ideas de una manera que tiene que ser más circular, más sostenible, y hace falta tener todo al menos. Tenemos que hacer que sea un pequeño esfuerzo para lograr la sostenibilidad. Espero que esta presentación les haya dado algunas acciones, algunas estrategias que puedan aplicar como un espacio para jóvenes, una comunidad, y que realmente puedan pensar en tener los debates correctos. Y eso es todo de mi lado. Muchas gracias por recibirme.
We would like to thank our first main speaker for his participation. We really hope you enjoyed it. This was the first step of our first day. It's going to be a long day, and we'll continue tomorrow. And on Saturday, we will not have the round tables and the talks, but it'll be open for anyone who would like to visit the fair on Saturday. We're going to have a nice day, so families and kids can join. Tomorrow we're going to have some changes. I think we'll have nice weather to enjoy the summit. Do you use the social networks, because social media? Because if you do, then you can share with different hashtags everything you're experiencing here. For example, you can use hashtag Well Summit or Córdoba Circular, hashtag sustainability, so you can participate, you can take pictures, you can post videos. This is being streamed live, so this economy addresses integration, so we can also use social media for this purpose. You have simultaneous interpretation devices. You can pick them up whenever you need them, and I think you'll need them for the next panel. At the same time, in the room next door, we're having some talks to share also best practices on circular economy. There are many areas that have, we could say, on-hands activities Uh, you could see, for example, in the podium, the materials we have on the podium were manufactured with different components, different, different elements that were brought in the circular economy circuit. It's not maybe it's not aesthetically attractive, but and you're going to see this in the fair. You'll see really wonderful things. You'll be surprised, actually, how they can use recycled material to build and to manufacture new products. So we have different institutions, government, and over 25 reporters that would be moderating the different panels. In the blue room, we're having the third fair on circular economy. Then we're going to have invite you to join the fair. You'll also have a chance to listen to different talks, have a look at different stands. It's quite. I mean, this summit is quite large. Now we're going to move on to the next panel on environmental policies to mitigate climate change, moderated by Florencia Ripoll. We'll welcome Florencia. Welcome, Florencia. You look great. The speakers that are going to be in this panel are Sabine Gimbert, who's the director of the International Office of the Government of the City of Amsterdam, Analia Flores, who's the director of Sustainable Development and Circular Economy of CABA. Also with us, Nasli Fernanda Vidales Gonzalez, who's the Undersecretary of Projects on Sustainability, Environmental Sustainability and Circular Economy from the Valle del Cauca, José Javier Guarderas, who's the CEO of Total Environmental Solutions, Sambito. Thank you and welcome. So are we all set? Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to be moderating this panel. They are actually the key players. We are addressing this urgent communication or a dialogue, because we're facing an issue as humanity that has to do with climate change. And this panel actually addresses something that is very good, to share different experiences from people that are working hard to actually address this issue, to mitigate climate change effects. We'll hear from experiences from the public sector and the private sector and from different places in the world. For example, Ecuador, Colombia, Nasli, Sabine, she's in Buenos Aires, but she works in Amsterdam, and Analia Flores from Buenos Aires. So it's going to be very interesting. So let me say hello, everyone, to the whole panel. Good morning, everyone. Jose and Sabine.
Good evening and good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be with you.
So first of all, we'll give you the chance so you can tell us what you're doing. Anda a decirle que hay retorno. So you can explain what you're doing on this panel on environmental policies to mitigate climate change.
gracias por esta invitación tan especial y felicitarlos por este evento tan importante en donde están impulsando el tema de economía circular y por supuesto las estrategias que se vienen haciendo.
On strategies.
La mitigación en la adaptación al cambio climático que no es local, no es nacional.
No, se escucha, no se puede.
Que muchos países estemos reunidos en pro de hacer alianzas y estrategias que nos permitan implementar acciones conjuntas para dejar un buen futuro a nuestras generaciones venideras. Bueno, mi nombre es Nasli Fernanda Vidales González, soy colombiana,
I'm from Colombia, Trujillo Valle, from Valle del Cauca. And I was the first Secretary of Environment and Sustainable Development from Valle del Cauca department. Now I have a challenge ahead on public policies on the implementation of actions that would allow our department to be a green department and sustainable department. I am currently the Undersecretary of Sustainable Development Projects. I'm also a university professor, and I've been teaching on different programs on climate changes and climate in general, community participation in sustainable development and development programs. I believe that the reason I'm here is because this is a topic, an important topic in our department to encourage private-public partnerships that are related to circular economy and climate change. And we've been very successful, and we've been able to implement different platforms, joint platforms. So we've been working a lot, and I'm lucky to be here in order to share our experiences from the private sector, particularly the importance of the implementation of public policies in order to ensure that all of these processes, these strategies and actions are not in vain. So I'd like to share precisely my experience. I was in China recently representing Colombia on also a circular economy meeting. And I've just arrived from Panama, also working on circular economy, and now I'm leading an important process in Colombia. So, and I'd like to thank Carlos Macedo for the invitation to be part of this important summit. We'll now give the floor to Jose. Jose, could you explain could you explain what Sambito does? Because you're the only one that is representing the private sector. Well, Nasli also talked about the partnership between public and private sectors. I believe there's a lot about that. I mean, the mission of Sambito. Could you talk a little about it? Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Sambito is a company holding that started 25 years ago, focused on, well, our purpose was to be in the business of saving the planet. And that was important 25 years ago because back then, speaking about issues of sustainability was really far-fetched, it was ambiguous, and it was hard to understand and hard to perceive from the economic sustainability point of view. How it didn't sound feasible. 25 years later, we are an ecosystem that has over 150 collaborators. We're in 10 different countries, and the company has 4 main business units. and they are all connected with the public sector, and this is what we're going to talk about. It's a natural, synergy because, as Natalie said, sustainability issues are not the responsibility of one leader. It is it's a shared responsibility. It's a global responsibility, and the four business units our company has. The first unit is focused on sustainable technology. That is, we advise different kind of companies to be so that they can meet with the different international and local requirements with the technological tool that allows them to have notifications to be able to meet with the local or multilateral standards. The second business unit has to do with decarbonization. We have around 200 companies. We advise them on the process of measuring carbon footprint, the different recommendations and strategies to decarbonize so that they can meet carbon neutrality. In the third business unit, we're really involved in circular economy issues. We manage different circular economy models at a national level in Ecuador, for example, batteries, tires, lubricant oils, electronic devices, and so on. We have reverse logistic models in combination with the community, with technologies, innovation that end up having an impact, a positive impact on the planet. And then, business is also very profitable that generate different jobs and investment. And finally, we have an NGO that is called Premios Verdes, Green Awards. We started with it about 10 years ago to support entrepreneurs, particularly in Latin America, so that they can grow their projects. The objective of Green Awards is to actually seek to find, to identify, and connect different resources in Latin America. After 10 years now, we have 2,100 projects implemented, and we've been able to connect them either via markets, investment funds, and clients, and the results, the outcomes established by BWC have achieved some sort of funding, and this has been able. This was achieved because of incentives, the right incentives and controls, and the appropriate public policies. This is your contribution from the private sector, right? That is, all of the models in our case on circular economy are actually created based on a public policy. And from the Green Award side, and maybe I could expand this later, something that has to do with the clarity of diagnosis, because based on the public policy of each of the countries, we have really, an image of all of the countries. We have about 10 categories, for example, sustainable finances. Depending on the public policy of each country, we can then see how the private sector can get involved. In Costa Rica, for example, there is a public policy to foster decarbonation. Most of the projects are actually focused on that. So the projects are actually aligned with the public policies. Very interesting. We'll now move on to Sabine. Sabine? You can start, Sabine. So you can tell us a little what your role is related to as the city of Amsterdam. I understand that it has a concept, or it is based on a very interesting concept, which is the accountable city. Could you tell us a little about it? Because this has a lot to do, I believe, with sustainability and the topic we are discussing. tiene participantes, expertos del sector privado y sector público, que es realmente clave a la hora de encontrar soluciones para mitigar el cambio climático y los temas que estamos enfrentando en la actualidad. No tengo que repetir que estamos en el medio de una crisis climática mundial y el impacto es enorme también en todas nuestras ciudades y vemos los distintos problemas, por ejemplo, de inundaciones en las ciudades, en las olas de calor, en el verano, etcétera. Es decir, es muy difícil para aquellos residentes que no están preparados para enfrentar estos cambios climáticos. Y Ámsterdam está por debajo del nivel del mar y si sigue aumentando el nivel del mar, entonces se van a inundar nuestras tierras, por lo cual tenemos que proteger a nuestras ciudades y residentes de las consecuencias del cambio climático. Entonces, en ese sentido, el cambio climático y la adaptación climática y la investigación climática no se puede hacer a través de la ambición. Es decir, tenemos que llevar a cabo distintas prácticas, como ustedes acaban de decir.
Vocês acabaram de falar,
Tenemos capital responsable es decir, Ámsterdam es muy responsable y tiene un impacto muy importante como un impacto importante a nivel global y queremos precisamente hacernos responsables para abordar esta temática. También hay una cuestión social porque el cambio climático tiene un impacto en la vida de todos y tal vez específicamente la vida de los más jóvenes y el cambio climático tiene un impacto negativo en la salud mental de los más jóvenes y el bienestar en general. Entonces, inclusive desde un punto de vista social, es vital abordar este tema del cambio climático. El clima puede ir mejorando con mejores gobiernos y Ámsterdam ha podido participar y solo así podemos tener éxito, ¿no? Para poder hacer cambios importantes. Y lo que hacemos es invertir en las personas principalmente, comenzando, por ejemplo, aislando los hogares de aquellos que no tienen las posibilidades económicas de hacerlo. Invertimos en edificios públicos como escuelas, también generar empleos en nuestras ciudades que puedan ayudar, de hecho, a implementar las medidas que tomamos, por ejemplo, en los campos de edificios circulares para aislar a los edificios y los hogares. También brindamos distintos tipos de iniciativas, como por ejemplo iniciativas que tienen que ver con o que permiten a los residentes a compartir, por ejemplo, electricidad generada por los paneles solares. Y vemos, de hecho, que hay muchos residentes que están totalmente dispuestos a hacerse responsables y participar con lo que nosotros adoptamos como política a nivel gubernamental. Entonces, además de compartir, por ejemplo, la energía, este tipo de proyectos, también otro tipo de iniciativas que respaldamos, como por ejemplo el uso de biogestores que producen biogás para las comunidades. También mejoramos las terrazas verdes o terrazas ecológicas y también tratamos de fomentar la sostenibilidad a partir de disminuir la producción de distintos productos. Por ejemplo, adoptamos un modelo de economía circular base es lograr una, una sociedad económicamente justa para hacer una transición energética también, ese tipo de iniciativas. Antes mencionaba, por ejemplo, la educación vocacional, que es clave, es decir, educar a la fuerza laboral, ¿no? Para implementar este tipo de medidas. También respaldamos todo tipo de proyectos para que garantizan que el cambio climático no aumente, no incremente la desigualdad que ya tenemos en nuestra sociedad. Entonces, para ir cerrando esta introducción, es uno de los motivos por los cuales, bueno, este sector es decir, necesitamos hacerlo de manera mancomunada, sector público y privado, residentes, nuestros institutos de conocimiento, necesitamos trabajar mano a mano y adoptar responsabilidades conjuntas. No puedo ver el panel, desafortunadamente, pero bueno, espero poder verlos nuevamente.
We
Sí te podemos ver, pero sí nos estás escuchando. No nos puedes ver, pero estás escuchando. Eso es importante.
Very interesting what Sabine was talking about prior to your presentation, this great challenge for cities that is to have to be working together with different stakeholders that have an important role to play with communities, individuals, education, to address different issues such as the mental health, the impact of climate change, very interesting, on the mental health of young people. That is addressing different aspects because most of us have children, and what can we do, and what are you doing in Buenos Aires City? Because it's interesting what you're doing. For some years now, you have this department or agency that includes circular economy. That's right. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for the city of Buenos Aires to be here at the summit that has become really a leading event at a national level. So we'd like to share the approach we have in our city on circular economy. This is an area that has been working for 3 years now, always trying to identify or to find ways to make a more sustainable city. The city has today, I mean, we understand that circular economy is much more than recycling, there are many other pillars. And the city has been working a lot on recycling, that is recovering waste. There's a lot to be done, of course. I'd like to share a different experience, but the city has already a very robust recycling project in place for some years now, but we considered other issues. That is, what kind of materials, products that end up in landfills that can be reused, so that can be reintroduced in the chains to mitigate greenhouse gases. We know the city of Buenos Aires waste they rank in the third place related to the production of greenhouse gases. So we're actually, trying to recover the materials that end up in landfills. Since last year, we've been working on a roadmap that is a circular economy strategy. There are many cities in the world that have this roadmap. Amsterdam, for example, has it. This strategy is our framework and our management plan for the next years. This strategy was based on a different analysis of the production matrix of the city of Buenos Aires.
and then to prioritize and identify the economic sectors that have more potential to become circular. And once we analyzed 14 economic sectors, we prioritized three. These three are the ones we're working on, and we're creating different action plans. Once we identify the three sectors, the food industry, that involves, hotels, restaurants, that is waste, that we know that, for example, moist waste or reduces the effects. We're also working a lot on textile sector. The city does not have a specific platform to recover textiles, and this is why one of the reasons why I'm here is to visit the center Córdoba has in place. So it's always good to know what others are doing, to learn about the best practices we can implement in our city. And the third sector is transportation, specifically waste transportation, for example, tires and batteries. So we're working on this. All of our action plans are focused on this, and this strategy and the action plans, because this strategy will be posted, it will be available to Argentina as a whole and to the world. It was key to develop. We developed it with the private sector, because when we devised the different plans and we set the different goals, we did it with the companies, civil society organizations, and stakeholders of the different sectors. It's really pointless from the government to create, standards that are really not, they cannot be landed then. So we need to create the right opportunity and the right framework so as to support this development. So this circular economy strategy has been devised with them, and part of the action plan was also developed with them, and this is our main goal. And on the other hand, we also have an important approach that you mentioned before, which is the cultural change or mindset change. That is how we can support and help citizens and residents on the importance, for example, of separating and segregating materials, to be more careful about the use of resources such as water, electricity, and that our challenge is to support kids, residents, people in general, so that the message on the importance of being more careful about the environment, because this involves, mitigating and minimizing climate change effects, which involves many, many issues. So this helps us, develop projects so that people in general can actually, get on board.
It's very interesting in many ways what you're working on in the city of Buenos Aires, and I would like to go back to you, Nasli, because since Analia told us, was very interesting. You said a few phrases that were very interesting in your presentation, but it would be nice to hear you go deeper into some of the experiences that you may have developed in the area of you are at a city level government, right? This is not a provincial government, right? State government. I wanted to clarify that, and I want you to tell us a little bit about some of the regulations, the framework regulations that drove some concrete projects, as Analia said, that happened in Buenos Aires. And if you wanted to share some of the specific cases of work or some of the directives, maybe that have something particular with some sort of a specific problem that That's the moment sometimes when the best ideas appear and when we can take inspiration to replicate this. Yes, I represent Colombia. I represent the sector that where I am is the Valle del Cauca department, which Colombia has 32 departments. One of them is Valle del Cauca, and it's one of the 7 most important departments in Colombia. So at Valle del Cauca, we adopted the national policy of circular economy, and we joined the national climate change plan, and we are the first Latin American country who has signed the circular economy compact, and we have a national roundtable for the emergency of climate change based on what has happened in our country. And we have been working in the Valle del Cauca department where I work in, and from our team we have been doing an entire transition based on those national policies and based on what Colombia has signed at an international level. The treaties, the protocols, the agreements. Let's say that Colombia is one of the first countries that have joined the treaty for the reduction of greenhouse gases, and we have started an entire process of formulating and structuring our management plan for climate change. There are 57 specific mitigation actions and 78 adaptation actions that aim at having these strategies that we're doing in the department to apply to the national policy of climate change and the national circular economy strategy. In our department, we have 22 ordinances, 22 public policies that have led to have our department become one of the pioneers in conservation and in the implementation of strategic actions for the conservation of biodiversity. We have actually been selected into the COP16 for all of the activities that we have been doing to recover biodiversity and the actions that we have made. One of them that I think it's worth sharing, that I think that every country should move forward importantly, but they should join it, is the implementation of collaborative platforms. This action has led to us having all of the private actors, companies, guilds, associations, unions, the academic sector, the research sector, to be all of them together in technical roundtables, technical work groups, where we have been able to move forward in the different topics. We have a collaborative climate change platform that gathers the national level authority as well as the environmental authorities in our department, which is the CBC, and the Dharma and the EPA, which because we have 2 districts in the department. We have Buenaventura, which is part of the Pacific coast of Colombia, and Tacna, which is the Cali district, which is the capital of the department. These institutions have joined to implement actions that we had been doing individually, which thanks to this collaborative platform we have been able to join together, to get together, and also with the private sector, with a public-private partnership. We have implemented a compact with over 170 private companies, and from our side as a development plan, we have had our development plan passed with a new government. We have a new governor for 6 months, and we have achieved, we have been able to have our management plan, and we were able to implement a program, an exclusive program for climate change, which is called the Action Implementation for the PIC implementation, which is the PIC is the Climate Change Implementation Program. And we also have a green economy and businesses, and this has led to us having several of these companies implementing not just a policy but also for them to be able to contribute in the financial issues. We have been providing them with some contributions from the government, reducing taxes, and to guarantee marketing with more tempting prices, because if they have a green seal, they will have many advantages in the spaces that we create for business rounds, for imports, for the representation of our country in important places, showing what they have been doing within the reduction of in terms of the reduction of their carbon footprint and their transition towards the marketing of carbon credits, and also the implementation of actions that have allowed us to recover several strategic important ecosystems that were in deterioration, and thanks to these companies we have been able to contribute significantly to the recovery and the reestablishment of these ecosystems. As for unions, when I was telling you that we have an agricultural country, and the Valley of Cauca is one of the most important agricultural departments in the country. And now we are working with the producers of sugarcane, and we have been working with them with biomass energy production. We are also talking about the sugarcane fiber use, in which we have been achieving a responsible consumption, and we are also working with sustainable purchase on our department. We have adopted an act by which a national law that forbids the use of single-use plastics, and we have a decree in which none of the offices in the government can purchase materials that cannot be reusable or that can lead us to take it to another business or to another level. So we are fostering an important action to make the Cauca Valley a decarbonized department. We have launched our Cauca Valley strategy towards the decarbonization journey, and we have joined together to create this economic and environmental benefits. So that's why we have these collaborative platforms, which we think that are very important, because we create public-private partnerships where the government wins and the private companies win, and they are able to participate in these spaces, and they have competitive advantages based on other companies in relation to other companies that haven't started with this transition, but many countries are visiting us because they see the great power with biomass generation to create new energy sources, and of course new circular economy strategies that go around the organized civil society, as my partner here, my co-panelist here was mentioning. We are also working with Afro communities, with indigenous communities, and we are working on important processes with our PSI strategy. And this strategy is the payment for environmental services. And we have been able to implement new job generation and employment generation initiatives around circular economy, and all of that was thanks to those public policies and those tools that have allowed us to include them within the development plan by our governor, and of course that these actions are included in the plans of these private companies. Thank you for your brilliant answer. And Jose, as for Ecuador, Nasli was talking about this detail about everything that has been dealt by the public sector, and about this collaboration and the carrot for the private sector to enroll. And you started by saying something that was very interesting, which was that you mentioned that working in sustainability is a business. We need to look at sustainability as a business, and we need to solve this with these issues that of the respect for the environment and profitability. You have mentioned that they are not antagonistic concepts. And what do you propose from the public sector as policies to generate this process, to have the private sector join these actions, to work with sustainability standards and also to work actively in that? Okay, definitely we need to start with trying to understand that when we talk about sustainability, there are no geographic borders. We are talking about a planet issue. So there we are living a threefold planetary crisis, which is a crisis with three very serious components, which are climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and the large amounts of waste generation. And these great crises that are interconnected have extremely important consequences, not just to the ecosystem in the planet, but also for public health and global economies. And undoubtedly, if we talk about climate change affects in different ways the natural catastrophes, the increase of the sea level, as my co-panelist said. Uh, we have the increase of temperature that affects economic development in cities. So we have a huge problem from the climate change issue. Then if we look at the loss of biodiversity, definitely the extinction of species affects human health. The extinction of species affects plague control, pollination, because everything is connected in a way. And waste generation definitely affects our health and our economy. So, having said that, and if we understand that we are in a sustainable model, public policy needs to be completely related, interconnected with the private sector, with academia, and with civil society. We're not talking about isolated facts, and in the case of Ecuador, since you asked, I was mentioning the public policies, and they definitely activate the private sector. In Ecuador, for example, a little bit over 10 years ago, we created a waste management public policy which activated businesses related to a circular economy. We can talk about this from a company point of view. And we have three businesses that are born from public policy, not because private sector said that this is a business that is unsustainable and I want to do something to save the planet. No, this was born from a public policy which has clear standards and controls and incentives, and this public policy activates the private sector so that they understand that each and every one of us are responsible for what we produce and what we put in the market. So just to set an example, if we can talk about the model that we talk about, which is for tires, for electrical appliances. But if we talk about tires, we get 7 million tires a year in Ecuador. And our model today generates over $8 million in private investment, has extracted or has prevented over 3 million tires to be disposed of inappropriately. We have created over 1,000 new jobs. And you can see that the circular economy models are the models that we need for economic development. We cannot keep thinking that we have a finite planet where we have this giant warehouse, which is the nature, and that we can continue with this consumption model and that everything will remain at our disposal. So public policies are very important because they activate entrepreneurship, they activate innovation, and at the end of the day, when we take this into a language that business people can understand about how can this benefit me, even though there is a law by the government that is initially perceived as a threat, as a problem, a load, a cost. But at the end of the day, what you're aligning is policies at a market level. Today, there isn't any bank, there isn't any multilateral organization if you don't have carbon footprint estimations and sustainability. Yes, and I wanted to ask you because we have a broad discussion in Congress, which was partially solved today, and part of what we are discussing is a large investment incentive. If there are fiscal incentives, exchange incentives, and maybe one of these policies needs to have an environmental access. Yes, there's no way if we look at it from the planet, only for circular economy businesses, there are over $3 trillion available. And no investment fund, no multilateral bank, no top level bank can loan money for a project that you cannot show that you have sustainability indicators, carbon footprint indicators, water footprint indicators. There's no way to access resources without looking at this because we have seen that these are cross-sectional topics that affect the public sector, the private sector, the academic sector, and the NGOs, and finally and ultimately the quality of life of people, because what public entities look for is to improve the quality of life of people. And the only way in which you can have a more appropriate quality of life with responsible investments that are sustainable through time is to have environmental considerations. The bank has lost tens of millions of dollars because they have not considered social and environmental risks. So banks do not loan money to you if you have not considered the possible environmental and social contingencies, because you put the credit at risk. So public policies structure, organize, and foster the possibility for different social actors to get together and produce in a sustainable way. Today you cannot talk about cities without the idea of sustainability. A city that depends on the use of resources cannot think of growing without thinking about sustainable mobility, sustainable architecture, renewable energy, circular economy. That's all public policy. And that activates entrepreneurship, innovation. The current economic model is based on how public policy, how a proper public policy, an honest, transparent policy with controls can start to move the economy of a country. Sabine, are you there?
Você está escutando a gente? Agora estamos vendo você. Eu tinha uma pergunta para
I had a question for you, but I don't know if you wanted to make a closing remark. This is probably related with what Jose was introducing, because you were talking about, for example, sustainability as a standard, as a requirement for funding uh, from public entities, from private entities, this cross-sectionality about how this is changing into a way of doing things. And it would be interesting to get to know your experience about this issue, about how is this conversation being led in the European Union, and how do you see that for a city like Amsterdam, how does it work to drive this issue of climate change, of environmental policies, being part of an integrated community like Amsterdam with a green agenda, with a strong green agenda? I imagine that that sense of belonging to this agenda makes this job a lot easier. I don't know if it was a huge question, I know, but I wanted to understand a little bit about what do you reflect about those topics.
So much for this question. Actually, I must say, although we're talking about a very serious subject, the way our discussion goes makes me rather positive and optimistic. I was already referring to the fact that we are here in a panel with governmental experts and private sector, which is of course crucial. in order to be able to address this. And that's definitely not always the case that our ambitions are aligned. So the fact that national governments, local governments, private sectors are aligned and intend to be complementary, to me is a very positive conclusion of what I've heard today. Of course, in a country like the Netherlands, the European Union is crucial, and there's a lot of legislation coming our way as a local government as well. I mean, as is the case in many of the big challenges our society faces, local governments and actually civil society is crucial plays a crucial role in implementing all this legislation and ambition. So that's why in my previous intervention, I also focused on the initiatives we take to engage our residents. That's really crucial, and it's positive to see that many are actually willing to take this responsibility. Of course, we will enter an interesting phase, both nationally, I would say, and internationally, with more climate skeptic, I would say, both European and national government, which only makes the role we as local governments have to play more important. And well, like I said, as a city, we are really willing to take that role, and so working together with cities all over the world in this. Within Europe, we are part of what's called the 100 Climate Neutral Cities Initiative. We are also a member of C40, like Buenos Aires. So strengthening city-to-city cooperation, especially within the multilateral framework, is really, I think, very important, and will probably be even more so in the years to come. So, and then in addition, I think we also need to dare to make some difficult choices. You were asking about what we do. And we actually, when making policy, we of course have to, as a government, set the good example. So within our procurement, we have very strict sustainability criteria. We are also reducing the raw materials that we use as a city. We try to add value to the waste streams, which is something that Buenos Aires was also referring to, and we try to facilitate and support the initiatives of whether it's private sector or of our own residents. So we have been talking in this panel about one of the most important challenges of our time. But the way the discussion has gone, I'm actually optimistic that by working together we will be able to address the issue. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share our thoughts with you.
Analia, could you talk about some of the issues we haven't really touched on, public policies related to mitigation, and a very important challenge, which is to escalate the effects. There are many interesting experiences because people participate, companies participate, but when we have a look at the different impacts and outcomes, we see that there is a gap. How can we close with this gap? Do you have some experience in CABA? Escalating is the challenge, because and to also make projects to foster projects. I mean, the truth is that large companies, many companies, for example, have really high goals to recover their waste, their packaging, their bottles, and they cannot really reach these goals without the responsibility because these standards and these legislations are actually they show the possibility to escalate these projects. And as Jose was saying, I believe we need to understand that circular economy is dynamic. I mean, we need to make sectors more dynamic. We're not really going against consumption. It is a different way of producing. It is to understand that with the public policies and the right frameworks in place, we can do different kinds of productions. We can consume differently and produce differently, and we can do it together with the private sector. I think having a partnership, building partnerships with the private sector, it is a way to escalate. In Buenos Aires, we have different projects. For example, the management of batteries. From the recovery process and so on, and we're also doing it with tires. So we know that thousands of tires are being produced, and we have so many tires that are being wasted, and we don't have a traceability. So we have a legislation in place. We don't have a legislation in place that, in a way, formalizes the whole circuit, so that each of the sectors can become accountable, so we can trace that, so we can see the impact that is being created. And this is the way the private sector has, and as a government, we have, in order to recover and to reach higher goals. Because circular economy is here to stay. We can have some slower processes. Other cities can be more advanced, but there's no turning point. I mean, we either get on board, or we'll be carried away by this movement. We are not the so we have to do it, and we don't have really a lot of time. I mean, we have to do it urgently. This was the whole idea behind the panel, right? Because we've been able to listen to people that are working a lot in partnerships to mitigate impacts and to change this reality. I'd like to thank all of the panel members. Thank you, Florencia. Thank you for your participation. Very interesting talks. Congratulations. The whole setup and everything looks really nice from here. And we have a lot of people in the room. This is really great. People that are here with us on site, but many people that are listening to us via streaming. And we like to tell them, particularly, the whole conference area and the fair is so great. It is really worthwhile visiting. There's the bioeconomy area, the education area. There are many schools that are taking part, the incubators with over 30 projects that are, competing with their projects. And I had the opportunity to just tour the fair, and it looks really amazing. she is a very curious reporter. She just went out to take a look around. And what did you see? Well, let me tell you what I saw. But have you had the chance to take a look at the fair and tour around? Not yet? You should do it. You should do it. Okay. So I saw a bit of everything. I mean, there's an ice cream store um, that is thinking about a new type of packaging. So you get a recycled, um, cone. So it's like going to the supermarket and taking your bag. I mean, I like, decoration, and I saw some lamps that are manufactured with different containers and bottles that look really amazing. Also using corrugated cardboard paper. You did that in 5 minutes. Yes, yes. And I'm determined to go back because there's so many things to see, so many projects. I was, but I think you should go. You should go in the next break. Yes, You really talked me into it. I'll do it. I'll do it. As in the previous editions, we also welcome you to enjoy this fair. There's also sustainable transportation. There are some test drives. You can try some of the vehicles. There's an They're really great and fun things to see. This is what we're trying to convey, that this kind of world is really possible. It is not the economy of the future. The future is this economy. Let's move on to the next panel on urgent actions towards a more circular region. With us, we have the president of Enso Cravero, who's the moderator. Participants of this panel, Marcela Mora Arellano, who's the senator of the Congress of Mexico. Victoria Flores, who's the Minister of Environment and Circular Economy of the government of province of Córdoba. Carlos de Miguel from Leslie Bridge, who's a professional expert from the Office of Green Businesses and the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development from Colombia. Jorge Foloni, who's the Executive Director of the Center of Excellence in Innovation and Transformative Technologies for a Circular Economy. Welcome. And Marcela Mora from Mexico. Welcome. This panel, where we want to have a look at how we're doing region-wise in terms of circular economy and how we are creating the right mechanisms for this transition. We have very similar scenarios in the region. Carlos, and so we'll have a look at some sort of diagnosis from the whole region and how we can devise effective public policies. Victoria Flores, who's the Minister of Environment from Córdoba. How can we develop public policies to accelerate the transition. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. The question is quite broad, and there are many things to consider. Those of us who were in local governments, we know that everything begins in, circular economy begins at a local government level, and evolution implies leaving, the romantic side to it and the economic model in order to move towards, you know, production processes and to be able to escalate production processes. And today in the province of Córdoba, we're transitioning because there are 427 towns and cities that have this purpose, to look at green jobs, for example, as an option to start with. And to replicate what we did in the city of Cordoba. We're creating a lot of legislations that are aimed to support these processes. So we need to begin with the basis, with the foundations, but without the standards and legislations, we'll never be able to actually start to develop industrial and production processes. What we don't have in the process is to make these programs, to launch them so that they reach the right scale that is required, so that they create, the right chains. And we need to work on accountability, not only, from the part of the local governments, but we need to address, as individuals, we are generators, we are creators, so we need specific legislations. Because all in all, it's all about costs that towns and cities need to face. Thank you, Victoria. Brigitte from Colombia, responsible for green businesses. How are you, working on this? Thank you for this invitation, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the invitation in the first place. Public policies in our country are devised based on green, inclusive, sustainable businesses. We're working with the community, we're getting to know territories. So it's important to think in these policies from the global to the local territories. We need to approach the territories to get acquainted with their needs and their particular scenarios. And also the community participation is important in the process, the implementation process of these policies. As a country, we've been working on this in this sense to integrate the different interest groups so we can connect them in this process of policy making. And this makes an important contributions because the institution and the government become more reliable. And then there's the incentive issues. It's important to have policies that not only regulate but also support, and policies that are sort of incentives to the local communities and stakeholders in general. Thank you, Brigitte. We'll now move on to Carlos. We'll give the floor to Carlos from ICLAC. He's a chief researcher from ICLAC. What kind of policies are you working on and creating to enhance the transition of circular economy in the region? First of all, Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Enzo Cravero. Let me talk a little about the context. And if we look at the regional situation and the regional scenarios at a world level, we're really far from reaching circular economy objectives. Circular economy is mainly associated to Sustainable Development Goal number 12. And if we look at the indicators, and we're really close to 2030, this was set as the time to achieve these objectives. Most of the indicators are not going to be met. There's been some progress, public and private partnerships and so on, different opportunities that emerged. However, we still need a lot has to be done to be able to achieve these objectives. We've been able to reduce waste, that is true. We've been able to do many things. But in terms of progress, we have a lot to be done in the region. The other issue has to do with the importance of advancing in terms of circular economy from a CLAC. We analyze the whole region. If we look at the indicators and we look at the number of people that are under the line of poverty, at a rate of 4%. If we look at growth data in the region since the 80s, we're talking about rates that are below 2.7%, and since 2010, we're looking at a growth of 1.6 with periods of 0.8%. So our growth requires different kinds of developments and projects that would impact on these rates. If we looked at the regional growth, and the region is really behind. If we look at, for example, emissions that are related to different kinds of the use of waste and pollutants, I think this should decrease in our region. So we need really fundamental transformations in the way we do things in the region, and not only for the region but for the planet as a whole. And if we look at the progress made at a regional level, for example, different national contributions, we see that the waste sector and the chain sector is one of the sectors that are right in the middle, in the center, to actually foster this transformation at a CLAC, to actually break this gap with a low growth that is not enough to actually involve all of the people in these markets, and to actually so that they can leave poverty. We've been able to develop a set of priorities of production development that are sectors, for example, transportation sector, energy transformation is also key, and other issues, other sectors related to change. And this is where circular economy comes into place, because it's going to be one of the key things that actually will have an impact on climate change, that will have an impact on the environmental indicators. And then I will later provide some examples. If in Latin America and the Caribbean, if we recycled, for example, at the level of Germany, would be creating 1 million jobs, additional jobs, and this would play a key role in the regional product. And if we did it as Germany does it, where this sector of recovery and recycle that is not the whole, you know, circular economy issue. It's a driving sector because it drives, many other sectors. Recycling sectors are still niche sectors in Latin America, and they should be the driving force. So we need to acknowledge that in the region, because there is a lot of informal economy, this sector has a lot of jobs that are associated to informal economy, and transitions will need to incorporate this social component to create decent jobs and high quality jobs that can actually consolidate regional growth and productivity. Then I'll go into specific political public policies. Thank you, Carlos. Let's move on to Marcela now, who's the senator from Mexico, the Congress of Mexico, and Brigitte and Victoria. You mentioned you talked about the importance of creating conditions in order to enhance circular economy. And in Mexico, you're working on a federal law, right? Could you tell us a little about this experience? And thank you. And so, good morning, everyone. My name is Marcela Mora. I'm I'm a senator in the Republic of Mexico. As Enzo just said, we have the general legislation of circular economy, so we have the right framework in place of all of the efforts of public policies that are made in this sense. Let me first of all like to thank the organizers of this summit, because we're here to discuss circular economy. And the fact of you being here, the fact of us being here, talks about the importance of this issue. And let me just raise a question. How can we make circular economy, how can we make it sexier so that it's more valuable? How can we, make this initiative, how can we enhance it and make it appealing so that they have value? This is the question I like to raise, because this question was the question that we asked ourselves before, drafting this law. The Latin American region, the Caribbean, have a lot of challenges, as Carlos just said, from ECLAC. Many challenges, but I believe that what we're doing has to be decided upon. We need to achieve these results. And in Mexico, we have the legislation that was recently passed. However, we have a two-chamber system, and they decided to, to just postpone it. But we have the law in place already. That's an important thing. I was just checking several initiatives in terms of solid actions in the region, and I had the opportunity to see important value chains in Argentina, in Uruguay, and Chile. These boots, for example, my socks, these clothes I'm wearing, they have all been manufactured with recycled materials. But we need the right mechanisms in place for this to happen. And it's not what we do every day, but also not important that, but also to escalate this, to go to the companies, the markets, the governments, and how we can do this as a community. Thank you. This is from Argentina, of course, right? It's from Argentina. Finally, Jorge Foloni, Director of the Center of Excellence in Innovation and Transformative Technologies, the only center of innovation in Argentina. It's an OAS center. How, from the center, are you planning, policies? Thank you, Enzo, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. The different countries are moving at different paces. As Carlos said, the main challenge is this climate change that is a reality. We are at a boiling point. We will not be able to achieve the SDGs that we have set for 2030. There are some issues that there's no way to fix them. In Latin America, we concentrate over 70% of the biodiversity in the world. It needs to be protected, regenerated. From this standpoint, this program from the Prospectus Americas, it's an OAS program that aims at developing different research centers in Latin American countries. Today, we have the honor to be, to have our own center of excellence based in Córdoba for the Americas. And as Enzo said, it's the only center of excellence for transformative technologies. From this center, we'll consider the different models that are being used and deployed in Latin America, Ecuador, the case of Mexico with the standards and legislations, the case of Colombia. So when Brigitte and Victoria was talking, we have a global challenge in place, and actions and solutions are local. And we need to have an interconnection. We need to have a network in place that actually brings the private sectors and the public sectors together. We have a network that involves, the different sectors that are left behind. For example, to bring in the different sectors and to create green jobs. We have a successful model in place in our city. This is why we received this award that has to do with to create a circular economy model in a city that creates green jobs and environmental benefits, and that actually fosters circular economy, and we can transfer from a linear model to a circular model. Not only sharing best environmental practices, but also mapping the different projects, circular economy projects in Latin America, to bring up this table or cluster of circular economy in Latin America, where we can design strategies from the local level to meet the global challenges that has to do with climate change. Thank you, Jorge. Another round of questions. Questions that have to do with your previous presentations, the role of the private sectors and public sectors related to circular economy. Brigitte. you talked about this. What kind of strategies do we have at a state level in order to to bring in the private sector on a common or shared roadmap? It's important. It's important to actually join these efforts with the academia education. They play a key role. In Colombia, we've been working with different research centers, incubators, universities, schools on green businesses, sustainable businesses, and inclusive businesses. So as we create these businesses that involve all these production chains that provides different services that have a positive environmental impact from the private sector, we can create these anchor companies that are connecting, that are developing these green businesses and green activities in their own companies. So this connection that is being made from, for example, the green growth policies and green consumption policies, we've had an impact. We've been able to change consumption patterns and also support this transition from a linear economy to a biodiversity economy, inclusive, knowledge-based economy.
Thank you. And now let's move on to Carlos, who is going to ask him a question. How can we involve the private sector if they have a public policy that involves the private sector in circular economy? Thank you very much. So to go into circular economy, we need to have a series of actions that go from the public policies to the regulatory frameworks, but we also need to align the economic incentives, and that's a fundamental issue for the private sector. Our region has started working with strategies and laws for circular economy, but as you know, the environmental regulations in the region are there, but we don't have the implementation. So what we need is to align, as I said, those incentives, and that requires that there are incentives for producers and consumers. Some of them are carrots, some of them are the stick. And regarding the private sector, the private sector is the main actor to develop the production chains, the clusters. The main actors are the clusters that foster circular economy. We had a friend from Buenos Aires we have supported them with the roadmap, and we have identified a large number of clusters which foster circularity and which may have a future with their economic processes and circularity. So we need to expand that chain, and I think that that's fundamental. And we also need to develop extended responsibility laws for the producers, because that creates production chains. We have the different timetables so that people who use them can use the value of those products. But we need to create standards of labeling, of compatibility, etc., to allow the private sector to start internalizing in the first stages of production of design all of the criteria of circular economy. We have been working with the design for the possibility to have regulatory frameworks for electrical vehicle batteries. So the new sectors need to adapt circular economy from the first moment, and we need to adapt to in areas that we are already adapting traditional sectors. We have very important work with business responsibility with recycling in Chile, and the idea is that we can provide public sector with the potential that they have in the reduction of waste generation, and also the storage places and the times can help the private sector estimate their possibilities in this area. So this starts from the support to innovation, the financing for transformation, of course, the producer extended responsibility, and all the labeling standards that allow us to go into the second part of this area, which is the consumer. So the consumer needs to choose these products, so that we need to have competitive relative products and to have the possibility of discriminating positively for those products in the market. And that's fundamental, so that consumers can, it's fundamental that the consumers can make those decisions. And finally, we have the waste issue, which there we need to have a very active policy in gathering and in recycling. We have a very low ratio of recycling. There's a lot of potential to invest in this area, but that needs to stop being a cost. There are costs which are involved. Everyone needs to pay based on the idea of the people who contaminate need to pay. And we also need to create incentives for the market. So now at the CEPAL, we are supporting Uruguay, we are supporting the government of Buenos Aires, and the idea of incorporating the private sectors and productive clusters is fundamental, and that's the line that we are fostering. So we are using national strategies and legislation, but we're also working on the micro area by generating opportunities in the production chains so that they integrate in circular economy processes. And I also wanted to add, as my latest co-panel said, we need to add the climate change issue. All of the countries by next year need to create their next bids. So, and we need to stay, if we need to stay under the 1.5 degrees of the temperature increase, and of course of the two increases. So that means that we need to bet on doing structural changes, and that's something that we need to do at all of the sectors of emission reduction, and not only on that area, but also in the better treatment in the cycle of production and consumption. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos. Now, Jorge, you have also mentioned in the initial presentation how do we think about this from a center to empower the involvement of the private sector to move forward in this area. Well, I believe that the axis, the center of the process that we have in Córdoba, we have a circular economy model which is successful, which is consolidated, but which is still developing. And this process that we lived and we experienced in Córdoba, we are trying to replicate it in different states, in different countries, and the core in this is the circular economy cluster, the Latin American circular economy cluster. In that massive Latin American table, we don't only need to have the private sector, not only the public sector, but mainly the most relegated sectors, where we need to aim to take the knowledge there. I liked what Marcelo said about what do we do. Marcela said, sorry. And the key for all of this model to work is for this model to be attractive. And for this model to be attractive, we need to create opportunities. We need to create economic opportunities, which are the engine of all processes. Well, we're talking about a sustainable economic development, which is what what the linear paradigm was ignoring. So we need to move into a 4.0 economy. We need to lean on the automation of processes. We need to support ourselves on the satellite follow-up of all of the information in real time. All of the technologies that today are being applied in different countries, we need to be able to translate them into other models, and we need to replicate them throughout the Latin American society so that all of us as a region can move at the same speed, fundamentally incorporating all processes. So this is a very important challenge, because we are not only talking about the fact that we need a structural change, but we also need to have a cultural change. These words that Carlos was mentioning, the habits. Habits are a very simple but a very complicated challenge to change the social habits of each and every one of our citizens in each and every one of our regions, to understand that in our homes we need to separate our waste, and we need to try to turn them into products for other processes. Companies need to start with eco design to prevent waste at the end of the chain. We need to think about the manufacture of these products so that they can be reinserted into the chain. We need to map the different factors in the different cities, regions at these times, so that they can articulate together, so that they can produce a circular model that can power the entire economic development of a Latin American region that has been forgotten. But we believe that this circular economy model is the quickest way out, the most equitable way out for the Latin American region. Thank you very much. Now, Marcela, we wanted to ask you again a little bit about this fact of making it sexy, making circular economy sexy. And I think that the private sector is also walking towards that. But how are you thinking about this? How are you imagining to empower, to include the private sector as part of the potential on circular economy? Well, a moment ago, Carlos from Santiago, I think he's in Santiago, was very clear about this. You need to use both the carrot and the stick, but it's easier with the carrot. Basically, an example is that in Mexico, in the city of Mexico, and Guadalajara, Monterrey, which are the three main cities in my country, we have currently, which has come from private initiative, we have machines in the different parks, which, if you carry a plastic bottle, for example, your soda, your water, your milk bottle made of plastic, of any cardboard waste, and you insert it in the machine, and what that machine does is that it gives you value back for what you received, for what you sent, sorry, for what you took. What does it give you back? Who of you have a retirement account? Raise your hands. Nobody here? Okay, everyone. Okay. So imagine that with that action of taking your bottle, you're generating points, you're getting points for your retirement pensions. So that may sound like it's not giving me anything, but in the immediate terms, I can exchange that for food or for services. That's one of the initiatives that we are making. It's one of the initiatives by the private sector that has been expanding in the concrete case of Mexico. Another one is at the cooperation level among governments and between governments and a private initiative. Is related to the Sembrando Vida project, which is, anyone can check it in Google, in internet, can check what is this program about. It's the most important reforestation program in the region, which we have imported to other latitudes, such as Colombia, Ecuador, and especially Central America. letting people know that there's a social responsibility with companies is part of the regulatory framework, it's part of the everyday practices, and as Carlos has said a while ago, our speaker from ECLAC, that this involving companies is only going to, we need to encourage this, we need to foster this, so that we need to do this by tax breaks or higher taxes. If you have greater emissions, you need to pay more. I heard a while ago, I'm sorry that I'm going to be repeating Carlos's name so much, but I'm very interested in listening to how international organisms are thinking about circular economy. So if we reach the level of Germany, and I brought an image that I don't think that we are going to be able to show, but in the previous COP and COP, which was in the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, there was a fantastic image where you could see a guy carrying a balloon, which was my size, and a girl who was carrying this very small balloon, smaller than a volleyball. And what they do is a performance. Okay, there you can see it. You can see it. He is German. She's from Kenya. And this balloon is the amount of greenhouse gases that Germany emits. And what she is holding is the amount of greenhouse gases which come from Kenya. And who's paying for all of those carbon bonds? Africa and Latin America. That's why we need to have companies supporting us, so that we have a lobby to have countries like Germany to pay with debt bonds their carbon footprint. This is the way it has to be. Excellent. That's a very interesting geopolitical debate, which is very current, very constant, and we are going to be addressing this in other panels today, later on. So it's really interesting. So now we move on to Victoria to close this round of questions. How do you think, from the federal side, from the provincial government, how are you planning to include the private sectors? Which carrots or which sticks do we have from politics to incentivize them? Well, I actually heard everyone, and the theory sounds beautiful. I think that all of us share the road ahead, but the great question is, how do we as local governments create these incentives so that we have the impact of the balloon image that we saw? Who pays the damage that is generated when the model is highly productive and it does not consider sustainable or environmental aspects? So the only road is the monetization of environment. And you will think this woman is crazy, but as I consider, all of the countries that still have lots of natural resources, natural riches, are the ones who are paying it. And we don't need to be romantic with this analysis. When we are compared with Germany, I don't want to be compared with Germany. I want us to start developing our own policies, and for us to be aware that that Latin America at least has very important resources that we need to know how to monetize, so that our economic system can be Germany's, and then we can start comparing ourselves with Germany. But when we're talking about emissions versus not emitting, the balloon metaphor is real, and from our government we are working in local markets. If we don't start monetizing our possibility of capturing natural riches, our biodiversity, if we don't make it more attractive from the point of view of taking care of it, monetizing it, and also following the chain of waste. We have, if we talk about resources, we talk about energy, we talk about other resources, and I think that Latin America today, in what Jorge said, is waking up to be able to assess and to value the resources, because the environment does not understand of jurisdictions, doesn't care about continents. Greenhouse gases are affecting us all, but not all of us have the same policies. And this is something that I share with what our speaker from the ECLAC was saying. If we don't speak the same language, it's going to be very hard for us to take care of our environment. We're going to have individual actions, but we're not going to be able to measure this impact. The greenhouse gases are going to be we're going to adapt to them. We're going to be able to put a color on them, but we need to start translating this to local markets. When we're talking about carbon credits, we're talking about plastic credits. We're talking about showing the people who don't care about the environment, who use a lot of resources. We need them to look at our continent and to think about compensating and offsetting what we are not willing to do. And if we're thinking about the 2030 agenda, we're not on the right place, but we're on the right path. And I think that there's a lot of willingness to give this debate. We know which is the diagnosis. We don't know if it is more of a carrot, more of a stick, but we actually need to start acting. And local governments need to know that from the diagnosis we're all going to agree, but the actions need to be local, need to be shared, and need to be measurable. Because we are not going to be able to talk about this if we don't know which is the line that we are starting from, and how are we going to make this line smaller, this impact smaller. Because and if we're talking about Latin America, this also impacts poverty. We have a very undesirable level of green employment. So we think we have a long road ahead. So for the public and the private sector, we need to start monetizing these actions, because we're not going to leave the romantic point of view. Thank you very much. Now, let's just very short. I'm going to ask each of our panelists just to leave a small question at the end for you to leave a message linked to the general idea of the panel. But just a quick question. We're going to start with Carlos, who has been used the time the longest. So we're going to be very, very brief. The limitations that we have as a region, that we have been discussing them a little bit throughout the panel. But what limitations would you highlight that we can see from Latin America to go deeper in this road? Well, I don't know if I have extended, but I want to talk about certain things, and I'm going to change. Let's forget about Germany. If we can achieve recycling and we create the appropriate clusters, that we would create that number of GDP, and we're going to get that increase in employment. I agree with the issue of providing economic value and monetization to these issues, because if we globalize the issue of the material use, it's going to be very high for us, because we are exporters of raw materials and we create products so that other people produce. So that shows that we are we're suppliers of raw materials and energy for the planet, and this needs to be offset. There are reports that where we can see this clearly for Latin America. And about actions, we have mentioned local governments. It's very important. The reality is that circular economy is much more than carbon dioxide emissions. It's more related to water impact, local contamination, but also efficiency in energy, in water, in materials, in the low generation of waste, and that also creates large economic benefits and large social benefits. So that's the area that we need to aim at, and we need to support local governments. It's fundamental to coordinate policies at the different levels of the state, so that these standards can be landed in different territories, but we need to start actions from the territories, and we need to exchange experiences, especially in the productive sectors. There are many opportunities, but they don't know about them. So we need a change in the productive sector, and we have also mentioned the participation and the awareness of population. That is key for people to understand the results of their actions and their consumption decisions. So that part is also another one of the main areas that we need to consider. And finally, it's also related with the starting point. The region is still uh, surrounded by poverty, is in a position of poverty, so we need to target some of the structural causes of the access of to funding with the fight against poverty, and these issues are going to impact environmental affairs, because you cannot think about the future if you cannot reach the end of the month, and if you don't have access to funding, a company cannot invest in technology. So many of these actions that seem to not be related to circular economy, they actually impact directly the processes for circular economy and the mitigation of the environmental impact. Now let's move on to Brigitte. Thank you. How do you see from your space the limitations that we have as Latin America? You maybe mentioned it a little bit, but just to be a little bit more specific. Well, our limitations are the initial costs, the high initial costs, mainly from the point of view of starting these circular economy processes. And this is where we see the importance of creating these funding sources for green entrepreneurship, for sustainable initiatives, so that we can carry out these processes. Another limitation could be the resistance to change from the producers themselves and from the consumers, and even the technological limitations. This is where, to be able to access technology, research, and articulation with the academia and with private companies, is very important to reach that transition and that transference. Thank you very much for the concrete answer. Jorge, how do you see the limitations from our starting point in the region? Well, from Latin America, mainly in our country, Carlos is right about the structural problems with the economic issues. We have relegated sectors, but I really like Marcela's concept about climate justice. It's true that 70% of the issue of the climate change is the result of the actions of the richer countries. But these are solutions. But we're talking about here about local actions, local government actions, but they need to be under the umbrella of a coordinated regional strategy, which cannot forget about, and we cannot forget about the fact that each country, each city has its own particular issues, its own particular conditions. An action that may be successful in Córdoba, it's not in Mexico or in Cali or in Santiago. So the challenge that we have as a society is to be able to articulate this strategy, this coordinated strategy, and to find the virtues and the weaknesses of each of the models. We have the possibility of offering the world a model of circular economy that is successful, but is perfectible. It can be perfected and it can be developed. Our circular economy development is what we put at the disposal of all of the administrations in the Americans. And I hope that we can take all of the countries moving forward at the same speed in the sustainable development area. But we need to remember that each of our cities has its own particular issues, its own idiosyncrasies, its own limitations. So the challenge for environmental leaders is to be able to join everyone, putting them at the same speed, respecting the idiosyncrasies of each of our cities. Well, thank you very much. Now, Thank you, Marcela. How do you see the limitations? Very short, very brief, so that we can move forward.
The thing is that everybody talked about it already, and I agree with the fact that resistance to change is really important, as Brigitte said, and we need a strategy in place because there are many actions that are not articulated, that are disorganized, besides regionalization, as was pointed by Marcelo. And, making it a romantic, romanticizing some of these actions is also, it's an ordeal, but it's a paradigm shift we need to make because we don't have a way out. Um, I feel that the idea of creating actions toward circular economy, thinking that inequality is not sustainable and that poverty, poor people don't have the capacity to create actions toward circular economy, I do not agree with that because poor populations are really good recyclers and they are between, linear economy and circular economy. We need to become aware of that fact. There's a lot to be done. I know. Having a look at the practices of indigenous peoples would teach us a lot. Ecuador has a lot of initiatives in place. Bottom line, I think this involves a cultural change. Basically, thinking of, person that it collects, cardboard, paper, glass. We conceive these people as, somebody that is doing a job, a low job, but it's not that. So to actually give value not only has to do with economy, it has to do with prestige. And I believe we should actually value the job of the people that help us recycle waste on a daily basis. I like to, support to express my support to the people that make this country possible, that is concerned about issues that have to do with the working class. Thank you, Marcela. Victoria, you have a minute. Some of the limitations we see in circular economy. I'll be brief. I think that the main constraint, you talked about resources, different strategies, but the main constraint is political decision. As Jorge said, the past governor and the current governor, they made the decision to create quality jobs. The people that are involved in waste collection, we've been able to formalize these jobs. I think that the main constraint is not financial, it's not environmental, it is a political constraint. Local governments, state governments, we need to make the right decisions to become responsible because going from one model to the other, from practice to theory to practice takes a lot of time. So as long as we have, political decisions, the models and everything else will be able to be applied. Last minute, a message you'd like to convey so we can take it home with us. Brigitte, it's important to look at this the connection with nature. The biodiversity COP that is going to be held in Cali, Colombia. They're organizing this fair on economy for biodiversity. So the invitation is for the production sectors to develop this approach, to reconnect with nature. We should know that the resources we have now are not unlimited. They are finite, and we are responsible for looking after them, not deplete them, so we can use them appropriately. Marcela. I like to think not only about decision makers. I agree with this political will, right? This is what makes a lot of things possible, but we need to think of all the different levels and have the four C's. I mean, transformation has to do towards circularity, has to be community, creative, and knowledge economy. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to move forward, right? So I think we need to consider these four pillars. Carlos, you have a minute. You see, many things were said, but we have a lot of a great opportunity ahead of us. By the end of October, we'll have the COP of biodiversity COP in Cali. Next year, we'll have another meeting in Brazil, another COP, two main COPs to align economy to the needs of considering the different planet thresholds. And the world economy is going to play a key role in economy and transformation. Circular economy is not to extract and export materials to other parts of the world. Circular economy has to do with the fact of local development, territorial development, high level jobs, or having clusters and efficient chains that look after the environment. And to achieve this, we need to have political decisions in place, commitment, and a lot of work behind these political efforts. So count on ICLAC in order to move forward towards circular economy in Latin America. Thank you, Carlos. We need to make decisions, create actions. There are many governments that are committed. From the province of Córdoba, we've been able to visit different local governments, and we are the example that has to be followed. We need to have regional strategies, and as Brigitte said, we need to revise our connection with nature. So we are called, to wake up to that. And then we will rethink consumption, production, and circular economy in order to create all of these changes that are needed. Thank you. Finally, Jorge. So it would be great, as soon as this summit ends, each of you who are here take a question home with you. What are we doing? What am I doing to improve the environmental situation we're facing? And each of us has a responsibility, an obligation. Are we doing what we have to do as business people in order to contribute to this climate change battle? How many of us are segregating waste at home? How many of us are taking dry waste to a collection center? How many of us are doing compost? How many of us are planting a tree a month in our lands? I think this would be the greatest, desire in this we have from this summit. And this action is not really small. I mean, we are small people, as Galeano said, in a small place, doing small things, but which will have a big impact. And we're here to trying to change the world from Cordoba. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of the panel members. Thank you to the participants, the speakers, because we really learned a lot today. And thank you for your participation and contributions. Marcela Mora Arellano from the Congress of Mexico, Victoria Flores, who's the Minister of Environment and Circular Economy from the government of Córdoba, Carlos de Miguel from ECLAC, Leslie Brigitte from the Green Business Office from the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development from Colombia, and Jorge Foloni, who's the Executive Director of the Center of Excellence in Innovation and Transformative Technologies, and Enzo Cravero, who's the President of BIOCÓRDOBA. Don't forget to get your simultaneous interpretation devices, because when we come back, we'll have a presentation in English. If you go out, you'll find out that we're having a wonderful, beautiful day. Somehow, this nice weather helps us enjoy everything that has been put together in the summit. I had the opportunity to take a look at what's going on outside, and I went to the educational area, which is really wonderful. And there were so many kids taking part in different workshops, games. If you are not with your kids, it's worthwhile anyway visiting it, because they have this, they are aware of what it means to be connected to the environment. And so on Saturday, we will not have these talks, so we'll just have the fair. So it'll be a great opportunity to, for families to come in and have a look around. And there are many also food trucks out there, so you can enjoy some delicious meals. This summit is organized by the Municipality of Córdoba, by BIOCÓRDOBA, and the Secretariat of Environment. We'd like to thank the main sponsors that make this fourth edition possible: the government of Córdoba, the Ministry of Environment from the government of province, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Agency of Córdoba Tourism, Bancor, EPEC, and Santander. We'll now have, after the break, a keynote lecture. So if we are ready, we'll get started. So we'd like to welcome Kari Herlevi, who's the director of the Circular Economy Project CITRA, the Finnish Innovation Fund. And the moderator is Diego Tabachnik, who is a journalist from La Voz del Interior newspaper. A warm round of applause to welcome this keynote lecture. Thank you, Sergio.
Thank you, everyone. As you had discussed before, I'm happy to be here in the summit and happy to be able to talk with a worldwide expert from Finland. So now we're going to move to speak in English. He is already connected.
Where he had the privilege of
experiencia en Silicon Valley, trabajando con
I'm ready. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can see my slides. Okay. It says here, share. Yeah, unfortunately, it has some problems. We didn't have time to test, but maybe I speak freely, so that's maybe the. So that's true. But anyway, buenos dias, Cordoba. It's a privilege to speak at your forum. I'm very glad to see so many circular economy events taking around the world. So this is a great honor. Sitra is a future fund of Finland. So basically working to make sure that Finland prospers in the future. And that's the most important mandate of our organization. We have a 1 billion euro fund that we use only returns of the endowment capital for our activities. We are also very well known for our megatrends analysis, and we all know that the future holds many opportunities, but it's very important to recognize these. There are some elements that I'd like to highlight from the future megatrends at the moment. We know that there are crises and surprises that make future very much look bleak. But we should also make sure that we focus also on the positive images of the future. That's the kind of raison d'etre of circular economy also. And the erosion of nature's carrying capacity can be addressed through ecological reconstruction. That's this year's focus very much in the megatrends. Besides also to focus on sustainable lifestyles and investing in well-being of people as well. Then I would like to mention that circular economy has reached the megatrend status, as we know, but there's so much work to be done. The Circularity Gap Report 2024 stated that the world is only 7.2% circular. So, and at the same time, the total amount of materials consumed by the global economy continues to rise as well. So there's so much things to do in the circular economy at the moment. From Citra's side, we have focused a lot in the business models because the private sector is really in the key driving seat when it comes to innovation and circular economy. So we have classified the circular economy business models very much in different categories. Circular inputs, for example, where replacing linear, unrecyclable resources in the supply chain with circular ones. Secondly, of course, very important is sharing platforms, where we go to the more to digital kind of tools and means to kind of provide services. Product as a service is also important, where we focus on very much on business models such as leasing and renting. And finally, it comes to the product use extension, which is important also in European Union. The main idea of the sustainable product policy, for example, in Europe, is to make sure that we have long-lasting products, which can be repaired, maintained, upgraded, and provide resale services. And finally, it's about recovering materials and resources from products that are not very much used anymore. So we have focused and provided around 100 business cases in Finland that demonstrate the capabilities of businesses. And I also work as a business professional in the boards of companies, so I have practical experience as well. So Sitra has also worked with circular economy, not only from business point of view, but also focusing on education sector. We have integrated circular economy in all education levels in Finnish society. We made the first national roadmap globally for Finland 2016. And finally, we created the World Circular Economy Forum that has been one of the front runners of circular economy globally. In fact, this year's forum in Brussels in April gathered around 1,500 experts from 170 countries, and it gained around 10,000 views online. So it has really gained a momentum and provide the kind of outlook of circular economy in many ways. In fact, forum's motto was "From vision to action," to remind decision makers that the circular economy must stay on the regulatory agenda as well, and also in Europe, so that the Green Deal of Europe would continue as well. And the 160 speakers reminded us how global collaboration, harmonized policies and standards, streamlined financing instruments, and supporting the frontrunner businesses are crucial towards circular economy. Then I'd like to shift a bit to the kind of global north and south perspective. The transition to circular economy needs actions on all levels of society, from local to regional to national and global. And the global north and south may stand at different starting points, but the destination is the same anyhow. And this is highlighted by the importance of collaboration. And we have just launched, together with the European Union, European Commission, the European Union's Circular Economy Resource Center that will focus on the global south kind of dialogue from the European perspective. And finally, it's good to say that collaboration between public and private sectors are essential in developing new policies and ambition level. And for example, on your agenda, I have noticed that you have a very strong focus on bioeconomy, which plays a big role in the circular economy. Experts at the WCF 2024 forum explained that bioeconomy, of course, is not by nature circular. So it's really important to integrate circular thinking in the bioeconomy. And of course, from the bioeconomy point of view, it's important to go towards long-lasting products and high-value applications as well. So finally, about WCF and its next edition. So hopefully you are interested to, and hopefully you have already participated in the forum, but also bio-circular economy will be in the WCF 25 in Latin America highlighted. And of course, I would like to warmly welcome you to all join online and on site for the WCF 2025 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, just in your neighborhood. So, but really, I hope that you all get inspired by the circular solutions in Córdoba, because Argentina, the natural resources you have, has a lot of circular potential, from agriculture to renewable energy as such. But indeed, keep the circular economy momentum continuing, and thank you, Gracias. It's great pleasure to speak at your forum. It's really a very good question. I think we are also on the path of achieving that, not really yet there, but the Nordic values of citizens many ways appreciate long-lasting products, and people are buying secondhand. It's more like a fashion and trend setter nowadays who buys secondhand clothes or goes to the second-hand markets, etc. But I think the most important part is that the value of environment and the kind of quite long history of kind of appreciating what nature provides to the citizens. And I think this is not only in Finland, but in the Nordic countries, heavily valued as well. But in order to shift to use more services, that's also very much rely on the companies that they realize that they can add value by providing services and maintenance and getting kind of a better revenue just from the single point selling. That's also important. So you need to have both consumer and the business side to provide that kind of opportunities. And of course, to a certain extent, regulation is important. European Union regulation is very much what Finland is applying, and we have to influence Brussels to have very, very intelligent regulation in circular economy. Yeah, indeed. When we started our work, first we did a national strategy of circular economy for the country, where one of the focus areas was education. And the main idea was to make sure that Finland has only circular economy natives, so that everybody understands the concept itself. And we at Sitra, took the task of mainstreaming circular economy in Finland, and we started from education sector, and we provided with different education sector players materials for all education levels, from kindergarten level to universities. And one of the key things there was that the circular economy should be integrated in the studies, of course, based on the learning possibilities of the students in the kind of level they are. So in the kindergarten level, very playful stuff, so that they can get the first impression of circular economy, and of course in the universities integrated it to math and science and etc. So it has been very popular, very successful, and hopefully a big investment for the future of Finland. However, that's a slow progress because it takes time for the generations to come to work life. So it's important to focus on the lifelong learning and companies and industries that can apply these already. So that's why we also focused on providing education to industries with different playbooks and courses, so that people in the working life can use the knowledge as well. Yeah, well, it's easiest to start with those that are successful. I think one of the key things, if you think about regulation, for example, in Finland, is that, of course, member countries of the European Union have to apply the regulation coming from Brussels, but you can, of course, go beyond. And one of the interesting policy part of Finnish work at the moment is voluntary agreements with industries, where the idea is that if industry can come to agreement with the government of certain policies, or let's say not policies, but targets, and they can implement those without kind of regulation, that is actually possibly faster routes to the end goal. And that's something that is ongoing at the moment, and we have to, of course, see how that goes and plays out. But it's actually quite interesting and a bit different model than, let's say, hard regulation and something to kind of steer from the regulation point of view. I think that's one interesting. Secondly, I think what has worked is that industries, let's say maybe 5 years, 6 years ago, stated that circular economy and the green transition is not a cost issue, it is a competitive issue. And they have heavily started to invest in circular economy, which means that it has shifted from being smaller pilots to very industrial level activities in different sectors, from textile to plastics and to many others. And I think that's a positive note here as well, that industries can do their own part and develop innovations that work. I think these two are good examples. I'm just trying to think of some things that haven't worked that well. I think overall, what is very challenging, Finland has set a goal of how much natural resources the country can use. And there are not that many countries that have set that kind of goals beyond the kind of carbon neutrality goals. And I think that's hard to measure, first of all, but it's also kind of ambitious to kind of state that you put a cap on natural resources you can use in a domestic use, excluding exports. But I think that's not yet there, definitely. Of course, the goals are further away, but how to track the progress and how to kind of make sure that the targets are reached is extremely difficult. Well, it's a very good question, and maybe hard to define the role of Citra from the overall development of circular economy. I would say that the 2015 timeframe in Europe and in Finland, it was mostly about waste management and recycling. But gradually, it was understood that, hey, you have to influence upstream, the product policies and design and etc. So it has shifted from being like treating the patient to kind of pre-treatment in a sense. And in that sense, from the promotion point of view, at least we at Citra, we were very active to provide intelligence to decision makers, which is crucial that they have kind of the best understanding where to go with these kind of concepts. And then we also did citizen level kind of measurements or polls, that's a better word here, to kind of understand what is the kind of the idea and the understanding of citizens of circular economy. And it was done in a statistically good way, so that we were able to demonstrate that certain percentages of people understand it and also support it and understand the value of it. And so we had a good understanding where we stand it as a country. That's also important that you have data, so it's not just some idea that, of course, that maybe this is flying or not. But not like any commercial ads or anything like that. And I think it's also important to focus on media so that the journalists understand this, because they are looking for interesting stories. And that has also been kind of visible that journalists write about circular economy in the Finnish media much more. And it's now like used as a term in several occasions, and it's referred to it. So it's like an industrial class already in a sense when it comes to concepts. But of course, internationally, World Circular Economy Forum is our platform. It reaches around 52 million decision makers globally. And it means that the messages sent from the forum is important, and they have a wide reach and impact. And we know many stories from the forum that have kind of created national roadmaps and connections that are important for for different countries. So it's important to be visible and provide scientific-based understanding of the situation.
And talking about the future, are there any specific goals that you, in Citra as well as in Finland, want to achieve over the next years in your own roadmap?
Yeah, very good question. So at the moment, I'm actually here in Finland. We are planning the Circular Economy Resource Center that will focus, like I mentioned in the speech, to Global South. It's around 70 million euro initiative where the idea is to kind of tap into the best European know-how and understand also the Global South perspective and hopefully co-create different kind of initiatives and new kind of insights from circular economy point of view, from business and from policy point of view. So that's one part of it. The WCF is hosted in Latin America next year, which is like a new continent for us as well. And we are discussing of taking the forum 2026 to Asia. And also kind of looking for expanding the forum to a more proactive platform as well. Then we are, of course, looking for also new initiatives. We have a new strategy at Citra that we are expanding internationally, and that's why we are open for also new projects outside of Citra that are funded not by Citra but the international partners, and that's what we are also planning at the moment, and hopefully expanding the international work of Citra in the future.
Great. Well, Kari, also you are a guy that works with technology. You have experience in Silicon Valley. We are, as humanity, at the door at what is supposed to be a artificial intelligence revolution that we are expecting. We don't know specifically in which way, but I want you to ask if there is something that we can expect in positive way from this scenario at the circular economy apply.
It's an extremely good question, and at Citra we have focused on data economy so far, how to combine circular economy and data economy, because there's no circular economy without data, and it's also that the data is the new oil in a sense that is dominating many businesses, and that's the first step from our side to understand and track, for example, materials through different data models, and we have pilots focusing on product passports that combine the kind of information from production to use and everything in between. And I think this is one key element of circular economy in the future, that we are able to kind of, through the whole value chain, demonstrate where the materials are coming and where they end up. And that's crucial for the circularity as such. But then, of course, artificial intelligence is something that, as I'm also evaluating international proposals for European Union, for example, there is more and more ideas of how to use artificial intelligence and really tap into the data that not only Finland but many other countries and organizations have. But unfortunately, I don't at the moment know exactly how that will play out, but there is a lot of innovations happening in that field.
Well, Kari Herlevy, it's been a real pleasure and an honor for us to have you here. Thank you so much for all your concepts, your experience, and, well, it's been an honor.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Hope to see you here next time.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
You're invited. Bye-bye. Un fuerte aplauso, por favor, para Kari Herlevy, de Finlandia.
A warm round of applause. Thank you, Kari Herlevy, an international speaker at this World Summit on Circular Economy. Again, I would like to thank the organization. It's been an honor for me to take part in this dialogue, in this conversation with Karen. Thank you very
Diego
much.
Tabachnik con nosotros.
Gracias.
Diego Tabachnik, thank you.
Y artista también, pero eso lo vamos a dejar. Músico,
He's a
bailarín.
musician, an artist,
En este escenario lo veo. Bueno, ¿cómo va,
a
Cruz? ¿Bien?
reporter.
¿Pasando bien?
How are you doing, Chris? Yes, I'm fine. Let me tell you that over 7,500 people have visited the fair and the conference room. A lot of people also following us
Hay que agregarle esos 7.000
via
personas que han
streaming.
dado vueltas por el predio, los 1.500 chicos.
And
Que hay de
over
escuelas,
2,000 kids, a lot of
educativos que vuelvo
schools
a
are
recomendar,
also
aunque sea
visiting
asomarse para
us.
ver cómo fluye la energía en ese lugar.
It's really great to go outside and see what's going on. Let's move forward on to the next panel: community economy, green jobs, environmental protection, economic development, and social inclusion. Florencia Donovan will be our next moderator from La Nación newspaper.
Además co-conduce el programa de radio No
She
está tan
also
mal.
co-hosts
Florencia, muchas gracias por
a
estar
radio
acá.
program.
Bienvenida,
Florencia, welcome. Thank you, Sergio and Cruz. It's an honor for me to be
Bueno, y
here.
los disertantes que vamos
And
a presentar ahora
speakers in our
por
next
la vía
panel,
virtual,
Sasha
director
Pitet,
del
who's the director of RWC, Julia Di Tomati, who's the CEO of the Innovation Lab, Natalia Gomez Andrade, who's the corporate director from the Corporate Agency of Sustainability, Colombia. Thank you. We'll have to use our translators now. We'll shift from Spanish into English. So if you need translation, you should get the translation devices. So let's get started. Natalia, Julia, Sasha, we're online. It's an honor to be moderating this panel. I'd like to start with Natalia, because this topic increasingly demands more interaction, more synergy between the private and the public and private sectors. Natalia, how do you see this? Because you're in both sectors. Natalia, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's important to participate in these kind of forums and share our experiences. ISA, if you allow me, I'd like to tell you a little about it. It's a company that has three main businesses, or business units. The first one and the largest one is energy transmission. Second, road conception agreements or projects, and then communications. We are present in 6 countries in Latin America. We have 49,000 lines. So we actually have an important presence in the region. And now back to your question. Between public and private sectors, we are a mixed company. We have, we're involved in both sectors, and there are many challenges ahead. Related to making these topics visible in the areas that we work with. And one of them is the fact that when we, for example, we fund these projects, these innovative and sustainable projects, we have a lot of limitations to show this triple impact benefit that these kind of solutions provide. Why? Because today, to show that environmental and social aspects have a benefit, a financial benefit, is really hard. There are methodologies. We're developing a triple impact methodology to be able to translate all of this, social, environmental, because it's always seen as something. It's not philanthropy. Is something that is has to do with business models. So how do we translate the benefit to society? How do we translate environmental benefits in terms so that these business cases can actually come true? This is one of the main challenges we face when implementing these solutions. And the other thing, for example, as regards energy transmissions, the regulators we have in each of the countries. Today, we see that as regards technical issues, old regulations are quite old in terms of circular economy and climate change. We have a big trend in countries, demands to companies. So on the one hand, we see organizations and ministries and so on that are demanding, and on the other hand, we see we have all of the technical institutions that have to do with regulation. So we have some constraints because we have different plans in place, circular economy models, but from the technical aspect, we don't have the right incentives for the implementation of these projects. So we lose competitiveness in the businesses where we are involved. So how do we reach a middle point so as to develop all of the right plans, the right projects and initiatives, and additionally contribute to circular economy, environment, climate change, and mitigation in general? So this is kind of hard, but this is what we are trying to do.
Type of initiatives.
Thank you so much, and gracias por the invitation to the Cumbre Mundial of the Economía Circular. I'm really happy to be here.
Estoy feliz de estar aquí con ustedes. Estoy aquí como emprendedora, soy la fundadora de BIOCORDOBA, que se llama
In the transformation of their business model into a regenerative one, into a more circular one. And then we want also to spread education, raise awareness among young generation, and help them to understand their power, and then help them to understand how they can become change makers, so how they can make the difference. In this sense, we have a strong collaboration with private sector and also public sector, because we are working a lot with companies, with different industry, different sector, such as cosmetic sector, finance sector. And from the other side, we're working a lot with schools and with students all over Italy. And we are partnering with the Ministry of Education in Italy. So what we want to achieve within our projects is to help students to take action and, for example, create green and circular startups. So it's really important, the collaboration of different stakeholders in running this project, because from one side we need to involve the public sector, since if you want to achieve a cultural shift, you have to involve, for example, the Ministry of Education, you have to involve schools, you have to involve policymakers if you want to achieve system change. And from the other side, we think that also the role of companies is really important, because companies can take action and can understand that they have a crucial role also in education. And they can inspire and work with schools and students to create a green project, for example. I will tell you more after.
Those of you who are at the back of the room, please remain silent so we can listen to all of the presentations.
with also meaningful social and environmental impact. And with this idea as well that Natalia was introducing. Sasha?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. First of all, it's a real pleasure to be here and to be able to present what we are trying to do, the little steps that we're making to try to make the world a better place. We co-founded RWC, my partner and I, 4 years ago for exactly that purpose. It's an asset management company with a very, very strong component of impact. And that essentially sort of, is how I'm going to answer your question. But the way that we have to try and figure out how the type of financial mechanisms for the future are going to benefit not just investors and the wealthy, let's say. We have to incorporate somehow through methodologies and through financial mechanisms, specific ways to get the public sector excited about co-investing with the private sector. And also with private investors and obviously managers for the benefit of potential indigenous communities. And so this starts obviously with a very, very strong bottoms-up approach. I think that with sustainability and impact, and obviously when we talk about ESG, which has taken a bit of a hit over the last couple of years because it was kind of controlled by the financial sector, right? And it was more of a top-down approach. Essentially, let's allocate capital to existing industries which we feel can have a benefit, but where the economics are more important than the impact. And I think that's where the big mistake was, unfortunately, from the larger institutions. And so you need the smaller, nimble fund managers, asset managers who are nascent in their form today, but are becoming larger and larger and have more assets every year. And these individuals, these companies, have the ability to be nimble enough to work with many different parties in the sphere, right? To be able to benefit what we want, whether it's on the social side, whether it's on the biodiversity side through conservation. And this is what we do at RWC by having a venture studio that works on ideation and where we work very, very closely with indigenous communities, such as in Colombia and in Costa Rica and Mexico, but also with organizations such as the WWF, which are leaders and have probably the longest track record in protecting biodiversity. So when we talk about finance, I'm myself an old asset manager that used to do it more the traditional way in my previous life. We kind of look at track record as being, maybe years or a decade or a couple of decades. WWF has been doing what they've been doing for many, many years, and they have a really positive track record doing it. So the private sector and the public sector needs to look at that and needs to try and figure out, okay, how is a way that we can empower these communities, these organizations, and how can we do it where we can also blend through certain finance mechanisms, different donations and grantors to be able to essentially incentivize the private sector to also allocate capital which they would typically allocate to other areas because they get a better ROI, for example. So we're working a lot on those mechanisms internally, and we've had some success in implementing them, and this is essentially how we feel the future of finance should look like. But naturally, you have to convince a lot of people at the very top, and naturally with governments being where they are. If you're a democratic republic, you have 4 or 5 years in power, and that's pretty short term, right? For let's call it an impact investment fund, which is 10 years. So these are the barriers that we have today. But we found that if there is a will on the government side and on the community side and on the private sector side, typically you're able to execute.
Mm-hmm. Now, just Natalia was saying, doing this is not being charitable. I mean, now being green, being sustainable, having an impact, a positive impact socially and environmentally is an asset. Have you seen there's also a changing, or the mindset of companies is changing as fast as we need to, or do you find it still takes a lot of time, a lot of effort for companies to understand how important this is? I would like to begin with Julia, because I understand you also participate with, and you also are a consultant with many companies.
Yes, I think that this is a really important concept. So understand that this is not charity and this is not philanthropy. I'm really into this because I'm a founder of a B Corp. So we are in a B network. And in Italy, we have a B Corporation and also the law, that is the law on benefit corporation. So with the law, you can have the legal status that you want to put, for example, circular economy strategies into the DNA of your business. So it's not just do something aside, do something apart, but it's put into the strategy, into your business model, the common goods such as the circular economy attention, or the biodiversity protection, or gender equality issue. It's really important to understand this because it's like a revolution of the way that we are thinking about a company. In Italy, with Olivetti and other entrepreneurs, we have a history that it was really close to this idea. Then things changed during the years, but now we are part of this movement that want to put into the strategy of the company the value, the common value. And I think this is really another way of running a company, because you have to measure your impact. You have to understand the impact that you are having on communities, on clients, on environment, on customers, and on your business model. And then you can decide what action would you like to implement to make a positive impact. So it's really important that companies understand their impact, and here we are at the Circular Economy Conference, so it's really important. There is an important focus also about waste reduction, and the way which you use to produce things, and then take action. So it's like a really scientific approach, but with a high aspiration. So you have to understand where you want to go in terms of aim, objective, and then decide how to implement it. This is really important, and we are helping a lot of companies in Italy to understand their impact and to understand how they can develop a positive impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Natalia, I would also like to listen about your experience, pero tu experiencia.
Natalia would also like to hear about your experience and about what you found when trying to implement these ideas in the private sector too. Well, regarding the challenges, the first challenge is this whole thing about closing the business case. It has been very complex, especially for a person with very focused in finances within a company, telling them that I'm going to develop production processes with communities because that's going to be a part of the resiliency of the company strategy, or I'm going to develop projects that are aligned with the adaptation programs with communities because that increases resilience for us as an organization and as a business. So how do you translate? How do you explain to the financial language so that funding is approved and so that you are not an expense for the company as an area, but rather somebody who provides value, a sustainable value and corporate relevance to the organization? That has been a very interesting challenge, which we have been working in ISA in the different sustainability fronts, and also the other challenge has been when you are implementing innovative solutions, you need to consider the entire life cycle of that solution, not just when you're going to operate it or when you're going to implement it, but also you need to look at the value chain behind it. Upstream and downstream, we need to measure that impact, and not just in terms of waste reduction and mitigation and climate change, but also you need to include the rest of the variables. Your water footprint, waste generation. You need to measure all that and analyze the life cycle. And that has been a challenge because at the moment of implementing, and especially when it is a community issue, you need to analyze the life cycle of a project. That's very complex, but it's possible, and we have been doing it. So, and the other issue is sustainability of the solutions that you implement with communities, to have the solutions be circular economy solutions. One of the examples for us in ISA is that we support individual energy solutions in communities that don't have any energy or energy access. And our greatest concern was to whether we could implement the solution, and what about sustainability? What about after that? Are they going to pay? Are they not going to pay? Because you used to not have to pay for a service, now you have to, because communities have resistance to change in those kinds of habits, which I heard a lot in the previous panel, which is cultural resistance that we all have when we change a habit. That is changing a consumption habit. So when you work with a community where you don't explain the benefits, and they don't from the beginning, you don't have a clear idea on your sustainability strategy, then the solution is not going to be sustainable and it's not going to be relevant. So the cultural change issue has been an interesting challenge, but today we have realized a few energy solutions distributed in several communities that didn't have any access, and we found different allies in the terrain, different community organizations that allow us to work with the community, and we can see how community empowering and empowering as community associations, we can see how they have become huge allies to work with this collaboration with the private sector. That's been a very interesting case that we have analyzed at
Very
ISA.
interesting. Muchas gracias, Natalia, por contarnos la experiencia en este caso.
Thank you for telling
just
us your
mentioned
experience.
Yeah, sure, absolutely, with pleasure. So RWC, as I mentioned, works within a couple of 2 or 3 different thematics, which we are increasing as we go along. The main ones today are around energy transition, around what we call lifestyle, which basically includes regenerative tourism and culture. But maybe I'll give you an example with energy transition, which is a Colombian company that essentially converts solid municipal waste, agricultural waste, and agricultural crops with high carbon content into sustainable aviation fuels. That's the one part that we do, and then the second part is using agricultural waste and agricultural crops for pelletization for the energy industry. So it's obviously a many-pronged approach. There's obviously a climate crisis right now. Yes. I think that there's many different options as to how to go about it. But naturally, solar and wind farming being probably the more popular elements of change that we've seen, motivated by large corporates. We tend to take a little bit more of a deep dive into sort of, how much more impact can we implement on a community basis. So, for example, when it comes to value skies, what we're working on right now, which is a project that we're very excited about in the Valle del Cauca, is essentially a project that takes agricultural crops and agricultural waste from local farmers, which we then pelletize for the energy markets. The local community that we're using, for those that are not familiar with Colombia, or I'm sure a lot of you are with Colombia and its history. But the PEDED zones, which are basically zones where local villagers and farmers have been affected by the illegal narcotic trade, and obviously have been suffering at the hands of violent cartels. And so we are working with the Colombian government, with the Gobernadora de la Valle del Cauca, to essentially create a program where we can sponsor, finance through grants and through debt, and empower those local communities to transition and convert the traditional type of crops that they were utilizing before for the illicit trade to the type of crops that we need for energy transition. So it's an extremely circular model, because we're not only reducing carbon in the atmosphere, we're obviously also reducing surface runoff pollution, because a lot of the energy production that you have in Colombia affects the air, which then also affects the water. So we're essentially taking the lead there in trying to take communities and show them a way which can actually increase and benefit their lifestyle. Then actually also in those communities, thanks to the grantors and the charities that tend to get involved, there's then talks about education, right? So opening a school for them, and very specific programs surrounding botany and gardening and farming, to be able to maximize the crops as necessary to be able to really accelerate the type of change that we need. So we found there, a very, very solid type of model where we're not just ticking one box, we're ticking many boxes, and so that's very tied with the circularity and the bottoms-up approach, which we pride on ourselves with implementing at a community level.
Thank you, Sasha. We've just been talking about this interaction between the public sector and private sector in developing circular projects. What about technology and circular economy? Sasha, I will start with you, because I was listening to your story about Colombia and farmers changing crops into going to energy transition projects, and I was, well, that might have a lot of technology in it, or some technology. What role do you see technology playing in advancing sustainable and regenerative investments?
That's a great question. Actually, maybe I'll stick with Colombia. We're very present in the country, obviously, as you can see. One of our other exciting companies that we co-founded, actually, and which we're currently developing, is called Neutraloop, which is a fintech opportunity. Neutraloop essentially is a plug-in technology which attaches to the checkout page of fashion, of the fashion industry, basically. So if you want to go and buy a nice jacket at Zara on the website, you would basically at checkout have a chance to offset the emissions that the product that you have bought has produced. There's a lot of companies that are doing that today. What differentiates us from the rest is that we tie the offset with the communities that are essentially in proximity to the product that was created. So we're working with local artisans in Colombia and Mexico, and naturally they tend to be living next to areas which need a lot of social cohesion and a lot of help. And so naturally there, when it comes to let's call it sustainable tanneries, for example, right, which is giving the color to leather. There's a very polluted way to do it, or there's an indigenous way, which in Colombia they've been doing for 500 years, which is becoming a forgotten art. And so we want to reward that. We want to ensure that the people that are the consumers that are buying the products and that are then offsetting the carbon created can actually offset it by rewarding the communities that are in proximity to where that product was produced. So it ties us to the communities. It ties us to a very interesting technology, and naturally to the world, because we're talking about fintech and about e-commerce, and naturally there we want to be able to showcase amazing Colombian authentic savoir-faire with an ability to also give back, but not only through economics, through a very strong, impactful way of implementing a change at a local level.
Thank you, Sasha. Natalia, in your case, when he was speaking a lot about Colombia, so naturally, I would like to know in what way as well you measure or you use technology in your projects, no? And at the same time, how valuable technology is in evaluating the social impact projects. Natalia, tenemos un problemita con
Natalia, we have an issue with the receiver.
Claro, él estaba,
Okay, he was
estaba hablando del
talking
uso
about
de
the use of
y de la
technology
sinergia de la
and the
tecnología
synergy of
con
technology
los
with
proyectos de economía
regards
circular.
to projects in
¿Cómo estás
circular
viendo vos?
economy.
Vos
How do you
estabas dando
see,
ejemplos antes
you were giving some
de
examples
el
before
caso
about
de la
the
implementación tal vez
case for the
de la energía,
implementation
¿no?
of
El
energy,
acceso a la
for
energía.
example, energy
También pesa
access.
la tecnología mucho
Is
en sus
technology, does
proyectos.
technology have an important weight in those projects? Well, yes, actually, one of the main risks in the transition that we have right now for the circular economy models is the issue with technology, with technological replacements, either for achieving an energy transition. Here you can see that we are analyzing how the business models need to face the risks associated with the change and the technological change, not just in our business with business transmission, because I have a very clear example is that we used a gas called sulfur hexachloride, which is used in switches to isolate electrical arcs, which are those giant bits of lightning that you can see in transmission lights. And there's no replacement for that gas, but that gas has a possibility of 24,000 times the CO2 potential for global warming. So how do we do technological surveillance, but how do we also implement actions to create capacity so that they allow us to have technological replacement? Sorry, I'm going to ask people to please make some silence, because we're having a hard time listening to one another. And well, in technical terms, technological replacement is one of the challenges that we are seeing, that we're looking at to implement all of these circular decisions. And in community terms, and in terms of sustainability actions, we can see, for example, how can we facilitate different actions, different environment assets. One of the examples that we have right now is the voluntary carbon exchange, which Sasha mentioned, which is something that we have been developing. We have developed blockchain platforms where you can exchange these carbon bonds created by community projects. In ISA, we have a few ideas, a few initiatives related to these this carbon markets, which are called eco trade, for example, and others. And we have a blockchain possibility so that people can upload their carbon bonds and they can transact with them in the market at a fair price, with external verification, with indicators, with quality indicators that are international. And so that makes this exchange circular, because we're working on external verification and making these bonds to have collateral benefits, not just in transacting with reduction emissions, but also the collateral benefit that returns to the community. So this is where we have a technological challenge, where we are developing platforms that are enabling us to start to create these actions in the market. We also have another platform which is called EcoBox, which looks at transacting renewable energy certificates, so you can facilitate companies that want to um, reduce emissions so that they can acquire these renewable energy certificates through the platform at a fair price, at a balanced price, and so that you have the traceability of that certificate of renewable energy. So technology has challenges, but several actions have been developed to allow for this transition to a circular economy. Okay, thank you, Natalia. Julia.
Environmental education, is it a catch-up for kids, or is it easier for maybe to reach out to kids with some technology? What are the challenges in general you face?
Thank you for the question. We are running education project with a lot of school, and we involve more than 40,000 students all over Italy. And we think that technology could be a great opportunity. So for example, we're running this initiative that is called B Corp School, and companies that are enrolled in the program, they launch a challenge. The challenge could be, for example, on circular economy, on climate change, on biodiversity protection. As students try to answer to this challenge by creating a green startup. So we inspire them to understand what they want to achieve and to understand that they can have impact, but we show them also technology that they can use. And we are using technology at the same time. So we have a digital platform, we are integrating with AI, we are involving mentor from this technology company also to inspire them and to let them understand that technology could be really powerful instruments. So during the whole year, they developed this startup. We have also a partnership with an important incubator and innovation university in Europe. We have a partnership with B4I, the Bocconi University, that is based in Milan. It's a really prestigious partnership, because this partnership try to help the startup that are born within the program and to let them grow and help them. So this is like a new thing that we add to our program in the last months. And we hope that the students can understand and use technology in a good way. And we also try to let them understand that it's really important to use technology with a critical spirit. For example, regarding the sources. So when they find information, try to understand something about the sources. Could be like something that it's really normal, maybe to us that we are adult, but for students with all the growing of the technology and of the, for example, ChatGPT and the other instrument that can help us to find information, the real challenge is not just on the technology, but is about the source of information, the data. And it was really inspiring to see that students at the end of the program, they create real startup that embed technology, or could, for example, they are app or platform. Even if this year we have a lot of real concrete project. For example, the project that won our competition was based on circular economy principles, because the students of this startup that is called Second Chance, they designed an animal-free jacket that was filled with mask for the COVID that was used in the COVID and was expired. So they decided to give a life to masks that were in boxes in the school and to create an animal-free jacket. This is not about technology, but it's about creativity and about circular economy. And I think would be really inspiring to understand how young people can become change makers if you give them education tools.
How do you measure? Is there any way of measuring long-term impact of these educational programs towards maybe on students' attitudes or behaviors?
It's really a good question because measure the impact, it's really important. I'm a part of the Ashoka network, so I'm a social innovator. And it's really important to understand the way we are measuring impact, especially on education project. We have this digital platform and we deliver tests and question before the program, after the program, and then we monitor, we do a strong monitoring activity by understanding what's going on at the project after the project. So 17, 16 years old students, what they deliver after, if the project become real company, if they choose like a green career. So for example, they choose a university that is related to circular economy issue or climate change or biodiversity. So we measure the attitude together with the teachers, and we measure also the change that they are creating at the local level. So if they are able to inspire their community, if they promote events and they involve people. So we decide the main indicators, and then we do like an activity to monitor the impact regarding these indicators.
Very interesting. I have a friend of mine now that says things run so fast that a year is almost like a dog year. You see that a dog year is equivalent to almost 7 human years. So like things run so fast that he speaks about dog years. With this idea that we have now dog years, what's your vision on social and community economy maybe for the next decade? What is your vision, and maybe what steps do you believe would be necessary for this idea of you to finally achieve, or to this idea, for this vision to achieve? Maybe we'll start with Sasha.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good question. A little loaded too, but because I'm on the record now, I guess. But I mean, as I mentioned before, I think we don't get anything done without the public sector and without larger corporations and the large actors in the economy. So we have to be able to convince a large portion of those parties to think alike and to have a little bit more alignment there. If we're able to do that, I think within the next 7 to 10 years, we can start to see really impact economies flourish at a micro level. And when I'm talking about micro level, I'm really talking about smaller communities, right? And the idea there is that the scalability elements becomes important after, because if you're able to grow at a micro level to 2 communities, 3 communities, then you're starting to look at it at a regional level. Then there's a meso level, and then obviously you're talking about national and continental. That's the dream, right? And I think that's going to take decades, if not centuries, to get to that part. If we're moving at the speed that we are today, so there's a little bit of an urgency that we need to implement, and we have to convince the leaders of our world who are in the public sector and the private sector that urgency needs to be taken care of and needs to be focused on. And once that happens, we're gonna have capital, right? This is at the end of the day the missing item today to be able to transition to an impact economy. The capital is the ability to put money to work, to be able to benefit investors but communities alike. And so that alignment is very important. And so I'm hoping that if all of us and obviously here also talking about with Natalia and Julia do our job correctly, we should be able to convince more people in 2 years and even more in 5 years, because we're building that track record. And that track record is going to be validated by those indigenous communities, by those local communities. who have had a short, mid, and long-term benefit to working with aligned and like-minded people for their benefit and for the benefits of their economy and the benefits of their environment. So 7 to 10 years. My personal goal is to ensure that we have a maximum as possible of our projects that are in the pre-seed and seed phase. Already be at a growth level and at a level where we can expand and scale, and to have a significant amount of impact at a regional, national, and continental level. And this is why we love Colombia. This is why we love Latin America, because we feel that these countries are not so stuck in their ways like the wealthier developed North, whose economies are a little bit more structured and who is going to be a little bit more complicated to unstructure that. We might be able to skip a step in emerging markets, and that's what makes it so powerful.
Mm-hmm. You introduced this concept, this idea of involving not only the local communities, but governments and above governments. Are you afraid in any way that there's also, in the global agenda, there's this movement sort of challenging this idea of the importance of circular economy, community economy? Are you in any way afraid that it might slow down this movement?
Well, yes, and it already has slowed it down over the last 12 to 18 months, right? We've seen since, well, in 2019, most of the green parties of the world got elected in their countries, and you had 3-4 years of massive investments in the environment. I think when we're talking about ESG as a sector, we were talking about a $20 billion sector in 2018, 2019, which is minuscule, and now we're talking about larger than $1 trillion. Mm-hmm. So this is the challenge, right? And this is where we have to have the ability to think a little bit more long term, and obviously we have had bad examples of how money was allocated to projects that have been then accused of greenwashing. So this is where I go back to what I was saying at the beginning. We need to have smaller entrepreneurs are going to be super important over the next 15, 20 years, because entrepreneurs are the nimble people that have the ability to do what the larger corporation organizations cannot do. And that's what we do. We bring different organizations together because we have an ability to today. And so I think if we're able to do that, if we're able to work in tandem with the educational institutions, which have to and far, actually been a great support in this sector, and they're getting a lot of bad press on it today from specific, let's call them more radical ideologists. We need to, that's something that we need to push back, and we need to prove, and we need to show and ensure that a majority of the populations understand that we have mechanisms that can be results-based, and then it becomes factual, right? We don't want to get into a discussion of what is good and what is bad based on an article in the Daily Mail, right? We want to be able to look at things factually and infactually. I mean, I'll give you the perfect example for that is the annual reports of the interplanetary of the interclimate panel for climate change of the United Nations. It's a 4,000 page document. They reduce it to about 300-400 pages for the private sector, and they reduce it to 20-30 pages for our governments, right? So how can our governments get the full story if they're getting 1% of the actual information? This is where we need to be absolutely certain and ensure that they're actually doing the job which they were elected for.
Interesting, thank you. Julia, what's your vision for the social and community economy maybe for the next decade? And what steps should we take to achieve that vision?
For me, it's really important to help a cultural shift. So it's really important to work on education side to achieve this vision, to transform every business into a regenerative one, or every business in a business that create also positive impact. And I think that education is the first step. It's really important, and we have a lot to do on this side. And it's for this reason that as the Invento Lab, we launched the Impact Education Coalition, because we understand that alone we can have impact, and we have impact since we are involving more than 40,000 students in a lot of schools in Italy, and try to create this systemic change by involving the Ministry of Education. But we know that alone we can have limited power, and we want to involve other entities such as companies or local authority, organization, NGO, so a multi-stakeholder coalition to have a critical mass to inspire other companies, other organizations to act. And last year we launched the coalition, and we have more than 25 big organization in Italy that decide to sign the declaration of the coalition, and we decide to open the coalition just by invitation, because we want to avoid greenwashing or youth washing, and we want to engage and involve only companies, organizations that we knew were running an impact. And so we the company and organization start signing this declaration and decide to measure their impact on the education side, especially on two pillars. The first pillar was to involve their employees, their customers, their clients, so spread within their community awareness on sustainability and propose action. And on the other side, among young generation. So take action with young generation, inspire them, or working with them to create, for example, project to protect environment, or spread entrepreneurship models, the good entrepreneurship models. And so with all these organizations, we have like a calendar of events, and we are working, for example, on gender parity. So we are developing an agenda and the projects for companies to become activists and to implement action on gender equality, or to prevent violence, for example, psychological violence or economical violence against women. And so we start triggering these initiatives, and we are saying that it's aggregating a lot of interest. So we are going ahead on this side to achieve this vision.
Do you find new generations have more of a natural approach to, do you find, sorry, les pido por favor silencio. ¿Puedo pedir silencio en la sala? Porque si no, no nos escuchamos los oradores. Gracias. A la gente que está atrás le puedo pedir silencio, por favor. Gracias. Do you find that new generations have a more natural approach towards general social economy, community economy?
I think so. I'm sure. We are running this project since 10 years, and we see that things are improving. So we think that there is more awareness among young generation about this issue. We can see that maybe after COVID, it's in Italy, maybe in Europe, someone told me also here, there is like a sense of inaction, of not knowing very well how to take action, not appreciate their talents, they are not able to recognize their talents. And so a lot of also psychological problems that are really common. And so we think that it's really important to work with students and with teenagers to empower them and to let them understand that they can have power of transforming things. So for me, situation is getting better for some aspect, for awareness. for other kind of action, we need partnership with private and public to have a stronger impact.
We all go always to the roots, no? The importance, we started talking about the importance of private and public synergy and having a good dialogue between them, the importance about technology, the importance about education. In your case, Natalia, last but not least, I would like to know, ¿cuál es tu visión un poco de hacia dónde va o a dónde te gustaría que vaya en la próxima década o antes el concepto, ¿no?, de economía social y economía
in terms of
comunitaria?
social and community economy? I believe that first of all is to have these partnerships between the private and public sectors, community, businesses, companies, to enable them and to foster them. I think that partnerships allow for knowledge management, but also allows for the understanding, of the needs that need to be met. And from the private sector, I believe that today we have some investments that are requesting for these issues to be managed. It's not a voluntary thing. I mean, this is a real demand, and these good practices that are being implemented already, that are being developed, they can be scaled up, are not being used because we don't have this knowledge management or communication. So I believe that in the next 10 years, a good enabler would be to have these kind of forums where we can exchange what we're doing at a company level, and to create this knowledge in the different communities and society as a whole. I think that this is one of the steps that need to be taken in the next 10 years. And the other step, and I'm aligned with what Julie was saying, is education. And the skills that the young generation need to acquire, women, community, because we see that with energy transition, and transitioning to circular economy, the younger generations are really more involved in ecology and environmental issues. But there's an important issue here, and it is that all of the conventional university programs are not so popular as before, and so the younger generations are not so interested in hard sciences, but they're rather focused on digital topics and marketing programs. And we need to grow in terms of transition towards a circular economy and an energy transition. But the young generations today are not studying the sciences that would allow them to relate circular economy topics, climate change, and diversity with hard sciences that will enable them to manage what is needed. So, for example, at ISA today, we're working with universities, schools, and communities in terms of creating this interest in students and the young generations to study these kind of university programs. For example, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, all of these programs that in our generations were popular, we're trying to help them become aware how important it is to actually have this knowledge, so they can provide different solutions, so there can be solutions that can be linked with circular economy. This is a challenge that we need to meet, otherwise we will not have the skills needed to manage these businesses and to manage these economies. How are we going to sustain a future if we don't have the skills and the capabilities for people to do so? So in 10 years, we need to create this interest, we need to get them involved, get students involved, and we need to tell them we need this professions, these occupations, because they will be needed in the future. So this is the other thing we need to work in the next 10 years. And then companies need to continue working together with other sectors for triple impacts. We need to translate all of these benefits into economic benefits so that they become circular economy topics, and to have investors to bring them in and to teach also engineers on climate change so that we speak a common language and so that we follow the same pathway. So we need to change habits, we need to enable capabilities and skills, we need to create partnerships. I think these would be the 3 pillars. We all have a history in this, you know, and make mistakes. There are, what kind of recommendations would you give based on your experience? For example, incentives for companies or the youth. I mean, what kind of recommendation would you give and say, don't go that way? I believe that not focusing our minds on one particular subject. I mean, for example, electrical engineers, you know, they learned something and say this is the way it works. No, we have to make a transition. We need to change. We need to make a shift. We need to adapt, open our minds to other possibilities, because the consequence will be that in the future you will disappear. So you need to adapt. You need to be updated as a company, as you need to adapt to the new conditions. So you need to make that change, and because there is a transition in place and we need to adapt to it. I'm mixing Spanish and English.
With our own mistakes, what would be maybe your suggestions, or what would you suggest someone that's beginning in this path, what to do or not to do, or maybe a company you are helping?
Yes, the first thing I suggest is to understand that you need to find a direction, and not just profit, but understand which are your focus. For example, on circular economy, on biodiversity, on gender equality. So which are your causes that you want to achieve using your business as a force for good? So this is the first time just to identify your polar star. And then start measuring your impact and start to implement a strategy, and understand that you are part of a community, so that you are not just alone, but you can connect with other companies, other organizations that are doing the same path, and understand that you have a lot of stakeholders that you have to put on board, and also your employees have to be involved in the process. A lot of companies we are working with, from the starting point, they are a little bit skeptical about involving the employees, but when they see the power that has to share the why, the purpose with the employees, and then get them on board and try to do this path together, they can see that there is it's totally different, the approach. So if you want to be really eco or green or caring about community, first of all, you have also to get your people on board to understand why, as the CEO, you want to pursue not just the profit, but also a common benefit. And so this is really important to me, and we can see that companies that bring people on board, they are really more effective. Since sustainability is really a complex topic, you have to identify what every department can do, you have to share purpose with a lot of people, and so I think this is really important. And also consider stakeholders. Stakeholders are not just the normal stakeholders, but for example, also nature is a stakeholder. Also, young generation and future generation are stakeholders. So one suggestion is to involve stakeholders and also these not corporate stakeholders into, not embodied stakeholders into your strategy and into your purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Sasha, this last question for you as well. I was saying we learn with our mistakes. There are some policymakers here and maybe some future investors in impact investment. What would be your comments, or what would you suggest for them?
Very good question. I think it's again. I mean, I always refer to alignment, right? And then naturally, there's also an element of consciousness that needs to be prevalent in the way that we're thinking. Because if we're not thinking the same way, then we're essentially speaking different languages. And I think that's one of the big issues that we've had today with regards to ESG. When you look at what's happening in the US, where ESG is basically a bad word now, so people use impact more. And so I think that's where we need to focus on. I think, you know, you're not a good leader if you're not leading with by example and with consciousness, right? So what can you teach as a conscious leader to future generations, to future employees, to younger employees that are just joining? I also agree with Julia that I have found, and my partner particularly enjoys working with the younger generation much more, because they're much more acute and in tune with the issues of today, because they're young and they're going to be the ones that are going to be suffering the most. So we have to take, you know, even though they're young and they're lacking the experience, we have to take their points into consideration. And naturally, then we have to the veterans of us that have been in different sectors, working in finance or not, or in impact, we need to then, you know, we have to incorporate and encompass everything that we have learned. And when I talk about learning, it's really doing the work to trying to understand the complexities and sophistication of what impact is. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it, and that's the issue that we have today. So there is a miscommunication, I think, at the high level, a lot of the times because people don't have the time to understand. So my big message for my ex-colleagues in the finance industry, but also policymakers, we know that you guys are busy. We know that you have a lot on your hands, and a lot of people are counting on you, investors and communities. You know, take the time to take a step back, because the decisions that you make will be for many generations, and so we need to ensure that the alignment there is aligned with the type of consciousness that we want to create for us and for the future generations.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sasha. Julia, one last question. Sasha was saying about how inspiring young generations are. In what way do you find it difficult, or is there any issue, a particular issue that they still have trouble maybe coping with?
I don't think there is a particular issue. We can see that they are really open to be inspired. So there is like a really good ground where you can put seeds, and for this reason I think that a lot of companies more than ever can understand that they can play a positive role also in education, and it's really important also for them to attract talent. We can see that for them, for young generation, the topic of doing something with a meaning is really important. And so if also the company wants to survive and attract the best talent in a durable way, they have to understand that they can play an active role. So not they have to provide education service, but they can, for example, decide to deliver a program to their communities. They can help to create a sense of community where they are located. This is really important because there is like a feel of a lot of isolation, and so this could be like a big issue.
There are many incentives then to go forward. There's not only the financial incentive we were talking before, but as well the talent incentive, like retaining young people and also capturing young minds in a company. You need to be aware of the social impact, or as you said, that there's a meaning, there's a purpose in what you're doing. So it was a pleasure having you today, Natalia, Julia, Sasha. It was a pleasure having you today and listening to your ideas, to your projects. Let's hope we as well inspired the rest of the people that are here, but also people that are following us through streaming. So thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you for your interview.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Un fuerte aplauso, repetimos, muchas
Let's
gracias.
give a round of applause and thank you and congratulations to everyone.
Bueno, prestigioso
Okay.
panel, ¿eh?
Sí, sí.
What a panel
Que
we've
acaba
had.
de irse y todavía
The
queda
one
mucho más
that
de
left.
esta
Yeah, we
jornada.
have a lot of this
Incluso sigue mañana también,
day
así que
today. It
hay
continues
mucho por delante
tomorrow as
todavía.
well.
¿Cómo
We have a
andan?
lot
¿Cómo
to
va todo?
go.
¿Bien?
Se lo ve muy
How's
bien desde
everything?
acá, la
Everything
verdad
okay?
que
We can
nos
see everything
alegra, nos
looks
congratula,
well from here.
la
We are really
presencia
happy about this.
importante de
We,
público, de
we
gente,
can
de
see that
funcionarios.
there's
Ya
a
estamos
large
a pocos
affluence of
minutos de
public,
la apertura oficial
and we
de
are very
esta
close to the
cuarta
official
cumbre de la
opening
economía
of this
circular. Hay
fourth
muchísima gente
World
afuera,
Economic Summit. We
muchísima
have a lot
gente
of people
circulando,
outside, a
muchísima
lot of
gente visitando
people
los
going
stands,
around, visiting the
sorprendiéndose. Hay
stands,
cosas realmente que son
becoming surprised
verdaderamente
with
impactantes. Hay
really
durmientes de
impactful
trenes,
things. We have
durmientes de trenes hechas en
train
base a plástico reciclado. Bueno, hay un montón de cosas que
ties
realmente nos sorprenden.
Bueno,
railway
vamos
ties
a
that are
tratar
being
de
made with
participar en
sustainable
la medida de lo
materials. Very
posible a través
surprising
de
things.
hashtags distintos
Okay,
que
we're
tenemos acá para
going
que
to
la
try to
cuarta edición de la
participate
Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular
with
bueno, se
this so
expanda,
that
no
our
se quede acá en
fourth
Córdoba,
Circular
aunque no
Economy
se
Summit
queda, por supuesto,
becomes
porque tenemos
expanded.
panelistas de lujo, incluso
And
que
this is not
están
the end because we
llevando
have
adelante sus
very
disertaciones
important
desde
panelists
distintas
who
partes
are
del
giving
mundo,
their
pero bueno,
presentations from different
Cumbre
sides of
Mundial
the
de
world.
Economía Circular
This is
es uno de
the
los
World
hashtags
Circular Economy
para poder
Summit.
subir
That's one
todo
of
lo
the
que esté
hashtags
pasando acá
to
a través
upload
de las distintas
everything
redes
that you can see
sociales.
here
Cumbre de Economía
through the
Circular,
social
más
networks.
fácil todavía, Córdoba
The
Circular,
Circular Economy Summit,
Economía
Circular
Circular
Córdoba,
también.
Córdoba Circular. Those are
Sustentabilidad
the
y hashtag
hashtags
Feria Mundial de Economía
sustainability and
Circular.
Feria
Hay
Mundial de
una
Economía
página
Circular.
también donde
There's
pueden
also a
seguirla,
webpage where you can follow the summit, www.cumbremundialdeeconomiacircular.com.ar, and you can follow through streaming and YouTube. We would like to say hello to everyone who's watching from all corners of the world. Yeah, over an hour ago was over 7,500 people who had come into our to this facility. I'm sure that if we get new numbers, there are going to be so many more. Have you seen this stand that we have here? It's made of. We have over 100 pieces of furniture with circular economy, but this one that we have here is made with materials that are from circular economy, and the chairs for the panelists are also supplied by them, and we insist on that so that you can see everything even on the other side in the circular economy panels.
que hace
You have
muchísimo tiempo
recycled
ya
material
que la
that
cuestión estética y la
where
cuestión
the
del
aesthetic
reciclado, de la
issues of
economía
the
circular,
recycling
ya
and
se han dado
circular
la mano. Hay
economy
cosas realmente hermosas,
have
maravillosas,
already
moda, billutería,
become more
muebles,
connected. We have
cerámicos,
furniture, you
adornos para
have
la casa.
Te
ceramics, you
sumo,
have
instrumentos musicales.
También.
things
Tuve
for
la
your
chance también
house,
de darme una vuelta
musical
por la
instruments. You
tercera
have
Feria Internacional de Economía
you can
Circular
go
que queda
around the
acá
fair,
pegadito, que seguramente
which
la
is
habrán
right
visitado
here
y si
next
no,
door.
los invitamos a
And if
hacerlo
you haven't
después de
visited
las
yet, we
distintas
invite you to go
disertaciones.
there after
Instrumentos de
the
música que suenan, que son un lujo.
different
Claro que sí.
presentations.
Bueno,
We have
le
instruments
contamos
which
a la
are
gente
incredible.
algunos datos, algunas
And let's give some
informaciones.
information to our
Experiencias
client, to
circulares. Ya
the
participan más de
listeners.
45
In
empresas
circular
y
experiences,
40
we've had
instituciones del
plenty of
tercer
experiences,
sector,
over 40
universidades y cooperativas.
institutions,
Por el escenario
universities and
principal
co-ops.
van a
In the main
pasar
stage, we're going to
50
have
disertantes
50 speakers among specialists and main speakers from over 20 countries who are participating. And something that is very important that you need to know is that the company incubator is going to give 10 million pesos to the winners. And I thought that we had 120 pieces of furniture, and so that you can see what you can create with circularity as for furniture, and they are over 120 different pieces of furniture, tables, stands, chairs, all of them made with recycled materials. And you were mentioning musical instruments that sound exactly like traditional instruments. We have over 85 recycled instruments from different music bands are here in exhibition. We have 1,200 square meters of cardboard, recycled cardboard, that is being used for the stands throughout the fair. We've seen the divider elements for the different stands. They have been made with recycled materials. We have over 850 kilos of waste, which has been reused to decorate and to create the environment of this. And I don't know if you've been through the sustainable mobility area. I've been able to see the vehicles. We have around 45 vehicles there, with the possibility of having maybe taxis soon, which are 100% electrical. And there is the chance to do a test drive where you can try all of the vehicles that are available there, so that you can get an idea of what's already among us. So let me tell you that as we have seen here at the summit, for the rest of the day, we're going to have more presentations tomorrow. We're going to have more main speakers, and on Saturday, this sector is not going to be working as such, but we are still going to have the recreational areas, the displays. You're going to have the stands, the fair. I don't know if Saturday is going to be such a nice day, but it's going to be quite okay. Will we get to 30 degrees today? That was the weather report, but the forecast. Sorry, but it seems like it's really hot outside, since we see everyone dressed like that. But now we want to thank everyone who is accompanying us. It's been organized by BIOCÓRDOBA, by the Secretary of Environment and Circular Economy of the province. You have the main sponsors, which are the government of the province of Córdoba, the Ministry of Environment of Córdoba, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Public Services of this province. Sorry, and as you can enjoy everything that's going on here, you may also be enjoying through streaming, and maybe if you have the chance, if you cannot come tomorrow, you can follow us virtually. And I'm going to tell you that we are broadcasting in 3 languages. We are doing it in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese. All of these services we are providing. Let me tell you again, the main sponsors are Agencia Córdoba Turismo, Bancor, EPEC, Lottery of Córdoba, and Santander. These are the main sponsors that are joining us today and making this activity possible. We're going to take 10 minutes, and we are expecting the arrival of the officers, the governor, and the mayor of the city of Cordoba. We invite you to stay in your tables, but in 10 minutes we will be inaugurating officially the 4th Circular Economy World Summit. Thank you. Stay with us. Thank you.
Muy bien, vamos a entrar al momento cumbre de esta
Claro que sí.
cumbre, justamente, el acto de apertura oficial, ¿verdad?
Bueno, vamos a dejar inaugurada formalmente a la cuarta edición de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía.
We'll now go and start with the opening ceremony. Governor Martín Chayora and Mayor Daniel Passerini. Here they are. So we can start with the opening ceremony. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. Martín Chayora and Daniel Passerini. This is the 4th edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. As a province, we're so proud of this event. This summit has been evolving, and we've had over 45 companies, 40 institutions, universities, cooperatives. We will have over 50 speakers, main speakers, experts, and over 20 countries. We also have the company incubators with a grant of 10 million pesos. Cordoba has wonderful artists, and we are honored with Cruz to be hosting this event. We will now sing the national anthem by one of our greatest artists. Let us welcome Maggie Olave.
Maggie Olave,
Maggie Olave, thank you very much. Will now give the floor to the mayor of the city of Cordoba, Mr. Passerini, who will open the fourth edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. Let's welcome Mr. Passerini. It really looks great from up here. Mr. Governor of the province of Córdoba, my friend Martin Jajora, thank you very much for being here. Officials from the government, government of Córdoba, authorities from the legislative power, councilors. A warm round of applause from the mayors of the Ibero-American network of local governments that are committed to, with these public policies. Officials from private and public universities, directors from schools that are committed to circular economy, members of the banking institutions, cooperatives and companies that have created environmental awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, here with us and everyone who is following us via streaming. Remember that this summit was born during the pandemic, so we have a lot of people that are listening to us via the internet. First, I'd like to thank all of the organizing committee. Congratulations on your work. They've been working a lot since the previous edition finished. Thank you. As you may know, it is an honor for us to host this important event at a time when we as humanity, climate change consequences are severe, but luckily enough, they can be reversed as we get committed to doing so. For the last 4 years, we've been working hard to create this forum in order to reach this ambitious objective to change the world from Córdoba. Today, for the fourth time, we meet to share knowledge and experiences on circular economy, which is one of the main pillars of our government management. Knowledge economy, creative economy, and community economy are the main pillars for our management, our administration. We believe that these are powerful goals, and we want to connect, integrate, and humanize. As we see so many people present today, different local governments, institutions, the scientific community, academia, we are committed toward a shared goal, and having this opportunity in Cordoba to listen to different experiences, successful stories from around the world, we're convinced that this is the way to go. By connecting experiences, integrating actions, because clearly circular economy is not an isolated action, it is cross-sectional, it involves the whole community. In humanizing this, because these public policies are based on data we began to collect and weigh about 4 years ago when we started with the summit, data that are supported, scientifically supported. We all know how urgent it is to create this debate, particularly for us who are in power. It's important to conduct actions, to take action, it's important to consider the near consequences of this climate disaster. January 1st and 6th, we had two big storms that really beat the records. In the south area of Brazil, for example, we see a lot of climate disasters that are really unprecedented, but we all know that are rooted in the same thing, that is not really taking care of our environment and the taking the measures to prevent these kind of disasters. Today, this is our aim. We're committed from our administration to sustain these actions, and we're working together with the government of Córdoba and with the network of local governments. We had the last summit here with over 50 local governments, and every day they become increasingly committed, which is a fight that we are embarked upon to be able to reverse climate disaster. We're convinced that these global events require local actions, and it is the local administrations that need to take the first urgent measures needed. Climate change is a threat to social, environmental, and economic development. This is essential to create mitigation actions of greenhouse gas emissions that are responsible for global warming. We're taking the necessary actions that make our city a beacon, really a lighthouse that contributes to the well-being of our residents, of our citizens. We promote the reduction of the carbon footprint, and we promote circular economy, and this is a key role through the creation of different public policies, different strategies, and the creation of institutions. We've been able to prove, I was just telling Martin, 4 years ago, a lot of the things we currently have in our cities were dreams, they were projects, frustrations. There was a lot of efforts that were made, but nothing came true because there was no local government support. Because we need to be committed, and Martin Jajora, was very committed from day one. To name a few, the creation of BIOCÓRDOBA and the Park of Biodiversity. These two projects involved the participation of a lot of people, the creation of the Institute of Environmental Protection, the different environmental courts, the recovery of the botanical garden, and the University of the Environment. The creation of the Environmental Observatory, and many other management tools that are now true, and they are ready to provide the necessary um, answers. The centers of production of different cooperatives the Municipal School of Circular Economy and also the transformation of a landfill into the um, circular economy park. And the creation of the Institute of Energy Transformation, which we share with Minister Fabian Lopez. It is vital to develop and strengthen a circular ecosystem to foster a paradigm shift so we can move from a linear economy that involved massive consumption and waste to a more sustainable development model, such as circular economy, that involves the participation of the private sector, the knowledge sector, the third sector, and the cooperatives of recoverers. They all play a key role toward a sustainable city toward 2030 in alignment with the SDGs. In this fourth edition, we have the opportunity to take one more step. We need to work together to accelerate transition toward a circular economy across Argentina, Latin America, and around the world. Córdoba, and we're very proud to say this, has been a pioneer to become a circular economy leading city, and this summit reflects that. And let me emphasize this. This was born during the pandemics. We had a clear view about the horizon we needed to walk towards in order to recover our place in the world. We're adding knowledge, strategic partners, and we're strengthening the idea that in technological innovation is not an enemy of the environment. Industrial production is absolutely compatible with environmental issues, that economy is not an enemy of energy, environmental preservation. Social, economic, and environmental responsibility is clearly a go. You know, exporters, when they, for example, sell their products here, they need to prove that they recover their waste. For example, engines, everything is recovered, and then waste is used for other purposes. This is here to stay and to expand. Along this summit, we'll be able to learn much more on the different experiences, our experiences, and foreign experiences. We'll have foreign panels, green employment, social issues. We'll have leading speakers and leading participants on funding to support circular economy in private and public sectors. We'll hear from activists. We'll address the recent models such as bioeconomy. A key chapter will be sustainable transportation, and renewable energies. You're invited to actively participate in all of the activities of this summit to discuss, share ideas, and build common solutions to common problems. Let me say that there's so many people that work very hard in a particularly hard time in our economy. We will build the future with sustained actions and with being committed from the government. We have now officially opened this fourth summit on circular economy. Thank you, Mayor Pasarini, for your kind words. We will now play a tribute to the Governor Martin Jajora, for his incredible contribution to circular economy in Córdoba. This summit that is one of the most important world summits across the globe, and it's one of the most important ones in Latin America.
Lejanas, los niños a la espalda y expectantes, los ojos en alerta, todo oídos, olfateando aquel desconcertante paisaje nuevo, desconocido. Somos una especie en viaje. No tenemos pertenencias, sino equipaje. Vamos con el polen en el viento. Estamos vivos porque estamos en movimiento. Nunca estamos quietos, somos trashumantes, somos padres, hijos, nietos y bisnietos de inmigrantes. Es más mío lo que sueño que lo que toco. Yo no soy de aquí, pero tú tampoco. Yo no soy de aquí, pero tú tampoco. De ningún lado del todo y de todos lados un poco.
Llena de orgullo porque
I'm really proud because it seems that misunderstanding is very rampant and we need to propel circular economy. Excellent. So we want to invite the mayor of the city of Córdoba, Daniel Pasarini, the governor Martin Jajora, and we invite them to join the stage for this homage, for this recognition. Let's give a round of applause. The mayor is going to give the governor an award which was made by a sculptor, Pablo Zárate, right now. It's beautiful. Congratulations. And as our colleagues can reflect this moment in pictures and photographs, up next we're going to listen to the words of the governor of the province of Córdoba, Martin Jajora. Well, I'm really feel a lot of emotions coming in here, and to share this, I want to share this award with everyone, this recognition, with everyone, all of the Quixotes that started way before us, to defend in their companies, in their university programs, the possibility of developing, of growing by respecting the environment. Let's give a round of applause to them. It's incredible what we can achieve from the deep parts of the inside, from the deep country. It's incredible the differences that we can make when we dare to go further. As Daniel said, 4 or 5 years ago, talking about circular economy was teaching and thinking that Córdoba could be able to take a relevant place in circular economy in our planet was almost unthinkable, and this was the decision that we made to go forward together with all sectors, a constant policy. And we made the decision to understand that each of us has the possibility of doing something to defend our planet. And we also have the obligation to, because in general, us and other countries that are called, quote unquote, underdeveloped, and the provinces outside of Buenos Aires, and many of our Latin American friends expect that these things are done by somebody else, that these things can only be done by those strong economies, by those developed economies, the ones that have strong currencies. But sometimes they have strong currencies, developed economies, and what they don't have are leaders and decision and will. That's why environment is suffering, and that's why we're going worse and worse. And we do this, we are in this situation because the people who have to lead the development privilege their own interest against defending the world. They privilege to capitalize, to exploit, and not to take care of the environment. Maybe that's why Latin America today, and from Córdoba today, with this summit, where we have more and more people, more and more entrepreneurs, more mayors, more governors, more senators, more ministers, has been showing the world that we can do it from the deep parts of the country to make structural changes that they don't even dare to think about. And this is why in that moment 4 years ago, when we started talking about circular economy, that was disruptive. That was novel. I could tell you thousands of stories because nobody understood the concept, because we had to explain it. We had to suggest a city with the 4 Cs, which is the next innovative concept, which was to let go of normal cities and start understanding where are the new cities, the new countries going, and of course the new provincial governments going. But to understand the role of cities not competing against themselves, but they compete in reaching a global role, and that those cities in the new world have traditional activities like traditional education and their traditional way of doing things. But if you want to get ready to be one of the cities that set a trend and that lead their countries to a better lifestyle, need to incorporate the guidelines of circular economy. This is why we decided to incorporate the circular economy within a framework that Daniel was mentioning. And sometimes you don't get it because it's part of this focus, but it's also something that is cross-sectional. We're talking about the creative economy, we're talking about knowledge economy, and we're talking about community economy. When we're talking about knowledge economy, we're talking about a new world where talent is everything. Today, you need less capital to put together a new company or a startup. You need talent, you need education, you need educational programs, and you cannot wait until Argentina or the provincial government changes something. You are the one who needs to change the things. We have many mayors from many cities. We're being heard everywhere, and this is a meeting of not just circular economy but also political innovation, and we need to expand the concept of circular economy and complement it with the knowledge economy. We need more talent. We need, right now when financing is reduced, we need more education, more knowledge, more talent, more investment. We need to use this stage to reinforce knowledge. The cities that are going to grow are the ones that link knowledge and talent to the growth of the regular industries like the ones that we have today. Circular economy is an invitation to discover new materials, new uses, new designs. The products are going to be designed differently from now on, to be reusable, new clothes. I did not come with my shoes like last time, but this is all part of a new culture. There's another thirst that is coming, which is the creative thirst. Artificial intelligence is going to replace 60 to 90% of the regular activities that we do. The thing that it cannot replace is humanity. And humanity is creativity. Humanity is culture. Events like this are the ones where we can generate activities like congresses, like music, art, as we heard a new art that is going to use recyclable materials, recycled materials. We're going to have many companies doing this. You can see for example, the frames with algae to reduce carbon in offices. This culture is going to lead us to innovate, starting by changing the concepts in our daily activities, in our daily purchases, and the community economy, the social economy, even though it's very complicated today. The community economy it's an economy that is thinks about each of the abilities and that supports each of the social productive companies. This is the one that supports small businesses, which is the one that is going to create more and more jobs every year. That's why I'm going to go a little bit further, and I want to congratulate you, Daniel. I want to congratulate you and the entire group, the entire team, everyone who is making this possible through their work. I was looking at the growth because I remember on the first one we didn't have sponsors. Now it's full of sponsors. The third fair where we show the products, it might be the largest sustainable product fair in Argentina, probably. And we have international organisms in a short period. And I wanted to tell you that the transformation for circular economy is not going to be linear. It's going to be exponential. And that's why in 4 years we've gotten to where we are, from having no sponsors to being full of sponsors, from from going to asking, please, if we can start this display of entrepreneurs, of startups. Now we have 1,000 startups working with circularity, and we moved from having companies that maybe 4 years ago they would not see this process, that they can incorporate it, and that they have it incorporated because if they want to request, if they want to ask for a loan, you need to specify the sustainability of the project. And if your activity is linked with environmental development, you have a preferential rate. So everything that we said 4 years ago, and they were looking at us as if we were crazy, and today they are in reality. And the most important thing in this is that there's no turning back here. Leadership will change, but there's no turning back here. Not just because of what a leader tells you, but rather based on the new generations. If you see the children that are learning in the kindergarten, if you look at the teenagers, how they respect nature, it took a law to get rid of animal codes, but now it didn't take a law. There's no law there. This was a change in society, and this trend will not stop. And those who adopt this trend are going to lead their peoples to development, to growth. And those companies that adopt it the earliest are going to subsist, are going to continue. And the ones that continue in this world without understanding this transformation, as they didn't understand the digital transformation, even though they are powerful today, maybe in a while they will not exist anymore. And we will talking about that brand as an example of a brand that did not adapt to the new age. And those cities that do not fit these conditions are going to lose investment. And in a very short period, large companies, multinational companies, those that are going to invest in cities with clean energy. Without any clean energy, without treatment, without circular economy, you're not going to go far. So, this speech may be a futuristic speech, but when the international organisms come here, they will tell you that for all of their loans, if you want to have a spring in your rates, in your interest rate, if you want to have a greater possibility, you need to consider the environmental factor. Those international companies that are here, they know that if they go back to their headquarters, it's not the same government, it's a different place, but what remains immutable was that vendors will need to have the best technology and also the highest level of environmental commitment. So the companies that are looking at us or that are here, the ones that adopt circular economy in their manufacturing processes are going to gain markets, and those who don't, they will lose them. And for us, administration is creating jobs, so that's what we need to be at the cutting edge of technology. I want to, 4 years ago, I wanted to put circular economy. When we talk about the knowledge economy, I wanted to put circular economy in our vocabulary, and we had to explain why would you invest to make an impact. And since we had very little, we decided to create this summit to socialize knowledge. Everything is free here. You can come here for free, and you can Google, you can search, and you're going to find the greatest exponents in the world who went through our summit. Our Córdoba summit is an open Wikipedia of circular economy. It's impossible to find something like this. So much information in other places, so much generosity and so much solidarity in other places. So that's why this is a reference, and this is a place of reunion. Many projects have come out of here. Many projects have come out of the cooperative work. This summit needs to be a demonstration of solidarity, of education. And it's like I heard the other day, Martin, we need to educate on the new innovation concepts. Okay, with education it's difficult. Without education, it's impossible. So that's why I want to congratulate you for being rebels. For all of you who are rebels here. You all know in our country, in the world, we are debating again, and some of these ideas are going backwards. That's why today is the new moment for Quixotes. 4 years ago, we wanted to divulge a new idea, and today is to say that if we don't have a sustainable production and if we don't incorporate circular economy, our world is not going to be enough. You can see it with the catastrophes, the natural phenomena, the storms, but unfortunately, we have leaders. We have parts of the world leadership that deny it. So that's why I thank the people who is here, because you too are Quixotes, who are understanding that even though the winds are strong and against you, we're going to resist in the name of the future generations. And that's why in such a difficult moment as this, even with scarce resources, that's why, as Daniel said, you need to give institutionality to an idea. You need to give it the power of the institutions. Circular economy and circularity in Córdoba has plenty of institutions that give a place to these ideas. The institutions are like the legs of a table. You may have an idea, but if you don't have the legs of the table, you don't have a table. You just have the board. But the legs are the ones that give it strength. So even though today it's a matter of discussion, everything related to environment, here in Córdoba we have created the Ministry of Environment and Circular Economy to help each of the mayors to defend the environment in Argentina, starting from Córdoba, and so that each of the cities was able to have what they had, what the city of Córdoba had in terms of circular economy. I want to congratulate all of you. Daniel, I want to congratulate you. The Cordobese have decided to have this distinction and this honor that the OES has declared Córdoba Center of Excellency in terms of circular economy for the entire continent of the Americas. The world is changing constantly. The world and us, we are the first generation who have a clear awareness that our human resources cannot sustain our level of consumption. We are the first generation that can embrace, I wouldn't say a brave, but a coherent, a human attitude of defending the environment, to take care of the world and to take care of the new generations. I want to invite each and every one of you to embrace our madness, to join and to do this madness from your place, to exercise this madness from the city council, from the NGO, from the management of a company, from whichever place you are in a community, from an NGO. I invite you to stop waiting for others to change the world for us, to help environment for us. It's our time. It's our turn. We have to do it. To be able to look at our grandchildren and tell them that we gave our lives so that they could at least breathe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin Jarjora. Could you please stay with us on stage? We'll now ask Mr. Passerini to join us on stage, and the Ibero-American Network of Mayors also to join us on stage, so a group picture can be taken. So please join us on stage.
Prácticamente redondea esta inauguración, ¿verdad? Este acto inaugural.
Invitados a subir al escenario, así tomamos la fotografía conjunta. Bueno, ahí se van acercando. Muchas gracias. Y los recibimos también con un aplauso, por supuesto. Adelante. Bueno, están subiendo los intendentes de la red iberoamericana de los municipios circulares, por supuesto, para llevar adelante esta foto grupal de la 4ª edición de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular.
Bueno, la cantidad de fotógrafos presentes, fotoperiodistas, habla a las claras de la importancia de este acontecimiento, en muchos casos algunos reencuentros. Siguen subiendo intendentes de la Red Iberoamericana de Municipios Circulares. Para esta foto le pedimos que se vayan acomodando.
Y aún faltan, ¿eh? Siguen subiendo, claro que sí.
Bueno, como verán ustedes...
Da cuenta del equipo hermoso que se ha generado, que se ha formado.
So we have the mayors joining us on stage.
Que pertenecen a este movimiento de la economía circular. Y evidentemente el escenario es de muy buena calidad porque está resistiendo una cantidad importante de gente, ¿no?
Bueno, a ver, terminan de subir y lo que les vamos a pedir a los intendentes es que se acomoden de la forma más práctica para que salgan todos en la fotografía, ¿eh?
A medida que vayan llegando, se van acomodando, por favor.
¿Los aplaudimos en el mientras tanto?
Vamos.
Y se lo merecen, ¿no? Claro que sí. Ahí está. Foto grupal, entonces.
So I think we're all set for the photo. So we can see there are many cities that are involved in circular economy projects. A round of applause to these leaders. As Chris was saying, a large group of mayors. Thank you very much. Thank you, Martin Jarjora. Thank you, Daniel Passerini. Another round of applause. We have officially opened this 4th edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. And in a few minutes, we'll continue with the next panel. Please feel free to use your social media. to post your experiences. Hashtag economía circular, hashtag sustentabilidad. You can tell the world what's happening here at this World Summit. We still have a few more panels ahead of us. The next panel is related to international development agencies and their contribution to circular economy. Tomorrow we'll have many other talks, and on Saturday you can visit the fair that, let me tell you, looks amazing. There are many things to see, really, and children and the young generations really understand what's happening here. 1,200 children have visited the fair today. It is the children that are, as we said before, very aware of what taking care of the environment really means.
La suma de muchos papeles es muy dañina.
En un ratito nada más vamos a estar hablando
moderator of our next panel, Leandro Corgal, will be moderating the next panel on international development agencies and their contribution to circular economy. We are in the main conference room, but there are other meeting rooms. We've had the opportunity to meet many colleagues. So we'll continue with the next panel very soon. We have a lot of recycled cardboard paper for the panels that were used for the panels in this convention center. Also, over 150 kilos of recycled waste was used for decoration. If you go to the International Fair, you will be able to see exactly what can be done .
Con la presencia de gobernador e intendente, en este momento vemos muchos amigos abrazándose, charlando, conversando. Esto también es parte de un evento como este, ¿no?
Claro que sí, porque la convocatoria también justamente era a departir ideas, ¿no? A poder dialogar sobre
This is a forum to exchange ideas. Then we can take home with us So we're getting ready for the next panel. If you are in the convention center, and if you're planning to take part in the next panel, please have a seat.
Y para que la gente que quiera escucharlo pueda hacerlo también, ¿no es cierto?
Bueno, ahí está. Les vamos a pedir a partir de ahora silencio y les vamos a solicitar que se sienten en cada una de las mesas porque ya en minutos nada más va a empezar la próxima ponencia.
Bueno, ¿sabías que 2.000 alumnos de colegios primarios de la ciudad y de...
Over 2,000 students already visited the convention center today.
Nada más, comenzamos con uno de los temas que también son fundamentales y que hacen a la economía circular, que tiene que ver con los organismos internacionales que vienen llevando adelante desarrollo y también aporte a la economía circular y de los cuales vamos a aprender seguramente.
Bueno, quien va a estar moderando.
So this panel will be moderated by Leandro Gorgal.
Al auditorio le vamos a pedir silencio y sobre todo a aquellos que van a ser parte del siguiente panel a que se sienten en sus mesas para poder empezar con el mismo. Ahí está. ¿Nos vamos ordenando?
Por favor, silencio. Les agradecemos silencio en respeto a las personas que van a disertar en este momento. ¿Presentamos el panel?
Muy bien, adelante.
So let's introduce the panel. International development agencies and their contribution to circular economy, moderated by Leandro Gorgal, who's responsible for the development agency of University of San Martin. Milagros Aime, who's an environmental engineer from the World Bank. Magalid Cutina, who's a regional head of the Argentine office of BICE, that is the Central American Bank of Economic Integration. Walter Cont, who's the sectorial analysis director of the Latin America Development Bank. And Matias Huichon, who's a water expert from the IDB. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. It is an honor to participate in this summit. I'm responsible for moderating this panel, which is important when considering issues related to the way towards developing sustainable development. And a previous panel said that, we're always behind and far from achieving our objectives that would allow us to prevent climate disasters. And to reverse this trend, we need a higher level of investments of unprecedented levels. The United Nations submitted the report on financing and development, which stated the deficit. We are at $4.2 trillion annually. This is the gap to attain SDGs, almost twice as much compared to the gap prior to COVID-19 that was $2.5 trillion. And these figures are really hard to understand if we consider the consequences of the lack of action just regarding climate change, economic costs, and social costs by 2050 are almost 5 times compared to the funds that are needed to mitigate climate change. In this regard, the multilateral banking plays a key role in order to narrow the gap and achieve the objective. So this panel, the purpose of this panel is to address this issue in order to exchange perspectives, strategies, funding strategies in sustainable development, particularly in issues related to circular economy. So I'd like to start with the introduction. Matías Guichón, who's an expert in water from the IDB. He's a construction and civil engineer from La Plata University with over 25 years of experience in projects of urban infrastructure and development. He's participated in international and national projects. At the IDB, he is responsible for water projects and management of urban waste. Matías, a starting question. The adoption of the circular economy paradigm in the IDB water projects has been really important at a regional level. Can you tell us about innovative projects of IDB projects in the region and the main difficulties you encountered during implementation? Leandro, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. Let me start by describing the different pillars we have at the IDB. We transform challenges into working guidelines. There are clearly defined 5 guidelines: sustainable development, universal accessibility, funding, and innovation, and lastly, governance. And for me, the 2 most important ones are universal accessibility. A lot has been said already about the different sustainable ideas and how circular economy has become important in terms of solid waste management, but we have a lot of challenges in terms of accessibility. And circular economy is here to stay. But if we look at accessibility in Argentina, and this is quite a representative figure, less than 20% of sewage water is actually treated. So you can imagine the environmental impact of this. And this leads me to another concept, which is the water safety concept. This, which is the capacity that a particular population has to have access, of water in a sustainable way. And this involves circular economy. And circular economy not only involves solid waste management, there's a lot that a lot has to be done in this sense in order to achieve this water safety that is really far from being achieved. And here, if we talk about solid waste management, The bank has a portfolio of water projects and water resources. The bank has a set of assets in Argentina, and among them, I'd like to highlight two projects. I mean, in the past 4 years, a lot of recycling centers and waste management centers were developed with an important social inclusion impact, because of our projects have a strong social inclusion impact, because we want to create an appropriate working environment. We've even built kindergartens so that recyclers and collectors can actually go there and have their kids in the kindergarten, so that they know their kids are just next doors and they're being taken care of. So the bank has really got involved in these kind of projects. And as regards solid waste management, many platforms were developed. For example, the Solid Waste Management Hub, which is an open source data platform, which is not as standardized. This hub helps all of the government, the administrations in the continent to be aligned. And then about the reuse of water, such an important thing for us at the bank, which clearly there are many things ongoing. Only 25% of sewage water is reused, and this is an important source. I mean, that can be used for other purposes, such as agriculture, for example. From the bank, we're aiming at developing different public policies to support funding, but it's still very challenging because, developing treatment plants in order to see how these waters can be used. But we're trying to narrow universal accessibility, and so we need to actually meet the deficit, and we need also to measure how environmentally friendly we are being. I mean, we are in terms of the projects we're developing. We are doing some interesting things. South Korea, for example, which is really advanced in these matters. They are now helping us in Argentina to implement reusing the San Juan sewage water treatment plant, which are the standard settings or parameters that need to be achieved. And as this, there are a few other examples that we'll be working on for the next few years. In Bahía Blanca, for example, they already have the sewage water treatment plant, and then in Mendoza as well, where they are planning to reuse the water of the plant they have in place already. They want to reuse the water in the lagoons in Entre Rios. I mean, all of these projects that are involved in this circular economy issue, to address circular economy issues. Thank you. We'll now give the floor to Milagros Jaime. She's online. Milagros is an environmental engineering, natural resources from the World Bank. She leads the prevention plan on sea pollution. She was also involved with the Inter-American Development Bank. She was a technical advisor on water in projects in Argentina in the private sector. She worked in the corporate department of Siderar. She supervised compliance of requirements in their industrial plants. Milagros is an environmental engineer from one of our national universities. Milagros, the question is, I mean, the pollution of our oceans with micro and microplastics is an issue that has become more visible in these years. An international agency is being created to actually standardize this. Can you tell us about the implications of this agency for the region and how this is connected to circular economy, and which could be the support of, for example, the World Bank and other lending institutions? Thank you, Leandro. First, I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation. It is truly an honor to share this panel with you, with these colleagues. I think that the question is really good, and in a way it is aligned with what Matias said before. The hot topic today is marine and sea pollution, and the big deal is plastics. Since March 2022, 2 years ago, at the General Assembly of the United Nations, a resolution was adopted in order to develop a legally binding instrument that is a treaty, basically, for plastic pollution in our oceans. And a committee was summoned, a negotiation committee, or bargaining committee, that is in charge of conducting a comprehensive approach to address this issue. 4 meetings were conducted. The first one was in Punta del Este in 2022, then in Paris, and then in Ottawa, and another one in Korea this year. What are the most important things of the bargaining meetings, the negotiation meetings? And I'd like to highlight 4 different issues. First, an approach on the life cycle and circular economy from the conception of the products, design, and packaging, because 95%, 70 million tons of plastic packaging that are being currently used, 14% are recycled. And we're not talking about reducing plastic, but also the chemical additives that are used and that are associated to a lot of plastics. And then the consumption stage, aiming at selecting consumers and also having different alternatives for consumption. The most typical case would be, those places where you can recharge or refill your water bottles. And then the end of life, that is collecting these materials and taking them to a recycling center, and the recirculation of these materials, and the final and appropriate disposal, because in many places we don't have the right conditions for final disposal. And this, as Matias said before, we have a lot of the informal, a lot in these bargainings. We have more things that are more connected to, for example, focused on recycling and oil. But we need a combination of actions along the life of a product. There isn't a single solution that would actually address the issue of plastics. And the second point I like to highlight. We're talking about national action plans, so the countries can have short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals. These goals, now, whether these goals are going to be imposed by each of the countries or the treaty, that is under discussion, and we will have a specific methodology for to monitor the achievements of these goals. So we need to be aware of this. And thirdly is trade. I mean, we're developing different measures related to trade, different conversations and dialogues by the World Trade Organization, and I mean, there's been an increasing interest in the use of standards, imports, technical measures, technical standards, and also smaller insular states to be able to understand the impact of these measures, because these states depend on imports and exports. And then funding. As we get to the final stages of the bargaining meetings, we need to address the funding issues. In order, the funds that are needed to implement the treaty. Opinions really vary. Whether we're going to have to open or build a new fund, we're going to use an existing fund. But the private sector investment or funds will be required. There's no consensus on whether this contribution should be mandatory or voluntary. We see some plastic credits, for example, is an innovative solution. It's an interesting source of funding source, but we need to consider this against other loans, for example, low carbon emissions and so on. And there are two main differences in the world of plastic. There are no restrictions or limitations as to the production of plastic. So to address this from the loans perspective is not good enough. I mean, we need to measure the impact relative to how big this problem is. And then the other main difference is that as long as, even though greenhouse gases affect migrate, plastics, I mean, there's a strong local component, because there are some countries where we see plastic along riverbanks in urban areas. So, there are some differences compared to carbon loans, which could be the contribution of institutions such as the one I represent. Out of these bargaining meetings, I mean, these agencies are just observers. And even though we cannot play an active role during the plenary sessions, then we can support the different countries and delegations, and we can actually we have a lot of power to actually summon for the participation of the different stakeholders. For example, we supported in the coordination of dialogues related to ghost fishing, or we have discussing benefits for the different regions. This is very important when we talk about recycling strategies. And in the last NEC meeting, we had leaders from the private and public sectors so that they could share the different investment decisions that are required, what kind of incentives and regulations are needed to unleash private investment. Outside NESC, for example, 2 weeks ago in We had the conferences on small insular states, and there were some sessions on how these countries can actually become a block of countries. These are countries that depend on plastics and also the limited space they have to build landfills. And we can also support with technical knowledge, different national action plans. We can help in, decision making. There are many things we can explore that is via different programs. And for example, blue economy. I had a meeting, with people from Costa Rica. This is why I could not be here at the summit in person. This program, for example, has over 100 activities and involves countries from around the globe. And we supported different action plans, such as in Bangladesh, delegations in Grenada, Peru, market studies for Southeast Asia. You can actually visit our website so you can see what we're doing, and investment loans. To be honest, the main focus of the greatest demand is has to do with solid waste management. We want to actually reorient this focus, and that requires the support of the public and private sectors. To wrap up, the solution to the issue of plastics is not an isolated solution, but it's rather a combination of solutions. Joint action is vital, and the inclusion of the informal sectors. We need funds for this transition. And what is important, the treaty could actually provide the framework in order to start the transition. It's really hard to start the transition without a framework. Leandro, back to you.
Thank you very much, Milagros. Up next, we're going to have the intervention of Walter Cont from the CAF. Walter has graduated in economy in the University of La Plata. He is also graduated in the University of California, Los Angeles. He is a directive at CAF, manager, and he is a professor of company economy and industrial organization in the economy program at the University of La Plata. He is specialized in areas related to market functioning and public service regulation with emphasis in infrastructure. In that sense, and I mentioned a little bit about the UN report regarding the development funding, you can identify one of the barriers in the deployment of financing. You can see the challenges in the persistence of unfavorable environments in the government, unfavorable government environments in that organization for circular economy. So I wanted to ask you, which are the main challenges that you identify at a national level in Argentina and also in the region to align incentives in the promotion of investments from the private sector looking at circular economy? Okay, thank you very much, Leandro. Thank you. I want to thank the organizing committee for allowing me to participate in this panel. The question that you bring is very interesting. The UN report has continued with this pessimism of the for the accomplishment of the sustainable development, and he was talking about the enabling environment as one of the limiting factors to achieve this. And this is a group of enabling factors which is related to the regulatory framework with institutional contexts and tax related frameworks that impedes the progress towards the SDGs. If we bring this back to circular economy, we're talking about the opportunities for intervention. We're going to have to complement it in that way. If we need the circular economy framework, if we have a roadmap with action plans for legal frameworks that allow you to implement those roadmaps. And this is something that hasn't come up yet, but we're going to start talking about this, which are the measurement and assessment mechanisms. So, in these frameworks, once you get the incentives for decision making are ordered, then you get you start to see the decisions from at a micro level. You start to see how you change business models, how private sector can innovate, and when the private and the social goals are aligned, you can go out there and you can there is an opportunity, you see what happens with that. But there are some factors that when there are certain factors that are not being when certain factors are in place, then you start seeing the carrots and the sticks that we discussed before. Sometimes there are problems with funding, and you need an entry capital that is very steep to reach those investments. And I'm going to go back to this in a different transition, which is related to circular economy. And then, so I see the challenges on those areas, and I wish I could have had a slide here to show you how these challenges happen in Argentina. I'm going to quote a study from the ECLAC, which is about a year old, that does a follow-up on the roadmaps of circular economy, and it basically divides the analysis into a group of axes that are related to culture towards circular economy, to innovation in circular economy, with circular cities, and finally with the environmental factors, with public policy, with enabling environments. I insist, I wish I could have shown you my slide where you see that there's a red light in the scarcity or in the silence in public policy, and in the institutional ability to implement the development of circular economy and social development, and in the private sector, which was an integral part of your question. So in the report makes a comparison of countries. When you do these comparisons at an aggregate level, you miss the Córdobas, you miss the different basins, you miss the Buenos Aires, the efforts in the different areas. So it's a matter of checking what's the level of activity of the enabling factors in the different cities, and maybe we have a report where we can see the challenges and the opportunities in these smaller levels. From then on, I want to talk about what we have been able to do from development banking, as I have seen in CAF, and you see the things that we have done with knowledge products, with other technical actions, and I'm going to talk to you about I'm going to tell you one example of each kind, and one of them is related to a report on the structure of development that focuses on energy and water as two sectors that have this back and forth with the environment in mitigation and in adaptation. And they raised a topic that was not necessarily circular economy, but it's adjacent because of everything we are seeing outside, which is that within the use of energy, the one that has been less electrified and the one with a greater amount of challenges is transportation. And if you go outside, you will see electrical buses, electrical cars. So it's a matter of of waiting just a little bit until this difficulty, this challenge is relaxed. And this is a comment with related to my pro-electrical bias. But if you consume a liter of fuel, it means that you need to generate that energy, and there are lots of losses in the electrical system. And usually in Latin American systems, they marginally also generate fuel. So you are trading fuel for fuel. That makes this inefficient. So this is why I insist on the reduction of emissions and reduction of emissions related to electrification, and we need to accompany these policies of electrification with the policies of generation of non-conventional energies, so that we do not create a bounce back in emissions based on the electrification. This is a sector that we are not dealing with here, but which is related to water and electricity. But I'm going to go to another one that is related to waste and water. One of them is related to a more specific knowledge. And a few years ago, we had a study on the determinant factors for innovation in the solid waste sector. And we found two important elements, which were legal voids and the lack of legal training. And we can solve this. These are technical operations. And these are technical cooperations to help in these institutional training. And the third example that I wanted to mention, which was more related to projects, meets a little bit what Luis mentioned, which is the circularity in the water sector, which has been dealt with the least, and it has a great potential. Treatment plants are scarce in the region. There are many projects destined to work with waste treatment, and Luis has mentioned this, and I want to add to this, to agree with this statement. And most of the systems that we're looking at are irrigation, and we're looking at when can we close the circle, and I think that that's a bit futuristic, but we have circularity in other areas, as for example in effluents, in the waste that is created in waste management, and maybe we can retrieve some biogas, some biosolids, and it has a different circular road, which is different from the water, which is, for example, using them for generation of energy to provide for those treatment plants, or other functions in which our circularity starts becoming like a drawing of a sun with different effluents coming out. This is what I wanted to share with you, so thank you. Thank you, Walter. And to close this round of interventions, we have Magalit Cotiña, who is from the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. She is a lawyer. She is specialized in environment management. She has over 20 years of experience in public administration, and for 3 years she has been a project executive in the BICE in Argentina. So taking advantage of the fact that we have you here, and that the Central American Bank is the least known of the banks that we have in the panel, but without that diminishing your importance, we wanted to highlight the growth of the bank over the last few years, not just in Central America, but also but rather outside of the region, like in Argentina, who is a member of the bank, and the bank that has opened offices in Argentina. So we wanted to ask you, Magali, about the bank. You can tell us about the bank, about how the bank is working in this sector, how we are incorporating the circular economy in its action and in its development strategies. Thank you very much, Leandro. I wanted to thank the organizers of this fourth World Circular Economy Summit. For us, as the Central American Bank of Economic Integration, and it's great for me to share this panel with other development bank colleagues. Definitely, the Central American Bank is a bank that was founded with a vision of integrating and economically developing Central America in 1960. Its headquarters are at Tegucigalpa, Honduras, and it's been expanding and diversifying not just in Central America, but rather in all over the world. In this case, we have regional offices in Argentina, as Leandro said. It opened in October 22. We also have offices in Mexico, in the Republic of Korea, in the Republic of China, Taiwan, and also, of course, in Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, and most of the Central American countries. The bank has consolidated as the top financer for development structure and infrastructures in Latin America, in Central America, sorry, and its expansive portfolio makes it very rich in terms of gathering experience related to the promotion of development and in the combat against the high levels of poverty. And as it happens with the rest of the multilateral banking, the bank has a regulatory framework that is very solid, where sustainability and the circular economy paradigm are enshrined as a cross-sectional axis. Sustainability and circular economy paradigms, the comprehensive waste management, and the control of the use of non-renewable resources are a condition that crosses the bank throughout its action and throughout its offices. As my colleague said, from the point of view of the loans and the actions that we perform, and we deploy all of the actions from the technical cooperation to the acquisition of good practices and the professionalization of tools for the bank. There is a combination and an articulation with the agricultures. With our with our clients that are the governments. And since we have this cross-sectional approach for sustainable matters, we have this institutional framework that allows us to contribute to circular economy with this paradigm in important sectors like productive development, agriculture, health, education, and the loans that we provide, that we grant, and the investments that we do with bank resources have a great incidence in comprehensive waste management, promotion for the recovery and replacement and reuse and recycling of products. And we take advantage of opportunities of business promotion, that is for businesses that are related with circular economy. We have contributed strongly to the creation of for the elimination of landfills in Nicaragua and in Guatemala, which are now environmental complexes with sewage treatment, with recycling recovery, and these are flagship initiatives for a bank. And specifically in Argentina, we opened our offices in October 2022, but Argentina has been a partner of the bank since 1995, and the first operation was in 2015. So we are a little bit lesser known, but we have a very interesting portfolio. We have a very federal portfolio here in Argentina. We have over $1.1 billion. We support health, education, science and technology, production development, digital transformation of SMBs, and throughout that portfolio, all of our projects have an impact in the promotion of the circular economy paradigm. All of the works of infrastructure that we do, our portfolio in Latin America and South America is focused more on companies, on highways, hospitals, roads. So as I said, our portfolio is softer. Maybe in Argentina, we do a lot of education promotion and access to quality education. We have a mitigation program for gender violence. And in those programs, there are soft and infrastructure components. All of the infrastructure components are, of course, follow all of our safeguards with sustainable construction, with the use of a good use of resources, with appropriate waste management, and we also carry on with environmental policies, with the promotion of good practices within each of the executing organisms that we work with. Our portfolio in Argentina is basically targeted to the public sector. We are financing only initiatives from the national and provincial public sector. But throughout Central America, we also work with the private sector. We're currently working on the promotion of a sustainable mobility program that is related to renewing the automotive the automotive park of different companies, the fleet, of different companies. And I'm going to take a little bit of what Walter mentioned. And one of the issues that I found interesting to suggest is that these spaces of reflection make us wonder what is the contribution beyond these investments that promote comprehensive waste management, the good use of raw materials or of secondary materials. And beyond that, we have an interesting challenge that they mentioned about carrying on an impact evaluation to assess the real impact of these projects that we finance, and about the incidence and their impact to promote the paradigm of circular economy. I think that that's one of the challenges that we have in our bank, and we are working on it. And in Argentina, we see a window of opportunity to work on these metrics, on these real indicators, because all of our loans in Argentina have a component that Leandro knows that are related to a strategic evaluation. So all of the programs after the end of their life are going to be strategically assessed, and it's going to be interesting to see that when we do this assessment, to see if we can develop indicators and metrics that can be useful to propose the development of investments and public policies for specific matters related to circular economy and sustainability. If we are able to build those metrics, we have a baseline, we are able to have an evaluation of the impact that is basically targeted to the impact of projects in promotion and in benefits of circular economy, then we're going to be able to formulate new projects and new investments and work together with the rest of the banking sector with greater knowledge and with empirical evidence to be able to formulate programs that include that turn a profit or benefit for the circular economy. Okay, thank you, Magali. Our time is up. We are closing this panel. We've had a bit of a delay here, but in general, I wanted to close with a few words. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues for your presentations in the panel, for the different visions that you have shown us about the circular economy issues and how the the banks, the development banks, are targeting this issue in Argentina and throughout the region. And I insist that we need to take advantage of the role and the potential that the development banks have to, so that it's worth mentioning that these banks are created for the member states with the objective to finance long-term projects. I think that the multilateral banks have been able to consolidate a financial model that has been very successful from the creation of the World Bank in 1944, 1945 to these days. The model of the multilateral banks has grown, and we have close to 30 banks, 30 multilateral banks, and their disbursements made by the member countries are increasing year by year. For example, in the year 2000, throughout the world, the multilateral banks had disbursed over $30 billion. That number grew to $96 trillion. It was 30 trillion before. In Argentina, last year we've had a record of disbursements over $5 billion from multilateral development banks to finance projects of infrastructure, social projects, and projects that have a sustainable development outlook that little by little we have needed to incorporate the view of the circular economy in each of their operations. So thank you again. I think that this goal, the goal of this panel, has been achieved. We have been able to review the circular economy agenda in banks, and to know which are the products or services that are offered by these banks in Argentina and in the region. There are financial products, but there are knowledge generation projects, technical support projects for governments, which are very important to deploy the development strategies with a look towards, with a local look, towards the outside. So thank you, and we will see each other in the next few opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks more relaxed now. We started at 9 in the morning, right? A bit after 9. He actually started at 5:30 in the morning. Are you all okay? Are you doing fine? Thank you for being here. Also, thank you to participants that are following this event online. We've had over 7,000 people so far today, but then we'll be able to quantify how many people, because people actually come and go. So the next panel will be moderated by Alejandra Garcia Krisanek, She is a columnist and she also works for some of the media. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. This summit is really incredible for Cordoba. So, how are you doing? Are you relaxed after lunch? We need to connect, and connecting means, when we get in contact with nature, when we go barefoot, when we listen to the stream of water, when we listen to the wind, the birds singing, and this is where we become aware of our being and of our decisions. And so, this is why our friend from Brazil would like to make us a gift. Ayla, are you here? Welcome. Ah, pero no me...
Na trama do pão que o diabo amassou, são essas mulheres que guardam segredos, que choram, que cantam e fazem de tudo, que quebram, quebranto a dor do menino que o olho riscou.
Hermoso.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ayla, who's a native of the Tabajo Arupim tribe. She works in the Amazon, in the Tapajos region, where gold exploitation in nature leads to the contamination of mercury, and a lot of the native women that are not entrepreneurs. I mean, women produce, and in this organization, because we know that in societies there are different ways to organize ourselves. They produce, and then the men do the business, but they go to the raw material. Ayla, who is a Tapajós native from the Tapajós Pará region. She has a degree in social communication, and she's a student at the Masters of Human Rights and Citizenship from the University of Brasilia. She is deeply committed with the environment, the earth, and women, and this is very important because this experience we're going to share today, experiences that actually nurture other experiences. We need to learn to take them home with us. We will learn some things to be able to take them to other regions, not only from Argentina, but Latin America and the rest of the world, wherever you're seeing us. We're all ears, Ayla. Welcome.
Yo tengo una presentación. Yo tengo una presentación.
I have a presentation. I'm going to use a word that we use a lot, which is tesume. And along my presentation, I will translate the meaning of tesume. Ancestral technology, this is the subtitle, because we as a native people were the first inhabitants of South America. We already practiced all kinds of technologies, and these are technologies that actually supported the existing technologies. So this word actually has a lot to do with meaning, which is ancestral technology, Tesume. Here, I like to show where I come from. I'm a native of origin from the region that is located at the heart of the Amazon, that is located in the Tapajós River. And I'm highlighting a few elements that are included in Tesumen. The women in my community, women weave from a fabric from a tree that is called tucuman. This is why Tesume. All kinds of leaves are used for weaving, and they are used later on for, these fabrics are used for cloth making, and we used also mud to elevate our ancestors and to build different amulets, different tools. And one of them is Orakitan, which looks like a frog, and that is used for protection. My family comes from the Puri tribe, and we manufacture a lot of wooden amulets. And for many years, my tribe has practiced. Why Tesume? Tesume comes from the process of weaving, vegetable, fibers. And in this process, I mean, this helps our culture alive, because when we weave, in this process that it kind of filters down from generation to generation, this is a way to keep our culture alive. And Tesume is a political act. What do I mean by this? When we weave, and this is introduced in the society as a way to support ourselves. It is a way to show that as women we can work with the products we have around ourselves. And so and we with this we want to show how we live. And Tesume process is also a political act. Here I like to show our technology, this weaving line, and this that is very common among the tribes in the Amazon. So we build this hook, where we're going to squeeze the juice of the yucca, and we use this kind of technology in order to survive. You see that there is a kind of Tesume as a sort of an ornament. When in this Tesume process, this weaving process, a lot of hands are used, and these are the hands of women. This is why I came in singing this song, that represent, the feminine and life at the time. So women and, is in charge of, life and producing life. So Suraras the Tapajos is a land of warriors, and women are also responsible for weaving, for producing, not only weaving with the fibers I talked about before, but weaving songs, weaving ropes, because we have collective groups that involves weaving. So weaving goes beyond weaving these fabrics. So this was a bit of the history, which is my connection with this that arises from the weaving process, or tsume. We are over 1 million in Brazil. We are over 1 million natives in Brazil, based on the last census. There's a large population of 5% of the world population, and we assure 80% of the, we protect 80% of the world nature. And so we understand that in the process, we understand that it's important to institutionalize in order to be able to build strategies to stand up for our lives. So the fact of being a native, also researcher and journalist as a survival, because it was important to actually leave from my territory to be able to come back at some point and to continue with my tradition. So we have a mother organization. There are different tribal organizations in Brazil where we get in contact. We can we articulate our actions in order to get in contact with the government, and they fight for the universal right for life. It is important to bring up a reflection for all of us here about climate change. The Economic Initiative Forum is the right place to reflect upon our actions and to think of this turning point. Tsume is technology that was born with the native peoples, and all of these people don't need to kill. I'm not talking about killing other human beings, but from our perspective, when a life is killed or something dies or fish dies, for example, it's like a life is extinguished, comes to an end. So we say that the forest and is what is needed to ensure the life of the people. It's important for the people to be alive if the forest is sick. So we, as native people, I always think whether we are in the right place, if we're here. The important thing is to reconsider our lifestyles in these kinds of forums so that we can reflect upon our actions. So in this picture, this is one of the demonstrations we organized that fights for, because there are many legislations that want to actually extinguish our lives. So it's many of the one of the threats we have to fight. We have to defend against, because we are the extension of the territory. I'm here, but in Córdoba, in Argentina, but I'm still Amazon. I bring with me all of my culture. I bring, the Tapajós River with me, my river, my region here. So this really, this connection talks about, or this talks about our connection with the nature. It's easier to kill a life, to destroy a forest and build things that are not as useful. So when we say that the body is in danger, I mean the possibility of sustainable economy, everything is under threat. So protecting the forest, diversity, this kind of economic activity So when we use all of these systems that we believe are supporting the lives of the people, they're actually doing the contrary. So when there's a threat for this kind of activity, it is a threat for every one of us. I'm 25 years old, and I don't recall many of the things of my tribe, my people. We through this picture, you'll see that they are peeling off the cassava. Then they're gonna use it to eat fish. This is my message now. I'd like to talk a bit more maybe we can reflect upon this message today and the next in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I imagine that you're all seeing everyone who is here. I took some notes as a journalist as part of a global agenda where I'm. Can you hear me? Okay, let's ask for some assistance. I want you to, let's see if we have some support to see if we can get some assistance on the, need to be in channel number 1. Let's see. Can you hear me? Let's see if somebody from behind the scenes, you can assist. Having some technical issues.
Pero
she understands Spanish, but you were talking about the interrelation between the well, we talk about the floods in China, the floods in India, the floods in Entre Rios. We see that so far away, and you were mentioning that 80% of this of the forest, okay, that you meant that 80% of the activity that you put you give your body away to that forest, which is the lungs of the world, and it's still underestimated. We still need more awareness that you were born there, that you are a leader that comes out of that forest, and that you are talking about this need to take care of this planet wherever you are. I think that this is very complex when we see it's very complex to guarantee the legitimacy, or to get legitimacy for us. We need to do the reverse road and take our place to understand the indigenous world when others don't care or don't worry or do not intend to understand us and our culture. I don't think I can't find the necessary mechanisms to understand what happens to us. At least in Brazil, we are 75,000 indigenous peoples in the university, and this is a way to get a degree for those of us who live our story, and for our story to be recorded. And those strategies, I feel that they, as if people were covering their eyes, their ears, and weren't able to give us a true place to speak, to be heard. So it's at this moment it's very necessary for people to listen to us, to listen to me or any other indigenous person who could be here. If even if we are not in many spaces, we are not deciding for a future. We are not able to decide on the fact of the oil being explored, um, oil in the Amazon. It's not the indigenous people, so the safety of these spaces needs to be guaranteed, and that the decision making needs to be guaranteed. You were talked about some things that we have debated the basis law, which was approved with certain changes that are going to be incorporated. But one of the main points is the work in the north of the country, with the lithium exploitation and with hydrocarbons in the south. And what's your opinion with this regarding this situation in this region, where there's a government in Argentina, a national government, that is aligned more to the international right, where there is a certain characteristic of negationism or rejection or skepticism towards climate change? Yes, we had also a right-wing government that declared that they would not, there shouldn't be an indigenous land demarcation, which is the main thing that we need to protect our territory. And in that time, I am a researcher in that area. At that time, there was during that administration, that's the moment where we had the most mining explorations within the Tapajós basin. So that's kind of the kind of narrative that you say, that the more that you allow, the more that you exploit, the more resources that you exploit, industrial resources, or the more that this is allowed, the more we are threatened. We are threatened physically, biologically, and legally, because it prevents our way of living. If we lose all of these aspects of living, of surviving, then I honestly believe that these global leaders that stand in that right-wing narrative, they do not concern themselves with the life or the survival of humanity. They lost their humanity. I believe that we have a calling that's called Menagua, that we are call about the fall from heaven. The humans are the living being that do not want to stop the falling of heaven. The indigenous people are the ones that think like that and want to share that with the indigenous people as an alternative, as the continuity of life, the continuation of life in the planet. But we are reaching the point of no return here. So, in the past, in the last administration, we saw that mining was mostly exploited, and it was exploited way more than in the current government. And the consequences are serious, as the example of the Bunuku population in close to in Cayapo, and what happens? It doesn't happen from one day to the other. It's to retrieve one of those areas. It's 200 years, and I'm not going to be here. And we call this a genocide because they are not killing me, not just killing me, but also my territory, also my ground. A while ago, I had to participate in a youth meeting for climate change in the city of Despeñaderos. There were plenty of youths from different schools involved with climate change and in the different actions. And I see that you are 25. Many of the youths that I met there are here, and many of them are streaming. And I wanted to ask you, what can they do? How can we create this domino effect? What's the advice that you would give them to say, okay, you can start here because you feel small in such a big world with so many environmental problems? There's an important youth movement. We have youth here, young people here who are participating. Okay, a person here who's joining me who is also participating with the indigenous youths, and I think that gumption, that and the possibility, and to have youths believe in the possibility of facing and going against the state to guarantee our lives. And I understood the process with 21 years old, when I understood the pollution, when I understood the issues with women and mercury. I thought, is it that I don't have the right to dream? Is it that for me, if I'm young, that needs to be very important, because one day some of you are going to become older. Well, you're going to become older, and for you who are older, you dreamed at one point, and we want to dream as well. And from that scenario of climate emergency, and when we have issues in South Brazil, that they went to sleep and the next day there were no people there, is living in a constant state of alert, in a constant state of conflict. So we're here, and tomorrow we may disappear, or the same thing as what happened in the south may happen to us. So some youths from Brazil are getting together with Razan, who is a person who speaks about climate justice, and this person said that it's important for us to use climate justice as a tool to guarantee a future, to have a future, which is a future that is compromised. It's very interesting in that sense to follow this, to continue with this activity and everything that you were mentioning. And I was thinking about the joint work between the public and the private, and you see there the collaboration with the state, and the collaborative work. And I think that with this fourth World Economy Summit, I don't want to generalize, but I see that there's an expansion of what Córdoba is doing towards the world, with the possibility of bringing up these topics and with an agenda that is it goes against the world of not of disregarding climate change and disregarding circular economy and the impact in the economies of each generation. And in this sense, to start wrapping up, I think that they're going to be telling us that our time is up, Ayla. But in this road, in this experience, you are a conferencist in many places in the world. Is the new are the new politicians and the new politics and the new activists, depending on regardless of their ideas or their colors, can they work together? I don't know which is it doesn't matter which side are you on regarding politics. The goal is taking care of the environment. Do you think that we are on the right path? Or do you think that selfishness is still there? Are there differences that don't allow us to get closer? What happens constantly is that we try to deconstruct and for people to perceive the environment, about nature. And when you say something in that sense, it's like if we are part of that, talking about the private sector, for them is very expensive to do some actions, but for us it's very expensive to lose our lives, so it's very costly. So I think that the decision of the higher ups still remains within a larger analysis, but we need to figure out who are the people who are deciding in those decision spaces. It's there where when I say us, I mean we haven't been able to realize that. I usually give this example, which is a very simple example. When you know someone who is a part of something like a soccer team like Talleres here in Córdoba, for example, if you like the team, you're going to defend the team, you're going to go to the stadium, you go to the games. And I'm not familiar with Talleres. I know that they're famous, but it's not the team of my city. If don't feel part of nature, if I don't feel part of this place, I'm going to be distant. I'm going to be individualistic. I'm going to use it until it runs out, and that's when people ends up choking on the humans end up choking with the polluted air that they created themselves. Unhappily, in front of all of this context, we see that there are many spaces, many fronts, and I still haven't seen this sense of belonging that us indigenous peoples have. It's an exercise in collectiveness, to be part of a group, and for us, when we die, we go back to the earth, and we are the nature, and the nature are us, and we are not the only people who think about that, and we live that in practice. Okay, thank you. We have the Masters of Ceremony here, and I was going to tell you that this journalist is a fan of Instituto, so I think that Instituto is more important than Talleres. We have a few fans there of La Gloria. We have the three main teams here in Córdoba, but I will take you to our stadium so that you get the circuit. And the final question, I have 1 minute, 2 minutes. With what you just said, you have an extra hour. Just to wrap up and to be the final sentence that we can take home after what you have researched about women and everything that you have heard, the women in the bodies that had been contaminated with mercury due to gold exploitation. Maybe if you can give us a summary, and I invite you all to Google this research that Ayla made. initially I wanted to just talk about the role of women in that motion, in that movement, and that in that as being those beings that carry life. I was at that point I was going through a process with the mining and I did not know what was going on. I had people who worked in mining and they were very young. They had neurological issues in their bodies, and that I felt it was interesting for me to work. I felt it was far very interesting to work on in the newspapers, in radio, and I found a bit of research that floored me. And where there was a foundation in Brazil that they found a very high level of mercury in indigenous women due to eating a fish that and fish is part of our culture and of our everyday lives. And I saw that they worked in a different place, in an area with a lot of mercury contamination, and this woman that worked there, lost her baby due to mercury poisoning. She was 23 when her baby died. Her following baby, she started crying when she got pregnant, because in that research process, the woman. I mean, I need to know, I constantly remembered that I could be that woman. I could die due to not due to environmental pollution, and knowing that I'm not going to allow my child to eat the fish in the same way that I would, because they have a right to live, and everyone has the right to live. My children, especially, so I got involved due to that. There's a lot of research on that process for mercury poisoning. And going back to my master's, so I studied how indigenous women are feeling these impacts. If you just eat something, it's not just you eat something and you get sick and then you take medication. It's not just that, it's beyond that. There's cultural memory, there's a whole life that has been destroyed. We need to say this. It was from this point that I decided to look for this, and I'm finishing my research. So they understand that mercury poisoning is a process that happened throughout the Amazon, because that didn't happen just in Brazil, also in Venezuela and Peru. So that stemmed from a mining exploitation. So gold may be very necessary, but in the way that they are exploiting it, there are people dying every day. Many lives are being lost. So we need to rethink this way of mining, and we need to start thinking about an economy that is sustainable. It's not just doing mining and then polluting. We don't want this. We want to live. Thank you. We reached the end of this. Want to say goodbye. Tell me one word that defines you. The here and now. Which is the word that comes from your heart? Which is the word that you want to give this auditorium? Which word represents you at this point? It's very difficult, but I think that ever since I was born, the word that defined me was resistance. Because at every point we have been resisting. This is something basic that we all have. We are resisting, and sometimes we deny everything every day. So thank you, and we are continuing with this fourth World Circular Economy Summit. Thank you very much, Alejandra. Thank you, Ayla, for this wonderful presentation. We're very glad to have the presence of all of you there. We've seen you. It's been long hours, but these topics are very interesting. The diversity of the topics make it very interesting. Now we move on to the next panel, which is ready. They're close to coming on stage, so we're not going to make them waste any more time. I'm sure you want to listen to them. They're going to deal with the subject of management and development of circular cities. And the moderator is going to be Daniel Cardoso, who is the director of the Environmental Protection Institute of the city of Córdoba. And we received him with this round of applause. Welcome, Daniel.
We actually going to have more than 2 speakers. This furniture, I can see it would look great at home. So the speakers, Tania Rogel, who's the Deputy Secretary of Environment from the city of La Rioja, Rodrigo Fernandez, Secretary of Government from the Municipality of Córdoba. Thank you. Welcome, Tania from La Rioja, Rodrigo from Córdoba. This panel is related to circular cities. The name may sound far-fetched or complex, but it has to do with this, with the environment and circular economy. Tania Rogel is the Deputy Secretary of Environment from La Rioja. The idea is to consider some issues oftentimes I remember some thoughts by Martin, our governor, when he said environmental management can be more efficient at smaller scales. Because at a smaller scale, then more things can be achieved. So and so, I mean, projects, when they start at a smaller scale, then they can be escalated to larger projects. And the city of La Rioja is a big city, and I'm sure it doesn't have as many inhabitants as the city of Córdoba. This is why, Tania, I'd like to ask you about the actions that you're developing in your city. And I will actually ask you then, Rodrigo, the same question. If I could start, I could say that the challenge we've taken as an administration to try to emulate nature as much as possible. So we try to conceive circularity in each of the actions we take. We have an administration that is made up of 6 people, where so I believe one of the main challenges is that they're not different from the rest of the other cities. Waste management, I mean, we work together with the Secretariat of Hinsu, green jobs, policies that have to do with education, nature preservation. So in general terms, we are a city that decided to restructure the secretariat, and I believe that we innovated in this, shared perspective. Today we listen to our governor talk about as somebody talked about the 4 Cs from the Secretariat of Government. What is the perspective? Good afternoon. We, as the mayor and the governor stated, it is a big challenge for us as a city to think of circular actions. And from this secretariat, we have good opportunities through the metropolitan agent that involves 16 local governments. These local governments have 14 new administrations, new mayors that are willing to, and they're enthusiastic about fighting for climate change and the environment. And the best thing we can do is to contribute with the positive experiences we have in Córdoba with public policies that can help address the historical issues that our local governments, local cities have always had. And through this agency, we contribute to the integration between the public and the private sectors, universities, the academia, that helps us a lot in, particularly in research activities. Today we talked a lot about, circular economy as something we need to materialize to make it really happen. And environmental management should be considered as a cross-sectional issue. Do you believe that what is being posed as an urgent matter to be addressed by climate change, do you think it is being addressed? We believe that I come from, from more university policies, but I believe this is a great opportunity to start from the beginning. I mean, what you said about health and the changes that we make is we need to see health as a single type of health, such as the UN states. So I look at, for example, animal well-being, because that is related to the health. And this is a clear example of what we said before about, how it is interconnected. I mean, that is, it's a cross-sectional issue. So we should stop thinking about preservation for the sake of preservation. I mean, we're talking about our own survival as a species. So from here, we should see that if we don't join our efforts, which is part of this starting our actions, it'll be very difficult to actually fight against climate change. It is a great responsibility for those of us who are in the government. There are many problems that have environmentally friendly solutions. What we need to do is to support, we need to support local governments, and all of the solutions that are needed to support local governments have been implemented already. Mr. Mayor Passerini said that we can take circular actions, and the addition of all those summits will contribute to global action. And this is exactly our objective, is to take care our common house. Through the Metropolitan Agency, we developed a project with a landfill organization that is managed by Cormecor, and through a company, a private company, and the local cities, we can collect all of, for example, the glass that is being disposed of by the residents. We collect them, we give it to Cormecor, and with 100 kilos of glass, then we recover the material, and we create a public, very visible public policy from collecting the waste to a solution we can implement in the city. This is one of the examples. We, through an agreement we signed with BIOCÓRDOBA, where we have a lot of tests and samples. Besides the training, we are working together to address issues that, for local governments alone, issues that are difficult to be addressed. And the other day, I was speaking with Enzo Cravero. We were speaking about the circular economy park. We took the local mayors, the city mayors, we had them visit the place, and they were really surprised by it. And we will have our first transfer center. We will collect all of the waste, we'll select the waste, we'll work with the cooperatives, and we'll be able to take to the landfill of much lower volume, so we can provide a circular, circularity to these waste that was previously put into the lands. How can you contribute? How do you contribute? How do you monitor sustainable development from the public office or administration? We have two important examples. First of all, what we're doing as regards tourism. Cordoba has a lot of natural beautiful places people like to visit, and different attractions. And so with all of the agents involved in tourism, we designed a project thinking of a city, in 2030. And all of the stakeholders, the hotel industry, restaurants, and so on, and the different chambers of tourism and the different, touristic locations, we were able to implement actions and plans that allow us to implement a metropolitan type of tourism in order to foster sustainability and also connect. Because this is one of the main pillars, as Mayor Passerini mentioned before, that is connecting and humanizing and integrating. This is what we're doing via our city, because we are not only achieving, environmentally friendly tourism, but we're also enhancing tourism at a in the tourism that could involve 16 different cities. Tania, what is the approach in La Rioja as regards contribution to sustainable development? I mean, how is this driven by the city government? As I come from the university, in academia, we are strongly contributing to education activities, not only related to education, traditional education, such as visiting kindergartens. We're also developing very specific actions where we not only learn from, we will not only provide theory, but also, because this was mentioned in the other panels, so we need to really actually feel the impact and to be able to change from linear to circular economy. So we address different levels of education with different practices that can lead us to circular economy. But we need to involve all of the citizens, and maybe, as you said before, a smaller city can address this more successfully. But to be able to advance in circular economy due to volumes is more difficult. But together with HIRSO, we're developing green business, or in order to create awareness, to stop romanticizing, and to be able to show the circular economy is feasible. We have already talked about, a lot about circular economy. Martin, Daniel, who's able to continue with a lot of the actions that Martin started during his administration, which actually inspired a lot of other cities. And an example of this is this fourth edition of the summit. Do you think that circular economy will actually have an impact on the comprehensive economic development of each of our communities? Do you think this will have a specific impact on the development of our communities? Of course. And I agree with what Tania said before. Education is really the way to go. We're transforming the present in order to have a future, and this future begins with our kids. This is one of the most important goals. And circular economy has begun to, for 4 years now, when our past governor, decided to include this in the agenda, it sounded really impossible. And as he said today, the the trade system and the business system and the industrial system has to do with this. We need to have a consumption and sustainable consumption and production. It should all, go that direction. And in terms of public administration, this is a trend, right? We cannot demand others what we are not delivering. So we need to become committed. It is a responsibility. It's not I mean, it's not speaking about circular economy or environment as a, nice talk. It is a responsibility, and I rely on this because local governments are really enthusiastic about it and very committed to it. So we need to integrate them with the social policies that have been successful and that actually can show the social and economic outcome through education. And today we are hosting this fourth edition of the World Summit on Circular Economy. And this also, it's really a motivation for the years to come. And we also participating in the RAM meetings, and Cordoba has become a leader for circular economy and environmental protection, and our local governments are very enthusiastic about it. And in the case of the Metropolitan Agency, we're planning to lead circular economy in the region. Tanya? I graduated from the National University of Córdoba, and as you are saying it, to be able to interact and to look at our experiences. I mean, it's good to visualize the experiences that come from other places in order to save efforts. We're now interacting with groups from different institutions. We're opening ourselves up to other experiences so we can work as a network. So as to, as I said before, to follow what nature does, that is networks and connection and connectivity. This is our roadmap. Two more things. Okay. Waste management. How, in both cases, we understand that there's the provincial government and the municipal governments that are 100% in common, or what should be the level of articulation between city governments and state governments in order to, for waste, comprehensive waste management. We don't have, we're not really constrained by working together. It's really favorable to work in an articulated manner today with the government of the province and the local governments. We're in sync, and this is the way to go. There's no other way, actually. Not long ago, we developed a project together with the Ministry of Environment from the province of Córdoba to be able to design these transfer centers that we're going to implement and are going to be managed together. That is, will support the city governments, but with the Ministry of the province, we'll be able to make these projects come true. And another clear example of this joint work between the public and private sector, yesterday, we did something that it was never done here in the La Calera Reserve, which is a training site. And in this training site is where a lot of the fires, are started every year. And so we met, the people from the army, and they said they could not stop their training drills. So with a minimal action, we could actually have a impact. So we designed different fire protection streets. We could provide them with tools and provide the fire departments with tools so that we could actually work in a different way. And it was great to actually have, the fire protection plan from the province, the army, the metropolitan agency, all of the institutions that never got together to work. It's crucial to be able to work as a network, as a team. It is an opportunity, and it is the only way out. City government and state government, we're a team, and this is what we work a lot with the Minister of Environment, Santiago Sulay. We've been working together for many years now, so we're just a single team. However, this reality that allows us to do many things. In our previous administration was a different political party. There was a shift, there was a change, but we should have even though we were different political parties, the transfer between one administration and the other was really seamless. It was perfect, really. And so, after evaluating the different, projects, and after discussing very thoroughly with the different areas and departments, we decided to leave actually all of the environmental policies that were in place as a sort of as the basis of the foundations. So because to create a change, to create awareness, we can really do this if we understand that we need long-term state policies in place. This is why I believe we need to overcome. We have an agenda 2030, and we need to get there. I think that these terms, every 4 years, makes it harder. It could probably be different, when it has to do with, public works or education. But when it comes to environmental impact, we need, some continuity. We need continuity. So I think that in continuity and also commitment between political parties. Public policies, a lot of the public actions that were taken and implemented in Córdoba 4 years ago and had to do with some ideas that were born 20 years ago. And talking about ideas and dreams, in terms of good practices and environmental management, including circular economy, what kind of dreams or ideas? I think that, as it was said today, 4 years ago, the summit was an environmental innovation, but today it is a political innovation because part of the political decisions that were made and that are going to be made are going to help transform the present and the future. There's no way we cannot implement it in the agenda. And to do it cross-sectionally, not only in all of the processes, public processes, but also the private processes and the academia. I believe that it's very important to understand and to discuss the experiences we share in these summits. There's a lot to be shared, there's a lot to be learned, there's a lot to be taught. This has grown. We have a lot of professionals and experiences. We can copy and different experiences. We can imitate them, and we have to implement the 4 C's, as Martin said, and also believe and be confident that sustainability actions are absolutely feasible. But it all has to do or comes down to political decisions. So city governments should take the political decision to actually adopt circular policies, economy policies. I have several dreams, but I think one dream come true is to have been able to put together this team of people that have been working a lot for a long time now, and I believe I truly believe in teamwork, and this makes me, trust that there's going to be continuity. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Very nice. Tania, Rodrigo, thank you for being here with us. And let's say goodbye to them with a round of applause. We have a few fans over there. Well, thank you very much. And you need to know that tomorrow we will carry on with a lot of activity. We start at 9 o'clock. And tomorrow we have a very nice day too. We're going to have a few surprises. For example, the company incubator is going to give a 10 million peso award. We have a competition right next to us. 30 projects and the possibility of going through this space, and why not leave a vote? I don't know if we can vote, but at least we can have a say. So yeah, it's a good start so that a project of this kind can move forward, and we're going to have talks and conferences. We have a whole production team behind us, an amazing team that is constantly working. It's very easy for us when there's such skilled people. We have 25 panels that were moderated, not just here in this room, right next to us, with the circular experiences that are also presenting. We have 25 panels all throughout the day. It's a chance to go and visit them and see what's going on over there. But we've seen the children also. The light is, well, we don't have much light left. It's a bit cloudy, but we see a lot of kids coming out from schools, coming out down from buses, and some people use this as a great school trip. And now we're going to the next main speaker. We have our keynote, another keynote, which is Bioeconomy, a development model to answer the needs of the future, moderated by Sergio Buso, the Minister of Agro-Industry. Let's give a round of applause to him. Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. We are enjoying this amazing 4th summit, which is stronger and stronger and more inclusive. We have accompanied the governor, and you're very happy to see that these summits that were born in a critical moment, that they were able to grow. We see a lot of young people. If you saw the stands, it's very nice to see this in Córdoba, to be able to contribute in this, well, to moderate this, the title, this session for with a very relevant speaker. So we're going to be introducing the main speaker, Hugo Chavarria, who's going to be part of the panel. He's a manager of the Innovation and Bioeconomy program of the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, and it's all yours, Sergio Buso. Hello, Hugo. Welcome to participate in this fourth summit. This is a very powerful topic, as you know. I want to tell you just very briefly, because I want you to give your talk, and I just want to give you some context about what's going on in Latin America with what's happening with bioeconomy. I want to hear from you about that, and for you to be a part of an entity like ICA, which is very prestigious. And here in Cordoba, we have been accompanying this look, which is kind of novel, that we cannot keep producing willy-nilly. We need to take care of resources, and with the new change in government, with our new governor, Martin Jarzora, we have changed the name of the former Agriculture and Livestock Ministry, which is important because of its history, but now we have called our ministry the Ministry of Bioagroindustry, because that word maybe brings to the present what we want to do in this moment. We want to bring up some of part of the agenda that we are working on with the private sector. We have been able to put together a public practice that has been incentivizing and rewarding the producers who are fulfilling good practices in agriculture, for all kinds of producers in all places in Córdoba. Córdoba is a very diverse province as far as production, and bioeconomy, you're going to talk to us about that, is an important challenge. We want to transform raw materials. We want to transform what we do with food, and we have an interesting chapter regarding biofuel. There's going to be an important panel tomorrow. And all in all, that figure that has been developed regarding bioeconomy, some people have called it the vaca viva, as in opposition, as a live cow, as an opposition to vaca muerta, the mineral resource, which is called vaca muerta, which is means dead cow. So this is an opposition, and we want to create a lot of riches from this food production. So I want to give you the floor. We're going to be listening to the reflections that you're going to be able to give us, and if we have time, we'll hear some questions. Thank you, Sergio. It's a great honor for us from ICA. It's a pleasure to be with you, especially in an event in a city that was a pioneer in topics of bioeconomy. When we had to talk about successful cases and important cases, we also bring up the name of Córdoba from the ICA, from the Program of Innovation and Bioeconomy. I want to really thank you for this invitation. I hope that we can take advantage to share a little presentation. I hope you see it properly. Yes, we can see it perfectly. Thank you, Sergio. I was asked to do a small presentation. We have 15 to 20 minutes, and I wanted to touch on 3 topics. The first one is, why do we from the ICA and from Latin America, why do we consider that economy is a strategic bet to transform our economy, our systems, our agri-food systems, and our territories? And the second point that I wanted to talk to you about was that bioeconomy is a process, and there are countries that are leading And we have some sort of a puzzle where we have a few pieces, but we are missing others. And the other point is that we need to work together. The challenges that we have in front of us are so big that we cannot face them on our own. We have to put together alliances, synergies. We need to work together and collectively. The first things that's the first things first to give you just a wide idea of what we're going to be talking about. We need to take advantage of this technological convergence to take advantage of our resources radically, our also our biological processes, and not only to produce commodities as we have been doing, but also to create a new industry of bioproducts and bioservices that are going to transform our agri-food industries. And we have divided that transformation into 5 elements, 5 categories. I want to just go over them very quickly. I'm going to go quickly to the next slide, sorry. And we have this technological convergence. And when we talk about technological convergence, some 20, 25 years ago, we were talking about individual developments in each of the branches of science. We had technological developments in digitalization, in engineering, and right now we have a symbiosis. That's why we call it technological convergence, because technology is coming together, and our technology is used right now to improve our efficiency and our sustainability, not just in the production of biomass, but also in taking advantage of that biomass. This allows us to produce more in each of the hectares of land that we have, and they allow us to value more what we produce. Here you have the graph there. It's a very clear example. We have the first point, which is the point for the country that produces the least per hectare in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the one on the right is the country that produces the most per hectare. So, for example, coffee, you have a country that produces 0.2 tons per hectare. And in Latin America, there's another country that produces 1.9 tons per hectare. These are national averages. It's a huge gap between the country that produces the least to the one that does the most. You have a tenfold. With rice, you have 0.9 for the least and 8.6 for the most. For sugarcane, you got 20 versus 120, and that's then that convergence of technology, of innovation allows us to close the gap, to get closer to those countries that have greater resources, and we can produce more and more out of each hectare. So, undoubtedly, Latin American countries are the main participants of food industry. We are leaders in grain production, in cereals production, in legumes, in cocoa, of course, but 60% of what we have in our agricultural exports have very little added value. They are commodities. They are all commodities. Only 34% have any added value. So the first transformation element is that bioeconomy allows us to increase efficiency and sustainability in the production of biomass and in the aggregation of this biomass and of value in this biomass. The second point of transformation is that we have the possibility of changing rural territories. We have a saying that comes from a dear friend from Argentina who was a precursor, a pioneer of this kind of agriculture. And we have these new industries of bioservices, bioproducts, and we have this bioindustrialization, the sustainable bioindustrialization, that if we try to move this biomass that weighs a lot, that is very rich in water, if we would try to move it, we kill the business model. So we are generating new industries that create jobs, linking incomes and new sources of energy. And Sergio mentioned it, and that there are new sources of energy that enable new forms of development. So this is what we do. We transform territory through the generation of new opportunities, new economic, social, productive, commercial opportunities, because that's when that's where we need to install all of these technologies. Third, bioeconomy means also the comprehensive use of the product. This is a cascade in which we go to the greatest value aggregation. When we produce a primary product, we waste a large amount of biomass that is considered waste. Of course, in coffee, the waste means 80% of the fruit of the coffee bean. In cane is approximately 60%, etc. And bioeconomy allows us to use all of that residual biomass, all of that waste, into products that have huge value aggregations, that are even products that are growing way more than the primary products of the agriculture. Agriculture in general areas are growing 3, 4, 5% when they have a good year in international markets, but these products are growing 25% annually, 14%, 12%. So bioeconomy allows us to capitalize something that we used to consider waste and turn them into new products and new services that multiply in 4, 5, or 6-fold the income that we used to produce. Fourth, bioeconomy allows us to promote improvements in nutrition and in health, because they're taking advantage of food, which we have a lot of in Latin America. And we say that if this was a soccer game, if food was a soccer game, it should be played in our field. We have 23% of forests, we have 50% of biodiversity, and bioeconomy allows us to use that biodiversity to create products that allow us to improve our health, superfoods, bio drugs, biofortified foods, and this allows us to take advantage of animal and vegetable varieties that improve our health. And the final picture, the final way in which economy transforms our agri-food systems is that we are not just creating bioproducts that substitute other products, but we are taking advantage of that waste that creates warehouse gases, and we are giving them value with another way of production. We are incorporating services that are based in nature, environmental practices, climate practices, and all of that contributes to the sustainability and sustainable development. And this was the regional position from the agricultural ministries, from the presidents in the main international spaces. These positions are related to the COP, to the different conferences, and there's an acknowledgement of why bioeconomy helps us in these processes. This is the first message. Second message is that undoubtedly Latin America has taken massive steps as for bioeconomy. From ICA, we are running a specific program to foster bioeconomy. We have been doing it for 7 years, and we said, if you watch what's going to happen in 7 years, it's impressive. We have 4 to 5 countries that have a national strategy to use bioeconomy. Costa Rica was the first in 2020. Then we had Colombia, Ecuador was a bit later, and Brazil very recently. President Lula signed a decree for the building of the national strategy. We also had in other countries, so we have 5 countries right now that have a national bioeconomy strategy. We have also other strategies that have There's other countries that have strategies for specific areas, like Argentina, that have it for the agricultural sector. And Argentina has bioeconomy strategies in different jurisdictions. So, and we have that in 18 countries in Latin America. They had 18 countries with incentives for biofuel, for bioproducts. So this is these are some of the pieces in the puzzle that Latin America has these strategies. And another piece in biodiversity is that Latin America is a protagonist in the creation of biodiversity. Another one of the pieces is biotechnology. 16 out of 34 countries have national institutions that produce technology for their agriculture. Plus, there are regional institutions. That's an important piece as well. We have production services. We have some countries in Latin America that are pioneers in the biodevelopments, the biotechnology for agriculture, biofuel, as Brazil, the same as Brazil and Paraguay, some Andean countries with other issues, so the Amazon countries with taking advantage of local biodiversity, etc. We have important pieces of the puzzle in safety, in technology, but it's a puzzle. There are strategic pieces, there are important pieces, but there are missing pieces. Some of them are the models that are outside. We have huge biodiversity, but we have a few efforts in introspection. We are short in rules and regulations, in strengthening capacities, in creating links with the industry, in infrastructure for acceleration and scaling, for investment, for promotion of markets. So we have a puzzle that we're putting together where we have pieces that are strategic, but we are missing some parts, some pieces. And the third and last final message is that these pieces, these missing pieces, are large pieces. They are enormous, and the countries share these pieces. We have different economies in Latin America and in the Caribbean. The Brazilian economy is of course going to be different from the Argentinian, from the Ecuadorian one. So countries build our economies based on our biomass, our development goals, our scientific capabilities, and it's okay to have those different and particular bioeconomy conditions. But some of these pieces are shared, so why not work together? Why not aligning efforts? And that's where we called 35 international institutions to a meeting, also from a regional area, from a national area, that we're working on bioeconomy, and we proposed to sit in the same table and to ask what do we have to offer. We did this in Buenos Aires in the ICA-BE, which we called 30 institutions, 28 of them were present, and there was a great effort, and that was the moment where the Latin American Bioeconomy Network was born. We have regional institutions like the ICA, like the IBD, like the UNESCO, the Environment Institute of Stockholm, and we have secretaries, ministries from 10 countries. So that's the new Latin American network of bioeconomy, and we are working with these systems. You can see it better there. You have six main axes, 6 main systems that join us. And in each of the work groups, we have, first of all, we have about how we can build approaches and principles towards bioeconomy in Latin America, even though our economies are different. Second, how do we talk among each other about building roadmaps and policies? We need to implement roadmaps. Each of us uses different practices, different methodologies. And third, how to foster the incubation and the acceleration and the scaling and investment for startups and companies in biotechnology. And finally, how we position the fourth, science and technology, and how fourth and fifth, how we position ourselves in the different markets in the world economy. This is a Latin American network, and from ICA, we know that there's work to be done with alliances and with partnerships, but we are working on the right path. And as a final message, bioeconomy has a huge potential to become a development strategy. We have everything. We have the main pieces. We have moved forward a lot, but it's important and it's urgent to accelerate this. And in that acceleration, many of the roads are are challenges, and there are challenges in many roads which are large, which are important, and we need to work together for that. This is all of it from us at the Institute, and we are at your service for all of this. Thank you very much. Here's our contact information, and happy to be here with you. Thank you very much, Hugo. I think it's been a very powerful presentation, very clear, and I think that it sets a roadmap, it creates a path. We see that there's a line that links us all. So to take advantage of the few minutes that we have left, we could talk on and on, but it would be great that seeing that bioeconomy in our region in Latin America has taken important steps. And I think that when we were talking about the puzzle, you mentioned you mentioned an idea of the things that would be missing. But what should we do in the short term or in the midterm and long term, maybe for this to consolidate? Okay, thank you, Sergio. And something that is fundamental that I was hearing for a few minutes. I heard the previous panel, and one of the issues is to have a long-term vision and state policies. And somebody said a sentence, a phrase that I felt that was very interesting, was that our countries are dealing with two radically opposed realities. We're trying to position ourselves in the topics in the future to try to become important in science, technology, in bringing foreign direct investment. And on the other side, we cannot create a 3-meter long bridges. So we have these two different realities. We have urgent needs that are environmental, that are social, and sometimes they deviate us from our long-term vision. And sometimes our governments erase what we tried to build before, what was attempted to build before. And from our point of view is to try to reposition in the political agenda, in decision makers' agenda, all of the issues of bioeconomy as salient issues. So it's important that as countries, as territories, we need to have prospective long-term views beyond the circumstantial emergencies. And there are countries that have done important political bets or initiatives that are not necessarily accompanied with investments. Politics is important and policies are important, but they need to be accompanied by investment instruments. So directing these instruments towards the bioeconomy in the actions of private companies is fundamental. Beyond the political agenda, beyond the strategy, beyond the long-term investment, beyond the financing of policy instruments and cooperation instruments. And the third is that these are serious matters in which we need to partner with internal cooperation partners. From ICA, we have tried to foster international cooperation with other countries, with other who have initiatives for the region, so that bioeconomics is the center. We have partnered with the United States, with Asia, with Europe, so we need to create this international cooperation, and we also need to cooperate among the countries in the region. This is important for South-South cooperation with between Argentina and the rest of Latin America. We have a lot to learn in cooperation. We have many spaces for cooperation. Okay, Hugo, very clear. And the final issue, just to start wrapping up this talk that has been very attractive, and I think that the organizers were right to invite you because you've been very clear about this situation that is very important to us, and sometimes there the clarity is not there about the strategic goals. And our governor said this when we started this encounter, this fourth World Circular Economy Summit, and we've seen that this topic has moved forward in finding many local actors, mayors, especially, providing them with an idea of change, because this change is cross-sectional. It is not a matter of somebody who just thought about that. And we said that we are in a context with many difficulties, not just economic, but also many leaders consider this as a second-rate issue or secondary issue, because it seems like this contradicts what you mentioned about a need regarding a need for a particular population, and we cannot disregard the mid-term and long-term strategy. And even though we are not in the fashionable or political decisions or with but if we try to go through this road, which is a virtuous road, maybe we can make greater efforts so that prioritizing resources could be an issue to deal with in Latin America. Do you think that governments should have more of a more decisive intervention in this sense? Yes, undoubtedly, and I think that this has been very well addressed by international spaces and financial organisms. I think that most, if not all, international spaces have bioeconomy of in the center of the decisions. The managers have a specific group. There are 9 groups that have a specific bioeconomy group. The OCDE has also a bioeconomy group. The World Bank, you have there's a creation. There's going to be a creation of a bioeconomy area. The same thing with the IBD, the same thing with IDB, sorry, same thing with CAE, and they have it in their discussion strategies, intervention strategies, etc. However, this doesn't happen in all countries. There are countries in Latin America even where we've had issues to try to get countries to get involved in those discussions and create these financing instruments, because bioeconomy is not that well positioned within their agendas. So, as countries incorporate these matters into their agendas, into their priorities, they will be able to access these spaces. And I'm not the one who says it. This positioning is part of an interpretation that has already happened at the main supranational spaces. So it's important to establish bioeconomy as a priority in our spaces. Thank you very much for your participation. Now, I'm grateful for being here. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him.
Minister, thank you very much. We'll continue now with our last panel. 3 speakers. They're going to be online. If you need translation, you can go and get your translation devices. The topic of the next panel is circular economy, global partnerships for sustainability. This is going to be moderated by Lucas Viano from the Secretariat of Science from the University of Córdoba. Welcome, Lucas. How are you? Speakers are Soha Benchcrow, who's the manager of climate change and South cooperation manager, Marcos Badra, who's the manager of the Circular Economy Management and Sustainable Development Program in Richmond, Canada, and Praetor Barsak, who's the director of the Circular Economy Program in the African Network Foundation of Circular Economy.
Mientras tengamos la posibilidad de contactarnos con los disertantes, explicarnos un poquito de qué se trata el tema del que van a hablar.
So while we're waiting for the speakers, you can tell us about what the panel is going to be about. Well, basically partnerships. Partnerships, I believe, are really crucial to, I mean, they're so vital to have these, you know, local government, state government, public and private sectors at a national level. I was listening to some of the presentations. What works well in circular economy are small steps, small initiatives at a community level, you know, at a neighborhood level. But this doesn't really solve the issue of climate change, the loss of biodiversity, climate change. We need larger partnerships and stronger decisions than the ones can be made at home, such as, you know, recycling waste. And in Argentina, where are we in this regard? I believe that regarding small initiatives and creating awareness, we're doing fine. And I think that education was really, I mean, is responsible for that. But at the state level, well, this summit is an example that many good things can be done. Ideas, projects can be exchanged, but we're still far ahead. I mean, we need partnerships, we need the participation, cooperation, and this is the purpose of this talk. South-South cooperation and the contribution of the countries of the Northern Hemisphere. So we have the 3 speakers online already. Thank you. So I will speak in Spanish and you'll get the translation. Can you hear me? Can you hear the translation? Yes? Could you put your thumbs up if you can hear the translation all right? Can you hear the translation?
I will ask one question for each speaker, so they can explain the answer, and then the other speaker could add some briefly information. I will start with Soha. Soha, what limitation do you find in the creation and consolidation of global alliance for sustainability, and how may some limitations that was 10 years ago are now maybe an opportunity? We hear you, Soha.
Can you hear me? Just testing the sound. Hello?
Sí.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Okay, so you're asking about the limitations. I think when we speak of alliances in sustainable development, I think one issue or limitation is when these alliances are created around objectives that actually do not address the priorities of the countries or the communities they are supposed to serve. This is one limitation I see. I think we hear a lot about alliances for sustainable development, but the question can be, are they all tackling the priority needs of their context where they operate? Sometimes what they are pushing for lacks contextualization, in my opinion, and thus is not that sustainable. So let's take, for example, alliances that are working on decarbonization and energy transition, and question a bit the limitations of their action in emerging contexts in developing countries like Africa. And of course, this can be extended also to countries in Latin America or other developing emerging contexts. So I'm taking a bit my south perspective. So such alliances basically are focused on the decarbonization of the economy. But when we talk from a global south perspective, we should not forget that decarbonization can only be relevant if it serves the pressing socioeconomic development challenges these countries have. So if we take a country like Niger or Guinea in Africa, the priority of this developing country is not to mitigate carbon emissions that they have almost not contributed to, but access to electricity for the wide part of the population that does not have access yet, much needed industrial development for having their own factories to be able to transform locally their very rich natural resources. Job creation is definitely a challenge for a very young population that is going every year to the job markets. And from a climate perspective, adaptation and climate resilience. So if you take small island states in Africa, you know, whose existence is in jeopardy because of the impacts of climate change, their priority is not to mitigate emissions, but definitely to adapt and address loss and damage. And this is where circular economy is interesting, because it has also these adaptation benefits in addition to mitigation ones. So the philosophy of circular economy, so we reuse products again and again, which is a way to adapt somehow to the scarcity of resources. And this is a way also to recognize that the Earth's resources are limited, which decreases pressure on them and on ecosystems. So this is, I see it as a limitation, the lack of contextualization. Maybe another limitation I'm thinking of is when the action of such alliances is focused on one area of work but tend to miss the bigger picture. Example again, transition. We cannot care about the ecological benefit and forget the social implications. I think there are a lot of voices today to say that green transition is the future and that electric mobility is key. But let us not forget that green and digital transitions make the world dependent on metals like cobalt that are used for the batteries of electric vehicles, smartphones, etc. And that the exploitation, for example, of cobalt in DRC, if we take this example, is associated with violations of land rights, violence, child labor in disastrous conditions, etc., which is harmful to the Congolese people, 60 million of whom is still living on less than $2 a day in 2022. So again, this is where circular economy is important, because when we have more efficient product design and manufacturing, we can design low cobalt or cobalt-free cathodes in electric vehicles, and this minimizes the amount of minerals required and also the social and ecological costs. And alliances can work towards this, towards increasing recycling of these minerals. And you were asking about the progress. I think we see some sort of progress around this, meaning the increase of, increasing recycling of minerals that reduces the demand for a primary supply. Also, instead of replacing the product, trying to extend its life through repairing, remanufacturing, etc. So I think it is very important to conclude to have a sort of systemic approach within global alliances and partnerships, because sustainable development is a complex topic and it involves many dimensions, the social, economic, environmental ones, etc. And all of them deserve to be considered. And of course, it should be defined following each country's and each context priorities. Hope it answers.
Thank you, Soha. Piotr, Marcos, do you want to add something briefly, please?
Yeah, thanks. Maybe very briefly. It was very, very comprehensive already by Soha. Maybe I just wanted to add from my perspective something more controversial. So we live still in a linear economy. Circular economy is trying its way. It's been trying, but as different reports say, we are still majority linear. So the businesses operate in a system that favors linear economy, unfortunately, economically as well. So here, the alliances that are being formed, they have to cope with a huge competition already at the initial stage. So that the same alliances against circular economy are there. They are not very vocal because it's not popular today to be anti-circular, but they are there. They are big lobbying activities to stop in agriculture, in heavy industry, to stop circular approaches. So just to say that there are those difficulties, and that's why the role of governments is very important to be a broker, to see what's really needed. We have the climate goals, we have biodiversity loss, we have pollution. Those are the goals, those are the challenges to address. And the role of governments is to set up policies to mitigate, to reduce this competition, and to rather bring forward the circular businesses, the circular alliances, so that they can thrive. And I think it's happening more and more, but we can explain that later. Thanks.
Si puedo agregar, lo hago en español para facilitar la... Creo que ustedes me entienden también, si lo digo en español.
My contribution would be in Spanish. To add to what you said, we have also limitations in alliances, which is the need of the necessary enemy that is. We've seen this around the globe, in Latin America, Europe, where so as it was said before, the anti-circular economy, the anti-decarbonization enemies. So we need to understand how we can start a discussion in order to reach a consensus as regards what we want to achieve. And what we're doing here in Richmond, Canada, is to try to redefine the narrative in order to find a common ground in the different groups, and how, without polarizing, we can set up alliances that are focused on the common welfare, not only for just a few, but for everybody, and to understand the consequences of our actions, particularly, the consequences that we can have, such as how to address decarbonization so that, communities that are engaged in lithium extraction are not, are not affected. And so how can we find ways that are good for everybody so that we can find common grounds, as I said before, so we can work together?
Who are the actors that should involve in this alliance? And Marcos, I ask you that because you have experience in the private sector, I think I saw in your curriculum. What about the private sector that here in Argentina may be very they don't want to involve in these activities. Maybe some year ago, but now what do you think? The private sector may be involved in this action, and how we convince?
Well, I intended to speak in English. It's easier, but en realidad he trabajado mucho tiempo en el sector privado.
Actually, I worked in the private sector for a long time. A lot. And so no company intends to be evil or bad. Companies are led by people that are, have families. So the lack of alliances and understanding among the different sectors is important. Companies have to provide jobs. They need to have profits, to be profitable, and social companies are growing. For example, Circular in Córdoba I was in contact with them. They're really innovative, and these companies can have really a strong impact by, using or incorporating circular economy. And this can be implemented in Argentina, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil. And the purpose or the reason why I spoke with them is because, it can help me do my job here in Canada. So sustainable development is becoming a priority for companies. Otherwise, companies do not have a future, businesses are not sustainable if they don't include this as a priority. And we can, as local governments and NGOs, we need to support this. Educational centers in Latin America, universities, for example, the University of Sao Paulo, in Argentina, the National University of Córdoba, or the University of Córdoba, Blas Pascal universities. These are knowledge centers that can create development opportunities, that can support industries in transforming, and then they can use this as part of the core businesses, and they can start transforming the way they do their own businesses. But in a pre-competitive environment, we need to have this dialogue. They need to compete in the market, and that is a natural thing because, this is how things work in the market. But we need this collaboration in the pre-competitive context, and how we're going to address these issues in a joint manner so as to go back to the market with taking into consideration the social aspects. So, uh,
I was so focused with what my colleague was saying that the question was about initially, sorry.
Who are the actors that should be involved, and particularly, is there a commitment from the business sector to participate in this alliance?
Okay, yeah, I think in terms of alliances, partnerships can be at all levels. It can be between organizations of civil society, between public sectors, between research institutes, but also cross-sector, also bridging policy and research, policy and civil society, etc. And I'll be talking again from a South-South perspective. I think there are no limits and there are synergies to be found between low and middle income countries wherever they are. As the world needs Pan-African alliances, it needs African, Latin American, also African, Latin American, Asia. All these are possible, there can be networks bridging all kinds of organizations working towards sustainable and local development from a South-South perspective. This is it around this. And I think getting back to what kinds of alliances can help advance sustainable development agenda, I would focus again on the ones that involve local actors, territories, obviously, like this event, which is organized by a municipality. It's a good example of partnerships led by territorial actors. It's obvious that partnerships at the central level without proper involvement of territories, provinces, municipalities cannot be effective. Since sustainable development policies should be carried out at various levels, and the territorial one is essential for proper consideration of the specificities of each territory, but also local communities. So I believe that an important actor to include is the local community, simply because they are the ones who bear the effects of unsustainable development. If you take the climate crisis and the impact it has on local communities all over the world, and in particular in the global south. And second, because local communities are simply those who are best placed to come up with fit-for-purpose solutions, because this is about their realities and their specific needs and contexts. So they have the keys, I believe, and the ingenuity to design these solutions and put them into practice. So good approaches, I believe, to ecological and social crisis are not really the ones dictated by donors of any kind, but they are first approaches that are homegrown and come from the local population. That's why partnerships for SDGs can only be successful, in my opinion, if local voices are heard and also have access to decision-making processes. And this is true for all big-scale projects and programs on circularity or else that are funded by different kinds of cooperation. We are talking today about the need for localization and the real involvement of local partners. But I think in the field, when it comes to making this operational, we're still a bit far, and I believe it's an important point.
So I can just add that I fully subscribe to what Soha and Marcus said. Maybe I just wanted to emphasize that maybe in my previous intervention, you could hear that I sometimes we antagonize the good and the bad, but actually circular economy requires a multi-stakeholder approach, as just said also by Soha. So that means also that we cannot leave behind even those that today are fully linear, because they will feel the transition. And if we want a just transition, we have to remember that those companies that are linear are also people and families. They cannot be left behind. So they have to be incorporated in the change, whether it's local, whether it's a national, or whether it's a global big company as well. So all of those have to be included. And that's what we see, for example, as in Europe as well. The multi-stakeholder platforms are created to continue discussion, deliberation, finding best solution that fits all, still keeping the objective clear, and helping those who have difficulties to reach those objectives, helping them with special programs. Partnerships also with the banks, I think it was not mentioned. There are, for example, in Africa, there is the African Development Bank that really has a very strong program on circular economy and supports governments in creating their strategies for circular economy implementation. And also they support concrete projects on the ground, so the banks. Because in the end, also, just last point is, it's all global economy, so trade. That's why the interregional, so collaboration is also important. I mean, very important, as Soha said, local approach, but we all operate also in the global spectrum that is trade. That's why collaboration between Latin American circular economy alliances, African, Asian, and European is very important. Even myself, that's another story, I'm not a big fan of sending materials, products around the globe. Local production and consumption has the best benefits for people and for the climate, but global consumption and production is there and will be there still. So how to make it most circular and most environmentally sustainable, that's the deal that we all have to work with. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Piotr, you are from Poland, but you work in Africa. I ask you one question. How are the nations of the North helping or making alliance with the South? And what additional support we can expect from these developed countries?
Yeah, okay. I was not prepared for such a question, but it's my daily work indeed. It doesn't matter that I'm Polish. I actually work mainly at EU level, so in Brussels, and that's where the European Commission is in the European Union, which is the biggest single donor in the world. They give the most amounts of money to different actors, also in Africa, and institutional actors, business also, and communities through different programs. So those programs exist. They are complex, and they have to be complex because we need to always take into account all views, as Roja said, the views of the local people. They ask what is needed and how they want to develop. It's not our situation here in Europe, our role to really dictate anything. We passed this stage already 100 years ago or so. So maybe I will come back to this question if I think more.
I can complete the answer if you like. Yes, because I am in Canada, but I have the privilege to work in many, many places around the world. And I am interacting especially with Argentina and Brazil many times. Our relationship is based on interchange and knowledge, and especially technology. When I am saying technology, I'm not talking about devices, electronic devices. I am saying ways to achieve results, to planning, to integrate point of view, how we are engaging the community, how we are engaging stakeholders, and how we can solve problems that we already solved before. The knowledge piece is critical because we are creating an alliance, for example, between the Circular Citizen Region Initiative. There was an initiative that came from the European context. Here in Canada, the federal government started funding that initiative, and we created a national network of cities working all together, and we are including different actors and stakeholders, large companies, small businesses locally, to understand not to prescribe a providential magical solution for everyone, but understand from each other and learn. That is creating synergy and momentum. And interacting with Argentina, Chile, Brazil, we are not just going to give something, but also receiving from them, because creativity, the Inter-American Development Bank is talking about the orange economy. And that's the biggest capital that Latin America has at this time. Creativity, innovation, and cultural aspects that can help us to navigate from this no human-centered approach that we have, or ecosystem approach, ecological and anthropic, but to navigate to more inclusive economy. And we are going to learn from each other and increase this capacity altogether. If we are growing too much without taking into consideration the rest of the planet, Priot said clearly, we are now acting globally, thinking globally, and we need to act locally. But we can't dissociate the economy from the global perspective or the global trade that we have right now. And we need that interchange. Right now, we are implementing the material flow analysis in Richmond level, and it's huge. We are importing 89% of the food that we are eating here. And that food is coming basically from Latin America. And we need they be still producing that food. If we are not cooperating with them, we are starving. We need the food, but at the same time, we need to also not just take resources, but also work together to achieve this sustainable world together. And without knowledge and transference of capacity, build capacity altogether, I believe that never we are going to build a just society. If we are creating dependency the whole time in the progress and the way that we are working, that's a bad thing, because we are not really contributing to this, the sustainable development in all the world. And that cooperations are crucial, are really significant and important.
Soha, you want to add something?
Yeah, it's interesting what my colleagues Piotr and Marcos were saying. I think we all agree here that the international cooperation can be South-South, can be South, North-South. But of course, international cooperation needs to be reformed. There is a need for reform. The way programs and projects are carried out, etc., for more inclusiveness, and in order not to be, as both my colleagues said, in a perspective of dictating or creating dependency, because that does not help, but in being, sort of co-construction and spirit of exchange. And I would insist again on the fact that local voices need to be involved in the decision-making processes, and this is something that we don't always find in big-scale projects. And since we talk about this relation North-South, I'm now in Bonn, in Germany. As I speak to you, I participated this week to the SP60, the Bonn Climate Change Conference, that ended today. And I can tell you that Global South voices, more than ever, need to be united to advance common topics of concern. And the main one, since we're speaking of circularity and climate, the main one is climate adaptation and resilience. And circular economy is part of that, as it can deliver climate adaptation outcomes. So it's good to see that there is alignment and solidarity between countries of the South, and there needs to be more, because it's a critical decade, and populations in the Global South are the worst hit by the effects of climate change that is caused by the kind of development that industrialized countries have chosen. And this is why I think all sorts of South-South cooperation and alliances are welcome to push for a resilience agenda and to demand climate justice. And of course, finance is key here for adaptation and reparations.
Thank you. I will go in Spanish. les quiero pedir, estamos
I want
hablando
to
de
ask you, because
alianzas,
we're
les
talking
quiero
about
pedir por ahí que
partnerships, I
cada
want to ask
uno
you,
pueda
everyone,
contar
to tell me
brevemente una
briefly
alianza que haya
just
sido
a
exitosa en
partnership that
materia
was
de economía
successful
circular
for
o
you
sustentabilidad y
in
que nos
terms
cuente
of
brevemente por
circular
qué
economy,
le parece
sustainability,
exitosa,
and
¿no?
to tell me why do you think it
No sé
was
quién quiere empezar,
successful.
sí.
I don't know which one of
Sé
you
que los
wants
agarro con
to
la pregunta
start.
medio
I know that I'm coming with
ahí
a
sorprendidos, pero bueno, que
surprise
tenga ahí una
question, but
alianza
if you
que
have a partnership
le
that you
parezca
want to
interesante
highlight,
compartir con la
that you
audiencia,
think it's interesting to
creo que
share
puede
with our
servir
audience,
como disparador para
it might be a
imitar
good
o al menos
trigger
tenerla en cuenta a la
to
hora
imitate or
de generar
to
políticas públicas
consider at
sobre
the
este tema.
time of creating new public policies on this topic.
¿Puedo empezar si quieren a responder?
Okay, I can start answering. I'll answer in Spanish.
Cuando nosotros empezamos
When we
a
started
cambiar la política,
sending the policy,
perdón, me está hablando
sorry,
alguien en inglés en la oreja. Cuando empezamos a cambiar
when we started
la
changing
política de adquisiciones públicas que tenemos en la
our public
municipalidad,
procurement
tuvimos que hacer un
policies that we
proceso de
had at the
aprendizaje
city,
cómo podemos
we had to do
incorporar
a
criterios
learning
de
process to
economía circular
incorporate the circular economy
para
criteria to
que nuestras compras sean
for
compras que
our
van a influenciar el mercado y
purchases
van a
to
liderar.
influence the
El primer
markets and to
precepto fue
lead.
decir, bueno, economía
And the
circular
first
no
thing
es,
is that
no es una nueva
circular economy
forma
is
de
not
política que
recycling,
nos
it's not a new
permite
way
pedirle
to call
proveedores
recycling.
innovación.
It's
Al mismo tiempo,
not a new
cuando
thing that we're
definimos
going
la
to ask our
economía
suppliers.
circular,
But when we
teníamos muy,
defined
muy claro,
circular
ustedes lo pueden
economy,
ver en nuestro website, en
we
la
had a
municipalidad,
clear view in the
tuvimos que
city.
llamar a
We had to
todos
call
nuestros proveedores
all of
hacia
our
uno para ellos
suppliers,
empezar a trabajar
talk to
juntos y
them, and
entender
start
cómo
working
podemos incorporar
together
estos elementos
to
y
understand
hacer
how we can
un mapa de
incorporate
una
these
ruta,
elements
un mapa de ruta.
and create a
Pero como
roadmap.
entendíamos que había líderes
And
en
since we
muchas áreas,
understood that
empezamos
we
a trabajar y
had
trabajar con
leaders
ciudades
there,
como
we started
Ámsterdam,
working
London,
with
ahora
cities like
Madrid.
Amsterdam, London,
Empezamos a intercambiar
Barcelona,
conocimiento
Madrid.
con
We
universidades
started
en Europa y
exchanging knowledge
Norteamérica
with
y tuvimos que
universities
hacer esta
in North
red
America,
de
Latin
conocimiento
America, Europe,
en la
and we
municipalidad,
had to
pero con
create
este
this
año
knowledge
todavía falta.
network that in
Y
our
es un
city.
ida y vuelta e
And it
interacción.
was a
Hemos
back and
incluido otras
forth
regiones
and a
como
constant interaction.
Brasil para
And we
proyectos muy
have
específicos como el pavimento
also
reciclado
interacted with
y
Brazil
estas
for
alianzas nos
things,
ayudan a
specific
crecer
things like
y
recycled pavement.
crecer en lo que
And
hemos
those
unido
alliances help us
para
grow
ser mejores
to
y lo que
become
suma
better
podernos ayudar a nosotros para que puedan ser
and
también mejores y
so
crecer.
that we can help others
Ustedes
to
pueden ver que
become
el trabajo
better.
está publicado en
You can see that our work is published in
richmond.ca/circular
richmond.ca/circular economy. The evolution that we've had you can see the evolution that we've had in these
Gracias.
partnerships over the last 6
Soja,
years.
Piotr, ¿algún ejemplo?
Soha, Peter, any examples that you might have?
Yeah, I can give you examples of initiatives that I think in my community component of circular economy. As you know, that's unfortunate, but Africa receives great volumes of toxic waste, electronic waste that is dumped by Europe, mainly in Ghana, in Nigeria, and other countries in Africa. This is due to what we've been talking about, our productivist and consumerist the Western capitalist model has brought. So yeah, there is technological overconsumption and there is huge amount of toxic electronic waste, and unfortunately it is dumped in countries of the South like Africa. But hopefully there are initiatives at both the public level related to legislation of e-waste. So you have Ghana, Nigeria, but also Cameroon and other countries that introduced some very interesting regulation on the topic, and they are pioneering this, regarding what we call extended producer responsibility, meaning the responsibility for the end-of-life management of electronic products. But also there are initiatives from people and startups. You have more and more entrepreneurs choosing to engage in waste collection, waste treatment, and recycling, so that it is not done in bad or harmful conditions. And not only e-waste, but in general waste management You were talking about opportunities. I think waste management is both a big challenge, but also a huge opportunity, I believe, for Africa in terms of value creation and job creation, typically adaptation-related jobs. Also, very briefly, one more example related to water efficiency, if I may. You know that many African countries and developing countries in general are hit by severe droughts due to climate change. So in Morocco, for example, we are experiencing the worst drought in over 40 years. And there are actually efforts to rethink agriculture in Morocco, but in general in Africa, for better adaptation and climate resilience. And in Africa, it is crucial because it employs 60% of the sub-Saharan workforce. So there are more and more circular models that are being implemented, like a treatment and recovery of wastewater for irrigation, also conservation agriculture through no-till farming, meaning a technique where we do not disturb the soil, and this is good both for the soil but also for water infiltration, etc. So yeah, I think from this perspective there is hope, and there are positive and inspiring initiatives both at small and large scale level that developing countries are leading in terms of circularity and sustainable developments.
So from my side, 2 or 3 examples of successful partnerships and examples for the public here to also maybe take inspiration. So first of all, I would say talk to your peers, get to the networks of experts, to build joint proposals, to build joint projects, to exchange, constantly learn, because in circular economy, this is a fast developing, technically also world. So here I can suggest, for example, Prevent Waste Alliance, which is a nice platform also organized by GIZ, but it's free for all, and it's very, very, very successful. For me personally, it was also super successful to get new projects and expertise. Second, and maybe even more important, is the alliances that build joint advocacy towards a certain topic. For example, there is a very, very active platform called Break Free from Plastic, which is very active at the Global Plastic Treaty. And I would say, really, this is mainly thanks to such groups of advocacy groups who have a joint goal to reduce pollution of plastic, that we are moving forward, that this topic is really high on the agenda still. But advocacy is also political, and I would say, when I come from Brussels, the capital of Europe, let's say, European Union is alliance in itself, where politically so many governments agree daily on new ambitious environmental policies to stop certain activities. For example, the waste trade is going to really be reduced now towards southern developing countries around Basel Convention and so on. So this is a great example that yes, we are actually recognizing the problems and stopping them jointly, because only jointly we can do it. So Europe is one, but also Eastern African region, they also have joint activities to stop single-use plastic, for example. Yeah, and that's it. Just last that, but we still need a simple awareness raising, which is maybe not as fast as strong political action, but is still needed. And here the alliances or large coalitions such as International Council for Circular Economy, which I invite you to check also, or the Coalition for Circular Economy Coalition as well. So all those bodies that unite those elements, peer-to-peer learning, experts learning, and also advocacy, and pack it in a way that is also understandable for people, but also for politicians who sometimes are simply politicians. They are not technical people who know all the details. So voila, these are the types of partnerships that were successful. And yeah, thanks.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And just to review all that we have discussed, I have a few keywords like involving the community, creating expert networks to get information, to get the technology closer to us, and the creativity to solve these problems. Also to dispel the idea of the presence of an enemy on the other side, which Marcos mentioned. What other element do you see that is missing when creating alliances. And I'm talking about the large global alliances like the Paris Accord or the Paris Agreement, sorry, and everything else that is not the final solution or the best solution for everything related to environment. But I remember the Montreal Protocol regarding the ozone layer. So what do you think that is missing there to achieve these large alliances that are needed for our planet's environmental emergency that we are having?
I have one or two sentences only, really. So what is needed, I think, to create an alliance is first step, but then really to achieve the objectives, we need enforcement and some kind of accountability. You cannot have all different types of partners in the alliance when they don't do anything or they actually go the other direction. So the accountability, enforcement, and monitoring of the objectives. So really, it's as simple as that. Thank you.
From my side,
si entendí bien tu
if I understood your question, Lucas, is that I need to remind that people are the ones who are behind these alliances, and we need to overcome the limitations of our own perspectives, and we need to connect with one another. Alliances are always among peers, and they can never be detrimental to any of the parts. So the common interests and the common goals can be built, but we need to create connections with people. Before COVID, the fragmentation regarding communication was huge. Now we are in Belgium, we are in Germany, we are in Canada, you are in Córdoba, and we are talking. We are four people talking about this, and we can see each other and we can interact. So alliances help us understand that. I grew up in Córdoba. I am in Canada right now. I've been in a lot of countries, and these contact networks, we have LinkedIn, we have the Ellen MacArthur Foundation platform to be able to connect, to interact, and to find things that are not just political instruments for personal interests, but rather places where we can build links beyond the political instrument itself. So this is what I'm taking personally, and that's what I found that gives you a better result and better alliances in what we have seen and implemented so far.
Soha, you want to add something?
Yeah, I agree with what my colleague said, and I would add that what lacks often in alliances, I think, and you were mentioning, Luca, the international alliances like the ones for climate change, and is consensus actually, and it's not always easy to reach consensus where parties have different and diverging views and interests, but there is a need to be continually constructive, both North and South countries. Again, I'm thinking of the this week's conference in Bonn, where we have seen with no surprise that many developed countries keep making it a bit difficult to move forward with bold decisions and commitments that will benefit the most vulnerable people in the world and the planet. But yeah, this calls for more unity and alignment, and for more constructive alliances, both globally and in particular within the global south. Also, when we speak of sustainable development and successful alliances in sustainable development, I think that they can only be successful if today they challenge a bit the status quo and this development model that now we can see it, and we can say that is unsustainable. I mean, the productivist and consumerist way of living that leads to endless production, overconsumption in every aspect of life. This is what has led to the ecological and social crisis we are witnessing today. So it's good to see that there's a sort of awakening, and all those networks and alliances are actually reflect this awakening and awareness at many levels. You see today movements of students, social entrepreneurs, employees, and young employees, that are more and more interested in getting engaged in CSR and beyond, researchers, civil society, third actors that are seeking alternatives to this model. And I think today this is what we are, this is what we definitely need.
Y en ese sentido los imagino los
And in
tres
that
como
sense, I imagine
personas
that the
optimistas
three
en
of you
cuanto
are
a que
optimistic
los problemas
regarding
ambientales que atraviesa el
our environmental
mundo
problems
de
in the
alguna
world.
manera vamos
I
a
think that
lograr
you all think that
subsanarlos.
we're going to be able to solve
¿En qué
them
se basa ese
somehow.
optimismo? Que
What
uno,
do you
si uno
base your
observa
optimism
las
on?
noticias
Because if you see the news,
ambientales sobre cambio climático,
environmental
sobre
news,
pérdida
climate
de
change news,
biodiversidad,
about loss of
sobre contaminación, y bueno,
biodiversity,
mucho
about
optimismo, al menos de mi
pollution
parte, quizá
news,
hablo un poco personal,
I
mucho optimismo no hay
don't find,
para encontrar.
personally, I
¿Qué
don't
los
find
hace
that much
optimistas a
optimism.
ustedes
But what
de
makes
seguir
you
luchando y seguir
optimistic to
estando
keep
ahí
fighting, to keep
en la trinchera, por así
being in the
decirlo, para
trenches, let's say,
buscar estas
to
soluciones
find these
que se requieren en este
solutions that
momento?
are required right now?
Si quieren empiezo yo.
I'll start if you want.
Yo sí,
Personally,
servimos a la gente
we
localmente. Nosotros trabajamos, yo
when we
trabajo con
work
la
with
comunidad
people, I
local
work with
y para la
a
provincia
local
de Richmond,
community,
Columbia.
and for the Richmond
Nuestro foco
community, and
es
for the province of
la
Colombia.
naturaleza, los ecosistemas
And
ecológicos van a seguir estando
the
allí con
ecosystems in
daño sin
Colombia
daño,
are going to be
pero el
there,
que sufre
damaged or not
son las
damaged, but
comunidades y
the
especialmente
greater
las más
impact
vulnerables.
is on the
De una
communities and
forma
on the most
donde podemos
vulnerable
tener
communities, especially.
doble beneficio, el
So
beneficio
this
del
is an area
producto,
where
pero el
we can
beneficio también
have a
moral
double
como parte
benefit
de
of
hacer bien y servir a
one,
la comunidad a la que
doing good,
estamos
and also serving the
dedicando nuestro
community
tiempo.
that we are devoting our time to.
Es
So
gigante
it's
el desafío. A
the
mí me
challenge
emocionó mucho
is
la diversidad
gigantic.
cultural, la
I
diversidad de
was
perspectivas.
impressed by the cultural
No me
diversity, the
gusta la
diversity
idea
in
de querer
perspectives. I don't
uniformizarnos
like the
por tener
idea
lo
of
mismo.
wanting
Necesitamos
to have a
diversidades de una
uniform
forma
way
que
of looking at the
valoremos a la
world.
biodiversidad de
We,
los
when
ecosistemas,
we talk sometimes
valoremos
about
la diversidad
biodiversity of
cultural, la
systems, we
diversidad
talk
del
about
mundo y de nuestras
cultural
propuestas.
diversity, world
Y
diversity,
esa
and this
interdisciplinariedad que nosotros tenemos
um,
es fundamental.
interdisciplinary approach that we
Yo
have
recuerdo al profesor Alberto Ferrari
is
en la Universidad de
incredible. I
Blaise Pascal
remember a
cuando
professor
empecé a
from
estudiar
Blaise Pascal
eficiencia ambiental. Nos
University when
dijo,
I
ustedes se
started
forman
working
para
on
servir la
learning
interdisciplinaridad,
environment
servir a la gente,
management.
trabajar por el bien
He
común.
told us,
Y
you are
eso
learning to
definió con mis
become
valores
environmental
personales
leaders,
y lo
and that
tengo como una de
is one of my main personal
de
values,
las
and
banderas a
that
las
is
que
one of
sigo,
the standards that I
donde
hold myself
abro
up to.
oportunidades para el diálogo, para poner
I
gente
try to
junta
open
y
dialogue, to
poder
get
hacer
people together, and to
la interacción que tenemos con los ecosistemas
make this
sea
interaction with
productiva y
ecosystems to
sea
become
para
productive,
la riqueza de
and
el
to
espacio natural, pero
enrich
también para
the
la riqueza
natural
de la gente que
space
vive
and the
allí
people
y
who
puedan
live
ellos
in those
florecer y yo
places,
ser parte.
so that we can flourish, and so that I can be part of that.
Soja, Piotr, últimas
Soha,
palabras.
Peter,
Estamos
any last words? We are closing. We're wrapping up.
So go ahead.
Should I go ahead? As you like, Peter. Yeah, last words. So there is no question, just last words. Well, I think there is today a need for alliances to address sustainable development. We just need for these alliances to be contextualized and to integrate the voices of local people. And from South-South perspective, I would say that it's key. South-South cooperation is key to advance common concerns and priorities of countries of the Global South. One of them, a major concern, is adaptation, how to adapt and develop resilience to climate disasters, flooding, heat waves, droughts, what we're seeing around today. And circular economy helps with adaptation, as we discussed. Yeah, so all this sharing of experience, know-how, technology, knowledge, but also traditional knowledge, because this is very important, as many solutions are actually to be found in ancestral wisdom. I think this is something that South-South cooperation can facilitate, but of course also other kinds of cooperation when they are in a constructive and spirit of exchange and co-construction. Thanks.
Thanks. So I understand also that it's not easy to be positive and optimist in today's world when we see slow reaction from politicians on global agreements. But I really like what my colleague said, that when we look at the local developments that are very passionate, very sometimes intensive, and bringing results, giving people jobs and creating environment that is healthy, that gives us experts in circular economy a positive boost to our work. And I like really to experience that a lot in Africa. We are developing now a project that is called Black Soldier Fly. I mean, technology that is called Black Soldier Flies. Maybe you know, 5 years ago, nobody or very few people know about it. Now it's becoming very popular, and I believe bio-waste, if we only focus at least on this stream, and more communities and governments also recognize this, we are really going to reduce methane emissions and CO2 that comes from this stream. And so we are already going to have a big step forward. And also when I look at the European Union, which is one of the major polluters also, there are, since last 10 and 5 years, big steps like EU taxonomy, like the Green Deal, like also at the global level, global plastic treaty. Nobody spoke about that 5 years ago. So there is positive development, so both at local level, as colleagues said, and that is very inspiring and very needed, because this gives us still hope. But that has to translate into global actions. And I see more and more of that happening, and I remain positive. On this note, I would like to finish, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the three of you. Muchas gracias y hemos finalizado.
And this is the end of our talk. Thank you very much, Lucas. Thank you, Soja, Marcos, and Piotr. Thank you, very kind. And we'll send you a hug from here to all of you. Thank you very much. We're reaching the end of the first day of this 4th edition of the World Circular Economy Summit. We still have our day tomorrow, which is going to be a very long day, very rich day, as for speakers. And all of you are invited, and you can come here presentially, or you can follow us through social networks, through our social networks and through internet. We've had a lot of people here, a historic record in this huge terrain that we have here at Feriar. And the people in streaming is impressive because it does not only speak about the numbers, but also the different corners of South America and Europe, the people from Peru, Chile, Spain, Italy. I want to thank you all. And we come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to be reconnecting via streaming with all of the people we are saying goodbye today, right now. And to all of you who want to come here, essentially on site, we are going to be waiting for you starting at 9 with several topics and conferences. Let's give you some of the examples of the topics that we're going to be dealing with tomorrow. We're going to be discussing tomorrow and extending. It's going to be with financial instruments, electrical mobility, egalitarian and sustainable smart cities. And we also have a plus because we're going to see who is the winner of the 10 million pesos among the projects that had been submitted to the incubators, which the voting is going on right now. And in the morning and throughout the day, we're going to learn who is the winner of this project that has just been born. Thank you, Cruz. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Sergio. See you tomorrow. To everyone here, bye-bye. See you tomorrow.